Chapter 21. From the Memoirs of Rogatien, Remillard. Dennis did nothing. Or rather, he did nothing to harm either me or Teresa. Once his seeker sense had zeroed in on me, he could use EE, excorporeal excursion, to view me fully in an out-of-body trip and talk to me mentally in that precise, unhurried way of his, without fear of exotic eavesdropping. He calmed my panic, reassured me that he had no intention of calling in the milieu gendarmes, told me what had happened to Mark, and even advised me to get a move on butchering my moose, since a much larger winter storm was heading my way from out in the Pacific Ocean and would probably hit Ape Lake within 48 hours. "Well, then," said I, feeling cocky as all hell once it had sunk into my mind that I was not about to be handed over to the law, "perhaps you'd be so kind as to consult your library and tell me the best way to cut this monster up into steaks and chops tout sweet. I'll be damned if I can remember what the book said." "Yes, I can do that easily." "If there's another blizzard coming, maybe I just better whack off a haunch or something and get on home and leave the rest of the animal here to pick up later." Dennis said, "That might not be such a good idea. Wait a minute while I look up the procedure." I sat there on my heels while the Nobel laureate and emeritus professor of metapsychology, who was at that moment in his office in Hanover, called up the reference on his computer. I had no doubt that he would find what he was looking for in Dartmouth's extensive database. After a few minutes he said, "You can't just leave the moose carcass. Either scavengers will get it, or it will freeze into a rock-hard mass that you could never cut up later. No, you'll have to bleed and skin the animal now. Remove the entrails and salvage the edible organs, heart, liver, and kidneys, at least. Then cut up the rest of the meat as quickly as possible into smallish portions and cache most of them for your later trips." "Listen, it would take me 2 days just to build a cache." "You don't have to build anything. Just hang the meat up in trees." "How cold is it there?" "We forgot a thermometer." "All right, I'm far-sensing your ambient atmosphere and comparing its temperature with that in my office. About -16 Celsius. That should freeze your meat quickly enough to retain its quality if you cut the pieces smaller than 2 or 3 kilos. You won't need the entire moose carcass, of course, only about 100 kilos of meat and fat, if you and Teresa and the baby intend to return to civilization immediately after the birth. But wait, you really can't come out of hiding until the pardon is pushed through. Humanity will no longer be wards of the Symbiari proctorship after the inauguration, but their arm of the magistratum still has legal jurisdiction until the human polity reconvenes. I'll have to consult Anne on the legalities." "No!" I shouted wildly, shaking my knife at the grey sky. "Don't you dare tell anybody we're alive. Not Anne, not Paul, not even Lucille." "Roger, they already know." "Oh," I said, deflated. He explained how the family had found out and why they decided to do nothing about it. "If Paul did agree with the others not to press the search for us," I said, "then I don't care whether you consult with him or any other family member you please. Just try to figure out a way to get us home as quickly as possible without having us land in some exotic jail." "I will, but it will have to be after the birth, when the child is legally a separate entity from his mother." "You and all the rest of the family will be on Concilium orb when the baby's born, and it'll take weeks for you to get back to Earth." "Don't worry about it, Uncle Roger. Paul and I will find a way." "Okay. I'll salvage all the moose I can, and we'll have food to last until spring. We'll get awfully sick of venison stew, but we'll survive." "We'll get you out of there long before that." I found an interesting book in the data bank entitled Moose on the Table by one Swede Gano, with recipes. I can far-speak them to Teresa. By the way, exactly where is she?" I hesitated, then realized it was ridiculous not to answer Dennis's question. He could body-scan the area and find her easily enough now, even without my help. And, of course, I really did trust him. "She's in a cabin at Ape Lake, about 6 or 7 kilometers up the creek. But will you let me break the news to her about you finding us? She's a little leery of you, Dennis. Not to make too big a point of it, but you do come on strong without realizing it. You wouldn't want to upset her." "No, I understand." "You could take a look at her and let me know if she's all right, though. I can't scan through rock worth a damn." "I'll be glad to." "She seems fine. And so is the—" "Jesus! Dennis, what's wrong?" My stomach had done a backflip as he cried out in shock. For at least 2 minutes he was silent. Then I felt a kind of mental shiver, and he said, "The baby. My God, the baby." Uh-oh. He sort of screens himself when I'm around, so I haven't really experienced him yet, if you know what I mean. I take it you got a peek at what his mind's really like? Rogie, I touched the fetus for the merest instant, with my lightest probe, and he locked on, traced my position, rummaged through his mother's memories to identify me, said, "Hello, grand-père," and slammed down the strongest screen I've ever encountered in a human mind. Even stronger than Mark's. I'm completely at a loss. Well, well, so was I. So the little guy's really got the wats, has he? He's got something extraordinary. I won't try to touch him again. I've got to think about this. I'll leave you now. What about this damned moose? I cried. At least send me a meat-cutting diagram so I know where the frigging tenderloins are. Dennis said, "Of course, I'm sorry." Image. There. Complete instructions for butchering. Uncle Rogie, I'd like to talk to you later at more length. I'll return to you this evening after you've made camp. And he signed off abruptly. It was my first inkling of the kind of reaction young Jack would provoke among other human operants, especially a certain type of operant. Struggling, I got on with my job, and an unbelievably messy one it was. Of course, I had no way of hoisting the carcass, and it was only through the kindness of the family ghost that I had downed it near the creek, where there was a small area of open water I could use for washing the meat. Thanks to Dennis's instructions, I knew enough to open the creature's neck-blood vessels before beginning, and I also knew the great trick for skinning, which involves slicing the hide very carefully over the belly to avoid puncturing the innards, and cutting a circle around the anus, and then tying it closed with a string so that shit doesn't come pouring out all over everything when you remove the entrails. The skinning and gutting of the massive animal took me over 3 hours, and the cutting of the meat another 2. I ended up soaked with blood, and when the last rump roast and the last bag of flaky body-cavity fat was either hanging high in the trees near the creek or ready to be packed, I looked like a slaughtered, half-frozen thing myself. I built a roaring fire, rinsed my gory mitts and my parka exterior in the icy water, and let them steam more or less dry while I broiled exquisite cubes of moose liver à la mode sauvage and stuffed myself to the eyeballs. Then I packed the rest of the now frozen raw liver in a plas bag to take back to the mother-to-be. I was also taking the well-rinsed heart and kidneys, the tongue, and, of course, the pendulous nose, or muffle, which I knew from my youth was a notable delicacy when boiled. To this load I added about 15 kilos of loin and chuck meat, together with plenty of the fine white fat which is a nutritional necessity. I had decided against making a sled. Time enough for that on the next trip. I needed to return to the cabin as quickly as possible, and that meant toting everything on my back. With about 2.5 hours of daylight left, I started off for Ape Lake and Teresa and Jack, carrying enough food to keep us going for at least 2 weeks. Dennis bespoke me again as I lay me down to sleep in the canyon on that frigid, starry night. This time, since I was not distracted, I could see as well as hear him. With his blond hair flopping boyishly over his unlined brow and his rueful altar-boy smile, he looked to be in his early 30s, rather than his actual age of 84. You might have guessed that he was a computer technician, or the manager of a supermarket, or a graduate student, or even your friendly neighborhood egg bus driver, just as long as he didn't look you squarely in the eye. Dennis was usually careful not to do that. There was a code of etiquette among the Grand Masterly coercers to the effect that thou shalt not absent-mindedly sandbag innocent bystanders. In the vision he was staring at me directly, but I was far beyond his compulsive range, and so those devastating blue eyes appeared to reflect only loving concern, which may have been all that was in Dennis's mind at the time. Once again he reassured me that he would not give us away to the authorities. I asked him why, and he said, "I'm not quite sure myself, Uncle Rogie. Perhaps I don't view milieu ethics in quite the same light as more dedicated humans do. I'm afraid that I've come to believe that the welfare of my family, and the human family in the larger sense, is more important than any galactic civilization. It's reprehensible of me, but there it is." "I'm reprehensible, too," I admitted. Just my nose stuck out of the sleeping bag. I was completely exhausted. I ached all over from wrestling and chopping up the moose, and my stomach was beginning to feel colly-wobbly from all that liver. Is that why you declined to serve as a magnate of the Concilium? That and other reasons. I think even Lucille was shocked when you turned it down. Dennis laughed, then said she had been looking forward to the social aspects of magnateship. Giving parties on that level would have been a considerable leg up from our little faculty shindigs here at the college. Poor Lucille. Well, at least you get to attend the inauguration. Yes, you should see the incredible dress she got for the ceremony. All black and green and silver beads. She's left Earth already, along with Paul and most of the others and their families. They're scheduled to arrive in Concilium Orb on 2nd December, Earth date. Only Adrian and I are still here, winding up some work. We'll be taking off in about 2 weeks, and we'll get to Orb in time to join the family for Christmas. About Paul, Dennis, Teresa is convinced that having this superior baby will patch up the troubles between them. I'm afraid she's indulging in wishful thinking. You know that the marriage has been on shaky ground for years now. Teresa's criminal pregnancy and her collusion with Mark in his scheme to fake her death were the last straws for Paul. He'll never divorce her, and he'll go along with the family in seeking a pardon for her, but that's about it. Ned. But what's done is done. Would he far speak her from Orb, do you think? Reassure her on the baby's behalf, at least? I can ask, but I doubt he'd want to speak to her. Look at things from Paul's point of view. She deliberately set in motion a chain of events that will eventually do great damage to his prestige and that of the family. What's more, her disappearance also helped influence the exotics to impose a 1,000-day probation on the human polity's full admission to the Concilium. What the hell does that mean? It means that, given cause, within that period they can summarily rescind our full voting membership in the Galactic milieu and reinstate the proctorship for an indefinite period. Or even abandon us. Abandon? You mean cancel the Great Intervention? They probably wouldn't bring all the human colonists back to Earth. The planetary resources could never accommodate them. But the milieu could fix up Mars or some of the asteroids for the overflow population and cut us off completely from any intercourse with their confederation. Oh, I thought about that for a bit. But they could hardly take back the scientific goodies they've already given us, the superluminal drive and the new energy technology especially. We already have a whole generation of human scientists who know as much about that stuff as any exotic does. And the metapsychic advances can't be cancelled either. Dennis said, No. We've been told again and again that the milieu doesn't wage war, that their unity, whatever it is, precludes any hostility between rational entities. But operant human metas are getting more numerous and more powerful every year, and we're supposed to have minds that will eventually surpass those of the exotic races. When we really get geared up, could the milieu prevent us from retaking our colonial planets without fighting us? I don't know. Maybe, said I, getting out of the milieu wouldn't be a bad thing at all. Sure, we'd have some problems after we cut loose, but eventually we'd be better off than before. It's a big goddamn galaxy. For a long time Dennis was silent. I could see him in the study of his gentleman's farmhouse, sitting before the fire with one hand over his eyes. Then, why did you do it, Rosie? Go along with Mark's crazy plan? It wasn't so crazy. Both Mark and Teresa were convinced that the baby was a supermind. But you weren't, were you? You're too sensible to fall for an unsubstantiated notion like that. Why did you endanger your life, helping them? I no longer gave a damn. I was beginning to feel very sick. That damned moose was getting post-mortem revenge. Subliminally, I said to Dennis, Just go away and let me alone. I'm feeling rummy in the tummy. But he refused to take the hint. I muttered, Dennis, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Try me. I sighed. My guts churned. Do you remember the night of the Great Intervention? Of course. But what's that? Just before Vic's men started attacking the chalet on Mount Washington, I mind-hollered a message to you. I said I had been told to tell you and your metapsychic colleagues to renounce violence, to unite in a meta-concert of goodwill. And if you did, I said, then beings from the stars would let our poor little planet out of its galactic coventry and come to help us. Do you remember that? I thought you were hysterical. Even so, your idea was a good one, and it crystallized notions that I had held for some time. I wasn't hysterical. A Lyle-Mick has been talking to me for years. Roger. Shut up. You asked to hear it, and you're going to, by damn. This Lyle-Mick told me that the exotics needed my help. Our family was pivotal, they said. Pivotal in the goddamn destiny of the goddamn world. From time to time, this Lyle-Mick gave me orders, like telling me to take a hand in your mental education when you were a baby. Some kind of exotic in disguise saved me when Vic came after me, ready to turn me into a zombie like poor Yvonne and Louis and Leon. Exotics meddled with my life at other times, too, forcing me to do things. And the Lyle-Mick who talked to me, I've always called him the family ghost, far-spoke me on the day last summer that Mark came back to Earth convinced he had to save his mother and her unborn child. The Lyle-Mick quite flatly ordered me to help them. Uncle Roger, the Lyle-Mick don't work that way. They're aloof, almost cosmically disinterested entities who concern themselves with only the most long-range aspects of milieu policy. They almost never participate in ordinary galactic affairs, much less try to manipulate a mere human individual. Tried to manipulate? Hell's bells, the goddamn family ghost nearly drove me nuts before the intervention, pulling my strings. Then it lay doggo until now, except for making me introduce Mary Goris and Kyle MacDonald. You might want to think about what plans it has for them. Do you have any proof of all this? Why haven't you ever said anything before? I knew what you'd say. I was given permission to tell you about their intervention scheme, but I wasn't going to be laughed at. As for proof, they gave me a cute little magical talisman. The Great Carbuncle. You remember it. Your key ring, Fob? Don't knock it. It's a genuine 25-carat red diamond, polished spherical. It's something else, too, but I'm not sure what. This is incredible. Do you have the thing with you? Damn right. Never go anywhere without my lucky charm. And the family ghost is hanging around, too. Who do you think delivered the fucking moose? Not that I'm complaining. It was a beauty. That liver was the tastiest thing I've had in years. But I think I might have overeaten just a little. Et maintenant t'as la chiasse, no? Maybe. Why didn't you warn me when I was stuffing myself? Now I'm going to have to get up and go, and it's damned cold out there. Uncle Roger, has this alleged Lyle-Mick given you specific information about Teresa's unborn child? About its future role in the galactic milieu? Oh, Dennis, go away. Leave me alone. Withdraw your EE. I'm sick, and I'm going to get sicker. If you've any sense of decency— Yes, of course, I'm sorry. But I'll be back, Uncle Roger. I want to hear more about your family ghost. Go! I croaked, and started struggling frantically into my half-frozen outer clothes. I made it outside in time, but just barely. The rest of the night was an intestinal nightmare, and I remember very little of the next day's journey up the steep ledges. I suspect the ghost helped me along, for my poor body retaliated against the sudden influx of rich food with an even more sudden outflux. I couldn't even retain the oatmeal cakes. I didn't dare make camp at dusk. If I stopped hiking, I knew I'd never start again. Viewed partially through my ultrasense, the snow seemed to glow once night fell, and I was able to see well enough. It was impossible to get lost. All I had to do was keep crawling up Ape Canyon, and eventually I would make it home. My guts finally calmed down, although I was still unable to even think of eating any food. The cold was diabolical, and after a while I couldn't feel my feet. I slogged on mindlessly, grasping saplings to pull myself up the steep incline, sometimes even having to use a rope, trying not to trip over my snowshoes or fall down too many times beneath my back-breaking load. And then, when I was starting to hallucinate, seeing Teresa, dressed in her Queen of the Night Opera costume, come toward me with a steaming chalice of hot tea with brandy and honey in it, I finally reached Ape Lake. Up there on the flat ice, the Arctic wind blasted straight into my face with full gale force. I groaned aloud. Less than a kilometer to go, but I couldn't possibly make it. I fell to my knees on the wind-swept ice, tried to get up, and failed. Lying there with my face turned away from the howling wind of the rapidly approaching storm and the terrible weight of the pack off my shoulders, I was too far gone even to think of appealing to the ghost. I felt that I was beginning to warm up at last. I would sleep for a little, then continue on. Teresa wouldn't mind waiting a while longer. Just a little while. I saw her face, so very, very beautiful. But was it really Teresa? Or was it another woman, a woman from long ago, with strawberry blonde hair and eyes of a blue so pale that they were almost silver, a woman who had once awakened me to love, whom I had also awakened, whom I had pledged myself to, and then stupidly rejected, love poisoned by my wounded pride? Was it Teresa? Or was it Teresa Kendall's grandmother, Elaine Donovan? "Is that you, Elaine?" "It's me, Rogie." "What are you doing here?" "I've come for you." "That's thoughtful of you, but I can't get up, you know." "Yes, you can. Come." All right, Elaine. Come with me. That's the way. Come, it's not far to go." "Elaine, I didn't dare speak to you at Paul and Teresa's wedding. I hoped you didn't see me there on the stage of the Met in the mob. But I saw you, and knew that I had never stopped loving you. Oh, Elaine." Come with me." "You looked so young. They said you had been one of the first to try the rejuvenation technology. I'm glad that I never saw you old. Elaine, Elaine. Now you need never grow old. And here you are with me." "Come. It's only a little way now, Rogie. Dear Rogie." "Elaine, do you love me too?" Come. "But do you love me?" Come. "Elaine, are you dead? Are we both dead? Where are you taking me?" Come. I opened my eyes and saw the beams and close-set poles of the cabin ceiling. It was night and the lamps were on. I was on my bunk, warm at last, my body inside a down sleeping bag, my head wrapped in soft white fur. My face was painful, so were my feet. The stove roared softly. I could smell coffee and freshly baked sourdough bread. And roasting meat. None of it made any sense. I closed my eyes again and seemed to open them almost instantly as the cabin door swung wide, admitting a blast of icy air and swirling snowflakes, then slammed shut. "Elaine," I mumbled. There was a multiple thud as heavy things hit the floor, a bucket of snow and an armload of wood. She came running to me, making little mewing sounds of concern when she realized she was exuding cold. She stepped back and peeled off her snowy outer garments, dropping them in front of the stove. "Not Elaine. Teresa." "You're awake. Oh, thank God. You've slept for nearly 20 hours. I thought you'd gone into some kind of coma. How do you feel? I brought back all the meat you were carrying before the storm hit us. It's wonderful. Can you smell it roasting? And I have your pack and the rifle and all your equipment safe, too. It took me 3 trips down the lake to bring it all, and then the blizzard started, and it's been continuing ever since. Oh, Rogie, we were so worried." "How did I get back here?" She came to kneel beside the bed. Her hair, escaping frowsily from its ponytail after being crushed beneath her parka hood, was dark and not strawberry blonde. The eyes, watering slightly from the intense cold outside, and perhaps from some other emotion as well, were hazel green and not silvery blue. "I heard you out on the lake. Your mind was calling very loudly, and I knew you were in dreadful trouble, so I dressed and took a flashlight and went after you. Once I got down the slope and onto the ice, it wasn't too hard going. The wind had blown away most of the deep snow. I found you near the Ape Creek outflow, nearly covered with drifted snow, and took off your pack and your snowshoes. You were conscious, but you seemed to be delirious. You called me by my grandmother's name." "I remember." You were too weak to get up. I knew you'd freeze to death if you stayed there, so I began to drag you along the ice, but I was able to go only a little way before I had to stop. You were too heavy, and I didn't know what else to do. So I asked Jack to coerce you." "Coerce me?" She nodded. "And he did. And you walked the rest of the way and fell onto the bed." She smiled and shrugged. "I undressed you and warmed you up, then went out for the meat and equipment before the blizzard began, and that's all there was to it." I lifted my arms to her, and she hugged me tightly, and I whispered, "Thank you. Both of you." She took one of my hands and guided it solemnly to her distended belly. "I've explained to him very carefully all that you've done for us, how good and unselfish you are. He won't hide from you any more. If you want to, he'll speak to you. He'd like to learn to love you." I said, "Baby? Jack? Dijon?" The cabin and its furnishings seemed to fade away, and I was surrounded by a strange light of the deepest carmine red. I heard a symphony of sound. A double time beat played on 2 giant timpani, an accompanying fluid rustle adorned with small peeps and squeaks, slow periodic gusts of wind. I tasted something that was sweet, salty, bitter, felt lapped in warmth, comforted, shielded. My own heart seemed to catch on fire as the other mind touched me, came joyfully into me. I saw him, and he saw me. His eyes were enormous and wide open and aware. He was serenely afloat, tiny hands clasped, a perfectly formed, unborn baby boy. Perfect. Perfect. He said, "Rogie," and let me know him. Chapter 22. Swaffham, Abbas, Cambridgeshire, England, Earth, 7 December, 2051. Adrian Remillard had had no idea why Professor Anna Goris-Skvadza was so anxious to see him. She had forespoken him in mid-morning, New Hampshire time, and asked him to have dinner with her that evening, if it was at all possible. Adrian was rushing to complete his portion of an extensive revision of his father's textbook, Metaconcert Structure and Template Programming, its looming deadline being the reason he and Dennis had stayed behind on Earth when the rest of the family left for Concilium Orb. He definitely did not have any time to spare for a chin-wag with an old family friend, not even one so beloved as Daddy Anushka, so named by Adrian when he was a toddler, unable to pronounce doctor, and she was a visiting fellow at Dartmouth's physics department. Anna adored the 7 Remillard children with the fervor of a woman unable to have any of her own, and as a frequent guest she had introduced them to homemade Russian ice cream and other unforgettable ethnic treats. Adrian pleaded the press of urgent work when she called. He had only 3 days left to finish his section of the book before he and Dennis were scheduled to leave Earth themselves. Couldn't he and Daddy Anushka get together when they were all in Orb, when there would be all the time in the world for lengthy discussion? Or perhaps whatever was on her mind could be talked about right now. But Anna said, "I must see you in person immediately, Adrian. Please, I beg of you, I would not make such a request if the matter were not of the most paramount importance." So he took off at once in his egg, and 3 hours later met her for a quick supper at the windmill. The pub was not far from the Institute for Dynamic Field Studies, where Anna worked, situated in a little village northeast of Cambridge. Although she greeted him with a hearty Russian hug and kiss, her rejuvenated face had a drawn look. She was clearly very much keyed up and apprehensive, betraying deep anxiety in spite of determined efforts to shield her emotional state. She would not talk about her important business in a public place, especially not one like the windmill, filled with operant scientists champing sandwiches and cottage pie and swilling old ale. The discussion must wait until they went to her laboratory after the meal. There, she told him, they could converse behind the secure shelter of a mind-proof Sigma field, and be sure that no one on Earth overheard them. Adrian's eyes widened at that. He said, "For heaven's sake, Daddy." But she would say no more until he finished eating. Then they went out of the cozy pub into the winter night. A bitter wind was blowing off the frozen fens, but it was only a short walk to the IDFS complex. Following Anna's instruction, Adrian had left his rowcraft in the crowded car park of the pub. When they were away from the centre of the village, Anna said, "Do you know that Davy McGregor's wife has died?" "Yes. Paul Farr spoke the news to Papa, and he told me. It's a terrible thing. Margaret and Davy seemed so happy together. I understand that Davy is devastated by her suicide." Anna took Adrian's arm as they crossed the road and entered a side lane. "Davy forspoke me early this morning with further details of the investigation. The magistratum did find incinerated human elemental remains consonant with a woman of her mass, including gold and alloy metals equal to the weight of her wedding ring. And her aura is extinct, as far as the Crondock comparators can determine. She certainly isn't within 1,000 light-years of Orb. The magistratum is prepared to declare her legally dead, but the verdict will remain open." But she left a suicide note. The note was in her handwriting and had her fingerprints and DNA traces on it. But Davy is convinced that she never would have taken her own life. He thinks she was coerced to write the note, then was murdered in the same mysterious way that Brett McAllister was, by the person who attacked her at Dartmouth on Halloween. Davy told me he suspects that the killer is a member of the Remillard family, perhaps even Paul himself. Adrian halted in his tracks, looking down at the Russian physicist. She wore a long faux fur coat and hat, which combined with her stocky build to lend her a roly-poly teddy-bear aspect that belied the brutal words she had just spoken. This dear old woman had known him and his family for over 40 years, but she was more than a friend. She was also the director of the Department of Sigma Studies of Cambridge University, and not one prone to vaporous fancies. Adrian asked, "But what motive could any of us Remillards have?" Some magnate designates of my acquaintance believe that the only conceivable motive for Brett's murder was his opposition to his wife's serving on the Concilium. Once he was dead, Catherine acquiesced. And now we have Davy as the only one opposing Paul for the position of first magnate. Davy is too powerful an operant to attack with impunity. But this murderer, if Davy is right and Margaret was murdered, might well have thought that Davy would be so distraught with grief after Margaret's death that he would give up the candidacy. You know, of course, that Davy's own mother was murdered by an anti-operant fanatic years before the intervention took place, and losing his first wife, Sybil, just after Will was born, crippled him emotionally for 30 years. They began walking again, and soon they entered the IDFS complex with its scattered large buildings. The east wind raked the expanse of frost-silvered grass and strummed the leafless black poplars lining the drive. "This murderer can't be one of my family," Adrian said. "I'd stake my life on it." "Would you?" Her tone was as cold as the rising gale. "No doubt the magistratum would agree with you. They subjected all of you to mental probing after Brett McAllister was killed, and they were forced to exonerate you. Nevertheless, you say that Davy believes that a Remillard killed his wife and Brett. Has the magistratum taken any cognizance of his notion?" "Davy has accused no one, officially. He may be wild with grief, but he still has sense enough not to precipitate a scandal that might disrupt the Concilium inauguration. Nevertheless, you must agree that if the two deaths are connected, the human polity is placed in a frightful position. The Remillards are called the first family of metapsychology, for a very good reason. All of you have positions of influence and power. And if one is a calculating killer—" "No one in my family could have done such a thing. I know them too well." "My dear Andriushka, you are hardly without prejudice." Her tone softened, and perhaps, as you say, Davy's suspicions are unfounded. But if he is right, it is my considered opinion that there is only one Remillard whose innocence is utterly unassailable, one who could not possibly have killed Margaret, and by implication did not kill Brett either. You. No one could have coerced Margaret Strayhorn to write a suicide note over a distance of 4,000 light-years, much less coerce her to jump into a waste destructor. You were here on Earth when she died, ergo you are not the killer. She smiled at him. Besides, I know you, my dear little Andriushka, that I dandled on my knee. I know you are good-hearted and honest and unselfish. I know you do not blindly accept the dictates of the galactic milieu as Paul and Anne do. And you are not quite as bedazzled by your younger brother's undoubted brilliance as your older siblings often are. Adrian only shook his head. They walked on for a while in silence. Then he asked, "Why did you want me to come here?" "I must put a very important proposal to you, one that I had intended to postpone speaking of until much later. But circumstances have changed, and it is appropriate to present it to you now." "What is this proposal?" "First, let me tell you that there has been a great scientific breakthrough at Cambridge, which the exotics are as yet unaware of. The discoverers have kept it under wraps, feeling it would not be politic to reveal it until after humanity has been granted full milieu citizenship, and exotics no longer control the law enforcement bodies. I will tell you about it very shortly, so there is no need for you to coerce it out of me." Adrian was stung by her evident mistrust. Dari Anushka, do you really think I would do such a thing? I wasn't sure, she replied calmly. If you were more loyal to the milieu than to your own human race, you might. They pressed on without speaking, and without communicating mentally, Adrian at a loss to understand Anna's imputations against his siblings. And what was this about a mysterious breakthrough? It was a serious breach of professional ethics not to publish news of important scientific discoveries immediately. If Anna, normally so conscientious, had colluded in a cover-up, she must have had an extraordinarily good reason for doing so. What in hell was going on? At last, when Adrian was nearly half frozen in his light windbreaker jacket, they reached a wing of the extensive Sigma Studies laboratory. Anna doffed a glove and put her thumb on the heated lock-pad of a side door. It swung open. Inside, the mock medieval structure was warm, silent, and brightly lit, its corridors deserted. "No one is working here tonight," Anna said. "I made certain of that. Being the director of an establishment has advantages as well as responsibilities." They came to a door marked "Experiment in Progress. Absolutely no admittance," which she also thumbed open. Beyond was a rather small, windowless room, clogged with equipment and haywired power cables. The air carried a faint odor of ozone, and the floor looked as though it hadn't been swept in weeks. In the center of the room, where there was a cleared space, two rickety old wooden folding chairs stood before a small, very businesslike control console. A piece of apparatus suspended from an electric hoist hung about 2 meters above the console. Anna slipped out of her furry coat and tossed it aside. Beckoning Adrian to join her, she sat down on one of the chairs and began working at the controls. "Is this the new ultra-thought-proof Sigma generator?" he asked, indicating the gadgetry that dangled just above his head. He sat down beside her and let his deep sight tour the circuitry of the device at lightning speed. It was very compact, and obviously more sophisticated by several orders of magnitude than the mechanical privacy screens that had already been in use for many decades in the milieu. None of those were secure against the probing of a Grand Master operant, human, a Krondaku, or the more powerful minds among the Symbiari. Before Adrian had finished analyzing the new generator, the lights in the room suddenly went dim, and it seemed as if they sat inside a dome of darkly transparent glass. "The field is quite gas-permeable, so we can't possibly suffocate," Anna said, taking her hands from the control pads and sitting back with a suddenly relaxed air. "And, as you see, it's not light-opaque like the earlier screens. No more claustrophobic feeling." She reached out and tapped the superficies with one knuckle. "Impermeable to solids and liquids, though, and alleged to be proof against the thoughts of even a Grand Master like you. Care to give it a test? There's a coffee machine on that bench in the corner. See if you can PK it into operation. Do your best, my dear. I could use a cuppa." Obediently, Adrian exerted his psychokinetic metafunction, a faculty much prized by operant children, but unappreciated by milieu intellectuals, both human and exotic. An adult, especially a powerful adult, who used his PK blatantly, risked being labeled a case of arrested development. Still, the odd bit of mental prestidigitation sometimes had its uses. But not evidently inside Anna's newly designed Sigma field. "That's very good," Adrian conceded. "Tried to hit the button on Mr. Coffee with every erg I could crank and got nowhere. Is this screen your great scientific achievement?" "Good heavens, no." She was staring at him with a strange expression that combined hopefulness and fear. "The existence of this new Sigma technology is well known in the field, if not to the general public. No, our truly important breakthrough is something quite different, not even officially connected with the IDFS. I will tell you about it, show it to you, after we have discussed the reason why I asked you to come to England." Heroically, Adrian restrained his impatience. "Very well." Anna's hands, bare of rings and with the nails cut short, were laced tightly in her lap now. She stared at them as she began to speak. "I am, I suppose, a moderately important person. I have made a few good contributions to dynamic field physics, and I have exerted a certain professional and public influence that must have impressed the exotic preceptors, since they have nominated me to be a magnate of the Concilium. Still, if I should die tomorrow, it would be no great loss. There are at least 5 others in this institute who are as deserving as I of the honour the milieu has seen fit to bestow on me." She lifted her eyes to meet his and continued quietly. "And I would die, my dear Adrian. That is, I would take my life, rather than reveal the secret I intend to share with you tonight. I know in my heart that you would not do anything to harm or compromise me. But if you betray me, I will have no other recourse than death. I tell you this so that you will know the depth of my commitment. A commitment that I think you will want to share." Alarm surged up in Adrian's mind. What the hell was she leading up to? Her mental barriers had abruptly fallen, and something unusual and very dangerous waited just beyond her passive vestibulum, daring him to inspect it. But he could not. Whatever this great mystery was, the responsibility for revealing it would have to be hers. "No, Anushka, you'll have to speak. I won't take this from you." She nodded. "Very well. A long time ago, you were at a large party. Everyone was drinking heavily, and thoughts that ordinarily are kept carefully sequestered were flying about like the proverbial bats out of hell. The burden of those thoughts was resentment against the Symbiare proctorship, against the exotic domination of Earth, even though we humans had agreed, in principle, to endure whatever hardships were necessary to prepare ourselves for full citizenship in the galactic milieu. You were as drunk as the rest, and you spoke your mind with considerable vehemence, saying that we might be making a great mistake accepting the constraints of a civilization engendered by exotics. You said, among other things, that we were still ignorant of the very essence of the milieu, that ineffable unity so prized by the non-humans, which seems so contrary to human nature and to our cherished sanctity of the individual." "I did say that," Adrian admitted, "and I still have the same doubts. But lately I've been too busy with other matters to stew over them, and some of the studies by our xenologists and philosophers have led me to believe that unity might perhaps not be the bugaboo it seemed to be. But—" Anna held up a restraining hand. "What would you say if I told you that there exists a small group of highly placed operants, including myself, who are convinced that humanity's future best interests lie outside the galactic milieu?" Adrian said quietly, "I think I might agree with you. In the short term, we need the exotics very much. In the long term, why shouldn't we be independent, especially independent of this troubling unity thing? I admit that I don't understand it, but it scares the hell out of me. It seems to have a different effect on different races, and it's certainly a more subtle thing than the hive mentality analogues the non-operant alarmists are so afraid of. I'm an American, Anushka, and we value our liberty above almost everything else in the world. Anything that threatens that freedom goes against our national spirit, which is why our people give the Symbiare proctorship such a hard time. What those exotics did, whipping us into shape, was nothing more or less than despotism, exerted with the best possible motives. I've had to ask myself if the unity might be tyranny of a worse kind, something that we wouldn't even recognize as an abridgment of liberty, a kind of slavery that we'd welcome, that would make us very peaceful and contented, transforming our minds into something that isn't human at all. And we'd never realize what had been done to us, because we'd already be happily caught in the trap. Forever." Anna took both his hands in hers. He was still her little Andriushka, keen as a razor, always questioning, never quite willing to take anything at face value. His hair, disheveled by the windy walk, was a dark tangle, and his rather plain face, with its small moustache, was pale and strained. He was only 40 years old, a loving husband and father, with extraordinary talents and a long life of public service lying ahead of him. Did she have the right to ask him to be a party to a conspiracy against an organization that had given humanity the stars? But their little group needed him so badly, especially now, on the eve of humanity's admittance into milieu citizenship. He would certainly be part of the human polity's inner circle of power, one of the operant elite. He, more readily than any of the rest of their little cabal, would be able to determine whether the milieu and its unity were as dangerous as her instincts prompted her to believe. Adrian, my dear, I have an invitation for you. I will only extend it once. This is why I called you here, so I could make this offer to you before you became a magnate. So, if you wished, you could take the oath to uphold the milieu with a mental reservation, and feel justified in conscience if later you decide to repudiate that oath. If you refuse my invitation, you will have a very perilous secret to keep, and my life will also be in your hands. I will not permit myself to be used to confirm the existence of anti-milieu operants, much less betray them. She took a deep breath, released his hands, and sat up straight in her chair. Adrian, would you consider joining with me and with other magnate designates, whose sworn aim is the liberation of humanity from the galactic milieu? We plan no immediate rebellious activities, nor do we advocate violence. We intend to bring about the severance in a lawful manner when the time is fully ripe, and with no harm done to the exotics. Will you join us? He had lowered his head as she committed herself. Now he faced her squarely again. Anna, in my heart, I've always believed that human beings must be allowed to pursue their own destiny, in freedom. The whole unity question has bothered me for years. I never dreamed that there was organized operant opposition to the milieu. Now that you've told me that there is, and that the movement has your support, I feel strongly inclined to join you. But I have to warn you about something that may make it impossible for your people to accept me. We Remillards are different from other operants, stronger, especially in coercivity and redaction and creativity. Even the exotics are beginning to suspect it. They can't get the truth out of us by mind-probing. We're too powerful. The milieu magistratum bases its entire jurisprudence upon the infallibility of the Crondoc Symbiare technique of mind-probing. But we're above it. This is why you may be right about one of my family being a murderer. I wasn't being straightforward with you before. The forensic mental examination of our family members after Brett's murder supposedly exonerated us. In reality, it proved nothing, because we are all capable of concealing our innermost thoughts from the strongest probes the exotics are able to inflict. We've admitted the possibility among ourselves that one of us might be a killer, and we're trying to deal with it. You say that you're satisfied I'm not a murderer, but if you accept me into your group, you can never be certain of my loyalty. I'm sure you've probed the motivations of each other, but you'll never be able to mind-ream me. So probably it would be best if I decline your invitation, with grateful thanks, before you disclose any compromising information, such as the identity of your associates. I'll never reveal anything of this conversation we've had tonight, most especially not to any other Remillard. But I don't see how you and your friends can risk having me as part of your group. I am already aware of the difficulty you just mentioned. The Remillard dynasty and its preeminent mind powers are seen by my group as part of the overall problem. However, we need ascertain only one thing of you. Are you or are you not telling the truth when you respond to our pledge of loyalty? We need not probe your invincible mind for detailed information. All we need is a single indication of affirmation or denial. He laughed sadly. You couldn't even be sure of getting that. Yes, we can. My other secret, the scientific breakthrough that I spoke of earlier, is in Cambridge University's Department of Cerebroenergetics. 2 of my fellow conspirators have finally developed the first true mechanical mind probe. They did not want the Symbiare Magistratum to have this additional weapon to use against humanity, so they agreed to suppress the discovery until after the end of the proctorship. Good God! And it would even work on somebody like me? The psychoassay device is crude as yet. It indicates only truth or non-truth, as primitive lie detectors in use long ago attempted to do. Our machine works on completely different principles, of course, analyzing the total brainwave spectrum. None of the operants we have experimented upon and several of them have been Grand Master coercers, have been able to defeat it. She opened the door to a compartment in the base of the console and took out a black box of modest size. Attached to it by a cable was a device resembling a Baroque headset, which she handed to Adrian. He examined it with fascination. Smiling, she lifted her hands in a wry Slavic gesture. My fellow metapsychic rebels and I have all submitted to this mechanical inquisitor within the past month. I have been instructed to ask if you will do so as well. Willingly. Let me put it on you, then. After some minutes of adjustment, the headpiece was finally in place, with a number of very fine needles sticking uncomfortably into Adrian's scalp. It will render you unconscious for a brief moment, she warned. This happens as the reading is taken. The effect is harmless. Go ahead. She stood before him, the black box with its controls and display held in one hand, while the other poised above the device's keypad. He felt a preliminary tingle as the thing was energized. Then, Adrian Remillard, she asked softly, are you willing to rebel against the galactic milieu, putting the welfare of the human race before that of a galactic civilization? Yes, he said, and a thunderclap of blackness seemed to crush him. When he came to himself, Anna was smiling with tears in her eyes as she removed the device from his head. A moment later, she switched off the sigma field. The dome of transparent dimness vanished, and several men and women suddenly entered the little laboratory and gathered in a nervous, expectant group. Adrian grinned at them as he fingered the residually painful needle pricks. My fellow conspirators, I presume? He knew 3 of them already. Both Hiroshi Kodama and Cordelia Warszawska were prominent intended associates, and Alan Sagvadze was Anna's nephew, who worked in row field research at the IDFS. Anna introduced the others. Owen Blanchard is an Upsilon field researcher and president of the Academy of Commercial Astrogation. Jordan Kramer and Gerrit van Wyk are psychophysicists at the university, largely responsible for the development of the device that just treated you so unkindly. Ragnar Gathen is a senior captain in the Civil Interstellar Force. There are 2 more of us who could not be here tonight. One is Ragnar's sister, Oljana, pilot of the superluminal starship CSS Schlaraffenlanta, on which we are all scheduled to embark for Orb in a few days. She's also Alan's wife. The other member of the group is Will McGregor, Davy's son, who is already in Orb with his father. We have high hopes that Davy himself may someday be willing to join us. In the meantime, we are all campaigning on his behalf in the contest for First Magnate, since he is known to be sympathetic to our pro-human point of view, if not to our ultimate aim. We are most gratified to have you with us, Hiroshi Kodama said, bowing as he took Adrian's hand. May we hope that you will also become a champion of human rights in the Concilium. Those of us who are magnate designates have vowed to promulgate racial autonomy in open debate with pro-milieu humans such as your brother Paul, just as soon as it is prudent to do so. Well, I'll do my damnedest, Adrian said, and then he paused for a moment as a startling thought entered his mind. But the person we really need in this fight won't be able to join the group for quite a few years, and I'm not talking about Davy. I know someone whose mind is better than Davy's, better even than Paul's. And he's pro-human to the core of his soul. Who might this paragon be? Cordelia Warszawska asked, a trifle dubiously. He's only a kid now, Adrian said. But when he grows up, watch out, milieu. I'm talking about Paul's son Mark. What a leader he'd make for this rebellion of ours. Chapter 23. Sector 15, star 15-000-001, Telonis, Planet 1, Concilium Orb. Galactic year, La Prime 1-387-584, 24 December, 2051. The 4 members of the Lylmic supervisory body, wearing their material bodies and also cloaked in mental disguise, walked unnoticed among the crowds on the central promenade of the planetoid. People of all races had come out to celebrate, or do ethnological research, and the first impromptu Christmas Eve in Orb was acknowledged by almost everyone to be a great success. One wishes that the supervisory body had thought to have the Concilium inauguration a bit later in the Galactic year, Noetic Concordance said, her handsome ebony face showing a trace of regret. We showed a lamentable lack of sensitivity in scheduling it, so that the poor humans would be obliged to be away from their home worlds during one of their most important holidays. Well, the Poltroyans and the Guy have atoned for our inadvertent solecism, Homologus Trend said. He neatly dodged a group of merrymakers being pursued by a white-sheeted figure topped with the skull of a horse, which was doing its best to bite people. Trust those two races to be perfervid sentimentalists, said Eupathic Impulse. But one must admit that the gesture was an admirable one under the circumstances, and it must have involved a considerable search of the ethnological databanks. What a surprise to find this fantastic scene sprung up overnight on the promenade, said Asymptotic Essence, shaking her head in bemusement. But one seems to recall that the element of surprise is traditionally part of the Christmas season. The humans certainly seem overjoyed at the gesture, especially the little children. The entire circular park area surrounding the great Galactic Concilium chamber had been transformed into a holiday fairgrounds dedicated to the Earth's celebration, and the Poltroyans and Guy had outdone themselves in making the spectacle as cosmopolitan and authentic as possible. There were even fireworks going off near the Symbiare concourse. The most prominent exhibition was a grove of gigantic Christmas trees, each done in a different human national style, fancifully decorated and sparkling with lights. One recollects that the illuminated tree with its ornaments was originally a German custom, Noetic Concordance remarked, but by the time of the intervention virtually every ethnic group on earth, even non-Christians, had adopted some variant of it, together with the celebration of Christmas itself, which was transformed from a purely religious commemoration into a secular holiday, embodying the universal elements of gift-giving, feasting, conviviality, and family togetherness. Prancing troops of goggle-eyed Guy, dressed in red or green velvet tunics trimmed with white fur and wearing pointed hats with white pompons, circulated among the crowd of tree admirers, handing out candy canes, satsuma oranges, cookies, sugar plums, fruit-cake, gingerbread men, marzipan fruits, and other goodies. "Look, Mamushka!" cried one little girl who had just been given a sugar pretzel by a simpering Guy. "It's Big Bird, just like on the Tri-D." "A favourite nursery school fantasy character, one assumes," Trend murmured to his colleagues. "How thoughtful of the Guy to put clothes on for the festivities, even if it makes the dear things look sillier than ever." "One is what one is," said Asymptotic Essence. But the others had not failed to notice that she had arranged the straight black hair of her body's head into an elegant coiffure for this evening's jaunt, and created a striking oriental dress of emerald hue to complete the effect. "Why, the prime entelechy!" Eupathic Impulse pointed to an elaborate assemblage of Poltroyans, which had attracted a particularly large crowd of spectators in an area just beyond the trees. "What would one call that?" "One perceives that this is a reenactment of a Neapolitan Principio," Noetic Concordance said, after a fast consultation of Orb's historical records, "an ornate folkloric interpretation of the Nativity Manger myth. Such scenes are popular among practicing Christians, particularly the Italians. This particular style includes anachronistic Italian villagers of Earth's 18th century, mixed in with the angels, the three wise men, and the other traditional figures. The originals were sumptuous miniatures, often hand-carved by the nobles of Naples themselves, and dressed in beautiful costumes enhanced with real lace, precious metals, and jewels. The Poltroyans have simply scaled the Principio up a bit, turning it into a tableau vivant." The four Lyelmic entities moved on through the crush of spectators, now and then accepting some item of Christmas food from Guy or Poltroyans in costume. Most of the latter were dressed as diminutive avatars of Santa Claus. "If one looks about," Concordance said, "one may discern Poltroyans dressed to represent a multitude of different aspects of the elderly male giver of gifts. The French personage is called Père Noël, and in Britain he would be known as Father Christmas. Over yonder we see an exemplar of Grandfather Frost, traditional to Russia and the Ukraine, and often assisted by a female dressed in white, sometimes called the Snow Maiden. The Chinese character is named Old Man Christmas. Some Japanese favor Santa Claus, while for others the gift-giver is the jolly god Hotei-Osho, who is said to have eyes in the back of his head, so he can see if children have been bad or good. "Kurisumasu o merito," cried the lavender-faced Santa Kurosu, mistaking asymptotic essence for a Japanese woman and giving her a little orange. "Osewa-sama deshita," Essence said, bowing. "That interesting variant over yonder is known in Poland as the Starman," Concordance continued, perhaps representing the survival of a pagan deity adopted by Christians through association with the Star of Bethlehem. In many nations, St. Nicholas, a generous ecclesiastic, is the yearly gift-giver, and he may or may not be associated with the Christmas celebration. Sinterklaas, the Dutch St. Nicholas, from whom the now archetypal Santa Claus was derived, is depicted by that entity over there, wearing the bishop's costume. Note that he is attended by a shadow figure, in this case called Black Peter, who once would have delivered punishment to bad children rather than gifts. The motif of punishment contrasted to reward is a common one in the gift-giver myth, although in modern days all human children are considered to be good at Christmas time. In parts of Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, gifts are distributed by an angelic impersonator of the Christ child himself, Christkindl, or Kris Kringle, also accompanied by a demonic sidekick. And look there, in the Scandinavian countries, Christmas presents come from gnomish creatures such as those, called Julnisse, Jultomten, and Julisven, displaying a more obvious derivation from non-Christian traditions. The four Lyelmic supervisors paused at another well-attended theatrical spectacle, a quaint dwelling situated amidst artificial ice and snow, from which numbers of Poltroyans dressed as elves carried gaily wrapped presents to a waiting sleigh harnessed to 8 small quadrupeds. "The one in the red suit, white beard and black boots, is the most typical representation of Santa Claus," said Concordance. "So numinous and so well publicized has this originally North American figure become that he is rapidly replacing the other gift-givers in most parts of the human polity. He has, of course, no religious significance whatsoever." Suddenly the small children in the crowd began to shout with excitement. "Look there," Homologous Trend pointed out. "That elf character is bringing out another robotic animal to harness up ahead of the octet. What an unattractive thing! Is it meant to be a mutant? Now, it can't possibly represent an actual creature." "That," said Concordance with a sigh, "is Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, the invention of a minor American writer named Robert May. The infinite only knows why the beast has become firmly ensconced as part of the Christmas myth. One would not dream of boring one's fellow entities with a pathetic fable of Rudolph, which is basically a distortion of the ugly duckling motif. Let it suffice to say that human children's fondness for Rudolph indicates an inherent darkness in their psyches." "Nonsense," said a cheerful mind-voice, with which they were all too familiar. "Greetings, Unifex," said the four supervisors. The oldest of them all, wearing human disguise with considerably more flair than his fellow entities, joined them from among the noisy throng where the Poltroyan elves were now leading the children, and many of the human adults, in a Rudolphian carol of excruciating banality. With his twinkling grey eyes and rosy cheeks, his smartly barbered white beard and hair, and his well-cut maroon three-piece suit with a sprig of holly in the buttonhole, atoning Unifex might have served as the prototype for Santa Claus as boulevardier. He even flourished a matching top-hat. "Shall we move on?" Unifex suggested. "The music is much better further along the promenade, where the Brits and the Germans have got together with some Guy wassailers." "One hoped you would soon make an appearance," Impulse said, his face gone stiff as he tried to prevent the balky musculature from betraying intimations of disapproval. His face was caucasoid, and he was dressed in a fashionable cape and suit of gunmetal and coral lumachine. His fellow-male, Trend, who was brown-skinned, wore a lounge suit of charcoal worsted, with a pink shirt and a paisley tie. 2 urgent matters require the consideration of this Lyelmic supervisory body, Impulse continued. But with the first supervisor incommunicado, I've had business of my own to attend to, but I'm ready to give you my full attention right now. Isn't this a grand Christmas fete? One must remember to congratulate the Guy and the Poltroyans. They paused before an open-air stage where the Nutcracker ballet was being staged by human dancers, accompanied by an orchestra of exotics. Unifex frowned slightly as he studied the performance. The Maurice Sendak setting? Yes, I think so. Please, urged Impulse. There has been another ghastly murder. Margaret Strayhorn, a magnate designate and the wife of David Somerled McGregor, was killed by some unknown entity right here in our own orb. A note written by the deceased stated that she was committing suicide. The magistratum has declined, with good reason, to confirm this verdict. Asymptotic Essence said, There is a well-founded suspicion that a person who made a previous attempt upon Margaret Strayhorn's life did, in fact, finally kill her, and the perpetrator of the earlier attack utilized the same peculiar life-force draining technique seen in the murder of Brett McAllister. Are there any viable suspects? Unifex asked, not taking his eyes from the stage, where the terrible Mouse King was menacing Clara. Officially, no, said homologous Trend. Many humans believe that Orb is full of mechanical surveillance equipment. As we know, this is not so. We have no way of knowing exactly how Margaret Strayhorn died. The Crondock judicial evaluator in charge of the case suggested that certain members of the Remillard family resident in the planetoid at the time of the killing be interrogated rigorously. We vetoed this on the grounds that insufficient evidence exists to warrant the drastic procedure, which would seriously violate the sovereign dignity and prestige of the examinees. Quite right, Unifex agreed. Asymptotic Essence allowed a grimace of frustration to touch her porcelain features. And besides, the forensic redactors probably wouldn't get the truth out of the Remillards anyway. Also true, said Unifex. In the ballet, Clara had hurled her slipper at the Mouse King, and the toy soldiers were finally winning the battle. Then what's your problem? The 4 of them exuded astonished disapprobation. One knows very well, Essence exclaimed shrilly. One is being deliberately obtuse. One is once again subscribing nodally to a proleptic peculiarity in the human sexturnian. Why does one persist in treating us in this dreadfully arrogant fashion? Unifex patted the outraged entity gently on her shoulder. One really must not let the female hormones in one's physical body contravene straight thinking. What are you suggesting? That we Lyelmic should take over the investigation, and perhaps psycho-creatively dissect the brains of the Remillards to see whether any of them had a hand in the murder? It seems to be the only way one might resolve the impasse. Essence drew away from the Overlord's touch, pretending to adjust her green gown. Here we have a crime of the utmost gravity, committed right under our virtual noses, and we can't do a thing to assist the magistratum in nabbing the perpetrator. No, Unifex agreed, we can't. I'm irrevocably opposed to Lyelmic intervention at this time. Be assured that forbearance is the best course. One is certain of it. David Somerled McGregor decided yesterday that he would not withdraw as a candidate for First Magnate, said Trend. His life could also be in danger, if the motivation for Margaret Strayhorn's murder involved discouraging him from opposing Paul Remillard. This is the other important matter we wish to consult you upon. There is undoubtedly a risk of further violence, Unifex admitted. But Davy is a Grand Master coercer. If he keeps his wits about him, and he will, the killer won't be able to touch him. Trust me. The 4 entities retreated behind mental barricades, but they could not control the reproachful expressions their faces assumed. In the ballet, the orchestra announced the transformation of the homely toy nutcracker into a handsome prince. We must trust, Noetic Concordance declared in a resigned tone, even though it is plain to us that one knows the identity of the killer. Then one isn't going to do a thing about it, cried Asymptotic Essence. Unifex calmly regarded the 2 Lyelmic in female form. There are times when inaction is necessary, for the good of the greater reality. Essence, her black eyes blazing, said, But poor Margaret is dead, you cold-hearted creature. Yes, and poor Davy is alive. For now that suffices. He turned and began to walk away. "I always felt that the choreography of this pas de deux lacked a certain je ne sais quoi. I think I'll catch the last of the Messiah before Cardinal Bogatyreff begins midnight mass." Mark tracked down his younger sisters and little brother at the Greek Christmas simulation, where Poltroyans, hideously costumed as Galactic subterranean goblins, were laying siege to a family of human actors attempting to enjoy a holiday meal in a mid-19th century cottage. The little horrors were hairy and deformed, and came riding in on misshapen small robot horses and gigantic chickens. Their leader, who arrived limping on foot at the end of the demonic procession, had a grotesquely swollen horned head with a lolling tongue and red eyes, and disproportionately large genitals. He introduced himself to the squealing juvenile spectators as Koutsa and vowed that he was going to deflower all of the young girls inside the cottage, and then the ones in the audience as well. Marie and Maddie giggled, while young Luke growled, "I don't see what this has to do with Christmas." A gang of Kalakansaroi swarmed onto the cottage roof and went down the chimney. Once inside the house, they terrorized the residents by pissing into the hearth fire and then jumping onto the backs of the adults and forcing them to caper about and dance madly. In Greek folklore, Mark explained aloofly, it was believed that the world was supported by a great tree. These demons supposedly work all year long to cut it down, but are finally thwarted by the birth of Christ, or perhaps originally by the nativity of some ancient god, at which time the tree repairs itself and grows strong again. The frustrated imps surge up from the underworld and try to take revenge upon humans during the 12 days of Christmas, but they are always driven off by the appropriate folk magic. The children of the besieged homestead were attacking their ugly little tormentors with brooms and sprays of hyssop, driving them out the door. To stem the chimney invasion, a great log was dragged into the fireplace, where it was stoked to produce demon-inhibiting smoke and flame. Once the house was free of the pests, the mother of the family distributed Kalakansarus buns, dipped in wine. These were also passed out to the audience, to the frustration of the demons. They were eventually driven off completely by a human actor costumed as the village priest, who sprinkled holy water all about and led the family in singing Greek Christmas carols. "Okay," said Mark peremptorily. "You've seen it. Now come along with me. Papa wants us." "Ah," said Luke. "We were going to go over to the Mexican display and break a piñata." He was a wan, fair-haired 10-year-old whose peculiar aura still hinted at the congenital abnormalities that had been alleviated by extensive genetic engineering and microsurgery. The ordeal had left him vulnerable to injuries and to diseases that most humans were now totally immune to. "And I wanted to see the next performance of A Christmas Carol," said Maddie. Marie sighed. "I suppose we've got to go to midnight mass with the rest of the mob." "You got it," said Mark, urging them along with his coercion. "Let's haul pétard." The four of them went through the Christmas tree grove to a crowded plaza, where 6 churches, representing various rites of Christianity, seemed to have sprung up miraculously in place of the exotic gardens that had been there the day before. The buildings would disappear, together with all the rest of the Christmas pageantry, on the orb equivalent of 26 December. The plaza was full of human and non-human carolers, as well as worshippers streaming in for the services, and in the center was a nativity scene in the traditional Provençal style. The 7 siblings of the Remillard dynasty, together with their many children, such spouses as there were, and Denis and Lucille, had gathered near the crèche. Paul stood apart from the rest, engaged in animated conversation with his close friend Ilya Goris. Paul and most of the other adults wore formal dinner clothes. There was going to be a réveillon for them and their political allies at Uncle Phil's Polyuli beach house after Mass. The kids who weren't invited were stuck with a luau supervised by the various nannies. "There's Papa," Marie said without enthusiasm. "Do you suppose Uncle Ilya and Aunt Katie will be going with us to Mass?" "I doubt it," said Mark. "They'll be with their own relatives, if they go at all. Papa's probably just campaigning again. It really rocked him when Davy McGregor announced that he was still running." The sight of his father dampened Luke's earlier pallid enthusiasm and caused him to cling to Marie's hand. It doesn't seem like Christmas Eve at all. I wish we were back home in New Hampshire." "You should be grateful for all that the Poltroyans and Guy did for us," Marie reproved him. I've never seen a Christmas spectacle like this anywhere, especially not in New Hampshire." "That's not what I mean," the little boy mumbled. "What good is all this stuff without Mama?" Tears sprang into his eyes. Mark said gruffly, "Don't cry," but Luke only stood there with his head down, still holding fast to Marie. Mark took a deep breath. Did he dare to risk it? Paul would be livid if he found out. But Papa didn't even seem to care, and it was Christmas Eve, for God's sake, and Luke, the poor little rugrat, was really on a downer and probably going to start blubbering. He spoke on their collective, intimate mode. "You guys, I'd like to tell you something, but you'll have to keep it to yourselves. No matter what. I don't think anybody'd try to probe a bunch of nit-brains like you, but if they did, or if you leaked it, the whole family would be so deep in la merde we might never get out." "Marco, what?" "God damn, I must be leaking myself. Look, I'll tell you if you let me put a block into you afterward. Just a mild one, that'd inhibit you from inadvertently spilling the beans in dreams or something. Will you let me?" Luke said, "Will the mind block hurt?" Mark said, "No." Maddie said, "Would it keep us from talking about the secret among ourselves?" Mark said, "No, but you'd better watch your asses if you do." Marie said, "Last time you blocked me I couldn't even remember the damned secret you wanted me to keep." Mark said, "I'm getting better at it now. You all agree?" Maddie said, "Is this secret really a good one?" Mark said, "The best." The younger trio said, "Okay." So Mark told them nearly everything. Marie and Luke wept softly for joy at the news that their mother was alive and about to give birth to a new baby brother. But Maddie said, "I suppose the human Polity will pardon Mama, provided that Papa and not Davy McGregor is elected first magnate. But I think it was a very selfish and foolish thing for her to get pregnant." "Screw you," said Mark aloud, and slapped the middle block into all of them. "Fury, Fury, can you hear me?" "Yes, my dear Hydra." "Teresa Kendall is alive, and she's carrying a baby with a supermind." "I know. But don't you think that could be important?" The thought had crossed my mind. "I presume you are entertaining the notion of seducing this wonder child and making him one of us?" "Well, it's pretty obvious now that we're never going to get a handle on Mark the way you hoped. But from what he said, this kid Jack is even more meta-powerful than him, some kind of genetic sport, too, carrying lethal genes, so he might end up more of a physical basket case than Luke, and if that's so, he might feel we've got something he could use." I admit I never thought of it quite that way. I would have preferred to recruit Mark, though. His powers are extraordinary enough, and his temperament is eminently suited to our long-range goal. I hate his guts. He's an arrogant, frigid prick. He'd never approve of the goal any more than he'd approve of the nerve bomb. And by the way, it's been a long, long time, and what are you getting me for Christmas?" "Hydra, Hydra, Hydra, what am I going to do with you?" Petulancy, bloody-mindedness. "You don't really love me. You want him, and you don't care that he'd push me around on this obscene baby Jack who knows what kind of a person he'll be, and why can it just be you and me?" "You are the most special person of all, my firstborn and best loved, but we need others. I've explained that to you. This is only the beginning for us. We're preparing the groundwork for our glorious future." Embrace. "And later on, when it's safe, Santa will bring you a nerve bomb. Now, are you satisfied?" "Nerve bomb, nerve bomb, nerve bomb, nerve bomb! Yes, Fury, yes. And if you want me to take care of Davy McGregor, just say the word. I know I could take him. He's still all soppy inside." "No. You are to stay away from him. Before Strayhorn died, she transmitted a hint to him regarding your identity." "Panic." Exasperation. "A hint only, nothing concrete, you fool. Be calm, be calm. Wouldn't I have warned you if there was any real danger?" "Of course I would have. What we must do now is be patient. You've done your work well, but we must let the situation ripen a bit now before taking the next step. You won't hear from me for a little while." "You're going away again?" "Whoa." Now. Concentrate upon building up your strength. You're nowhere near what you can be, what you will be, my darling Hydra. No, not yet. You have a long way to go, but oh, the joy when you reach the goal, when we reach it together." "Yes, I suppose so, yes." "Good night, my sweet Hydra, and Merry Christmas." "You too, Fury. I'll hang up my stocking and leave milk and cookies." 5. Davy McGregor stood among the crowd on the side of the creche opposite the Remillard tribe, and studied the lot of them with a dark and baleful eye. With him were his son Will and his platonic friend Cordelia Warszawska. 5, Margaret had said as she died. 5. Hiroshi has been working on MDs who are members of the Asian Intendancy, Cordelia was saying, and he is very confident that you will gain a majority of their votes. So many of them have an inherent prejudice against nepotism, and if Paul is elected, he will undoubtedly install members of his family in the steering committees, if not in the directorate itself. The European intendants among the MDs are also subtlety for you, and if only Earth's zone intendants voted, you would probably win. But the swing votes will undoubtedly come from those magnate designates who are not home-world elected, those nominated from the colonies, and the at-large MDs from the ranks of science, the arts, and the smaller categories. "If only the magistratum had been able to find something implicating a Remillard," Will mourned. "Anything. But I haven't a clue. Not in the 2 killings and not in the Dartmouth College attack on Margaret. And to think we once believed that the exotics were damn near omniscient." "They're no such thing," Cordelia said, "especially not nowadays, when human operants are finally learning how to use their powers to the fullest. The exotics have been reluctant to admit publicly that some of us can screen them out and resist their probing, but it's true all the same." "Especially of those damned Remillards," Will said. "But just wait till the human polity gets its franchise. Our own magistratum will have the—" "Don't even think it, you fool," Cordelia admonished. Will retreated precipitately behind a middle barricade, flushing to the roots of his auburn hair. Davy, who knew very well what his son was thinking, said quietly, "Unless we want to be even more totalitarian than the Symbiare proctorship, we'll have to put strict legal limitations on mental probing. Any kind of probing. Certainly the process will never be used casually, for investigative fishing expeditions, and there is no solid evidence whatsoever linking any Remillard to the crimes in question." "Then we may never find out who killed Margaret," Will said. His father looked away. He, like his son, had inherited the rangy Highland physique and beak-like nose of Jamie McGregor. But where Will also had his grandsire's flaming hair and impetuous temperament, Davy was swarthy, and his demeanour more dour and studied. "There is one clue," he now admitted to Will and Cordelia. "I said nothing of it to the Crondock evaluator because I'd blanked it out in my grief along with Margaret's dying cry. She said a single word, you see. It seemed to make no sense then. But I have been worrying it in my mind for a while now, batting it about and tearing at it and trying to sift out the nuances of her meaning as I played it in memo recall. And I think I may have finally got it." "For God's sake, Dad," Will cried, "you have a clue and you've said nothing?" Cordelia touched the younger man's arm, silencing him with her coercion. Davy was looking away, over the creche with its naively charming santons, to the dense group of people on the other side, clustered proudly together now amid their children and spouses, exuding their inimitable aura of power and consequence, were the 7 members of the Remillard dynasty: Philip, Maurice, Severin, Anne, Catherine, Adrian, and Paul. "As Margaret died," Davy said, "she cried out the word 5. I've pondered her meaning and come at last to the conclusion that she was describing her murderer. But he wasn't a single person at all. He was a meld of 5 minds, a metaconcert." "Of course," breathed Cordelia Warszawska, her eyes widening in sudden comprehension. "And if the same metaconcert killed Brett, it would help explain the extraordinary amount of psycho-creative force that had to have been exerted to drain the life force in that unique way." The church carillons started chiming, and a chorale of exquisite Guy voices began to sing the Cantique de Noël. Almost at once the exotics were joined by those humans in the crowd who knew the French lyrics, including every one of the family Remillard. "What we must determine now, somehow," Davy McGregor concluded, "is which 5? "Peuple à genoux," caroled the exotic choristers. "Attends ta délivrance. Noël, Noël, voici le Rédempteur." "No one could sing that song like Teresa Kendall," Davy McGregor said. He seemed to be staring blindly at the great star that now shone above the crèche. "But she's gone too, poor lass. What a hell of a Christmas." Cordelia was Jewish, and Will was an agnostic, but that didn't stop the two of them from each taking one of Davy's arms and drawing him along with them into the throng streaming toward the Protestant Rite Church. "Noel, Noel," the humans and exotics sang, and the bells rang out. Chapter 24. Ape Lake, British Columbia, Earth, 25 December 2051. John Paul Kendall Remillard had philosophical difficulties with the concept of Christmas. That the scraggly little evergreen tree his mother was trimming was a midwinter hope symbol was easy enough to understand from the explanations and mental images Teresa offered. But the notion of God creating a body for himself to wear, and even creation itself, bothered Jack. He said, "It seems a very strange and unnecessary thing for God to do, to become human so that we'd love him rather than fear him. If he's truly a supreme being, then it follows that he has no need of any other entity to ensure his own happiness, especially entities that are so imperfect by their very nature that they will inevitably befoul an otherwise orderly creation. I can understand God creating the physical universe for fun, but why create other minds when you know they're going to mess things up?" I believe famous human thinkers have debated those points. Teresa was fastening diminutive candles made of moose tallow to the Christmas tree, which was hardly 60 centimeters tall. Each candle had a kind of saucer clip of aluminum foil to fasten it to the branch, but if one wasn't careful, either the foil or the soft candle would crush. She had already spoiled 3 candles by working too fast, trying to have the tree finished before Roger got back inside after his wood-splitting. The festive dinner was almost ready to put on the table. I seem to remember that the theologians, Image, of early times were quite positive that God had no absolute need to create other thinking persons, Teresa said. This is perfectly ridiculous, of course, since the theologians were willing to concede that he had done it and must have had a good reason. Now, unless we're ready to admit that a supreme being can be capricious or wishy-washy, grotesque images, it follows that he needed to do it. He did need us. "But what prompted God's need of us?" "Love," said Teresa. The fetus said, "That's irrational." "Exactly. I don't believe anyone has ever reasoned out a satisfactory answer to God's need of us. Those religions outside the Judeo-Christian Image tradition rarely hit upon the notion of a loving God at all. As for natural philosophy, loving-kindness would not be an attribute that one would logically deduce that a Big Bang creator God, Image, would have. Hardly. But love is the only motive that seems to make any sense. Without it, you have the creator God as a game player trying to assuage his cosmic boredom, caring about us only as game pieces, Image. That is to say, not caring very much. Now, if God wanted us to know that he created us out of love, he'd have to tell us, since we couldn't figure it out for ourselves. He'd have to get directly involved with us, rather than let us tick along obliviously the way the evolving non-sapient universe does. Image. I suppose so. There are any number of ways he might have done this. Images. But put yourself in God's position and try to decide the most elegant way to get involved with your thinking creatures. The way that is at once most difficult and unlikely, but has the potentiality to succeed in the most magnificent manner imaginable. Not the easiest way? Heavens, no! What would be the satisfaction in that? I can sing Happy Birthday to You, quotation, but I get more satisfaction doing the mad scene from Lucia, quotation, even if it tires me out terribly. I understand. Pinching and twisting, Teresa affixed one little candle after another, pausing now and then to straighten those that leaned out of the true. God's most elegant way of involving himself with us would have to be a scandal to the stodgy-minded and a delight to minds that have a sense of humor and of adventure, as his mind does. God can laugh? Of course, dear, and feel sorrowful, too. A supreme being without those attributes wouldn't be supreme. Grim and joyless people try to pretend otherwise, but their arguments are unpersuasive. Explain to me how God became directly involved with us. It has happened differently on different worlds in the galaxy. On ours, I believe that the primary involvement happened through the Jewish people and the Christians. It's a long story, and you'll really have to read it in the Bible. Image. That book is a fascinating account of human moral evolution, with historical and deeply mythic truth all mingled in a wonderful mishmash. It's a literary treasure as well as the Word of God, and some parts of it are profound, and some are fascinating, and some are poetic, and some are even a bore, and parts of St. Paul make me want to scream. I'm sorry that I haven't read the whole thing myself, but you can pull bits and pieces out of my memories. Different religions interpret the Bible in different ways, but we Catholics believe that when the mentalities of one single key tribe of extremely intelligent people, Image, were finally mature enough to grasp the concept of a loving God, God simply spoke to them. She laughed. Well, perhaps not simply. Image. And the tribe accepted his messages and passed them on? Some members did. Others kept slipping and sliding back into primitive notions of angry gods that constantly needed to be appeased with blood sacrifices and other rubbish. Image. God had to keep coaxing them and smacking them down the way a loving mother has to do when her children are naughty. Image. And, well, you must read the Bible and discuss it with people who know more about it than I do. Your mamma is a very poorly educated person, especially in religious studies. I'm probably explaining this all wrong. When I was in school and college, all I really was interested in was music. Now, where did I put that foil? I forgot to make a star. You can't have a Christmas tree without a star. Image. Is love the motivation for all creation, then? I imagine so. Mental lattices within our normal reality can't exist without the other 5 kinds, and vice versa. If God wanted to make minds to love, he had to make the whole cosmos. And it is quite lovely, most of it. Images. But to create for the love of it seems so odd. Of course it does. It really makes no sense, in a rational view of the universe. And yet every artist knows the truth of it. And every healthy adult human knows that people who are in love want the whole world to be as happy as they are. If you are God, loving yourself, or even being love in some mysterious fashion, and there aren't any other minds to share happiness with, then you make some. So one may conclude that God does need us. Most of our co-religionists today believe it's true. Damn! These 2 candles are bound to set the tree on fire if they sag just the least bit. I'll have to move them again. The fetus persisted. And the problem of the created minds being imperfect, and sometimes evil? I think that has something to do with advanced chaos theory, which I've never been able to make head or tail of. You must ask your big brother Mark to explain it after you're born. There's also some principle to the effect that it is much more glorious to make something wonderful out of imperfect parts. The very imperfection of the individual elements, even when there's actual evil involved, as there often is in human affairs, challenges God to greater creative heights. What a strange idea. There's an old proverb that says, God writes straight with crooked lines. Human history is just full of crooks and twists and twines. Images. One would think anarchy or barbarism or the lowest common denominator would have triumphed ages ago, but it hasn't. All the messes and atrocities and disasters have somehow been woven into a construct that looks better and better every year, at the same time that some things look even worse. The world you're going to be born into is a wonderland compared to the world that existed only 40 years or so in the past. Images. That's because most people have easier lives in the galactic milieu than they did before the Great Intervention. But even so, there are still persons who are discontented, or who are villains, and situations that are evil or tragic. Nevertheless, we children of God continue to evolve and improve on every level, almost in spite of ourselves. That also has something to do with non-linearity and chaos, and God's love, too. The fetus said, That is very mysterious, contrary to common sense. Why do I find the concept pleasing? Teresa only laughed. Do you like the Christmas tree? She had just installed the star, and now moved back a pace or 2 to study the effect. The little spruce stood on the table in front of the window. It was trimmed with origami cranes made of foil, tiny oatmeal cookies, and gnomes made from pine cones and wire. Sculpted, hard-baked dough coated with cosmetics formed their tiny heads, hands, and feet. Jack was tactful. "You've worked so hard on the Christmas tree. Uncle Roger is sure to like it. It will be interesting to see all the little fat cylinders burning at once. Hazardous, but interesting." Teresa spread a silk scarf in front of the tree as a festive tablecloth, then set out plates, cups, forks, and spoons. "We'll light the candles when we have dinner. The tree is not going to burn up. Roger and I will watch it carefully. And after we eat, we'll give each other these gifts, the things wrapped in cloth lying under the tree." "Mamma, why do you give gifts at Christmas?" "It's a tradition. Wise men, image, gave gifts to the infant Jesus, to baby God, and he is God's gift to us." She checked the tenderloin roast, which was resting in preparation for being carved, and then used the whetstone vigorously on the big knife. Jack said, "That's the biggest paradox, even greater than creation. It was quite unnecessary for God to become human and teach us his love in person. I can see why some earth religions deny that it happened." "You've been rummaging in my mind again." "Yes, incarnation is quite absurd, but you must admit it would be an excellent way to catch our attention, and so madly elegant. It's also much easier for us to pray to and love a God-made man, who would be more likely to understand our human difficulties than to try to love an almighty Big Bang creator. Why should he care if my roast is overdone, or if I live long enough for you to be safely born?" The fetus said, "I would like him to care." Ah! Teresa went waddling across the room to grope under Roger's bed, where he had hidden the last of the rum. "Now we're moving into psychology. An incarnate, loving God takes on significant mythic overtones that appeal to the deepest levels of the human psyche, to that almost instinctive part of us called the collective unconscious." "I have not yet had any experience of that." "You will," Teresa laughed, "when you really begin to socialize." I wish I did not have to. Even letting Uncle Roger know me was very frightening at first. There are dark parts to his mind, and I saw darkness in Grand-Père Denis's mind as well before I shut him out." "You mustn't fret about it. All people have good and bad in them. I do, and so do you. This is one reason why a loving God is such an amazing consolation. He has no dark about him at all. God must know all there is to know about us, and yet he loves us anyway. He only wishes us well, even when we're wicked or when we deny him. We would never have guessed that about him in a million years if he hadn't told us. It's mysterious beyond belief. Now, let me see. The soup and the rice are keeping warm in covered pots behind the oven, and I have plenty of boiling water for the drinks, and the dessert is— Did God become incarnate for other milieu races?" All of them except the Lyalmik seem to think that he did. And milieu anthropologists, or whatever they call themselves, tell us that many of the more primitive races in the galaxy have incarnation myths very much like ours. Of course, none of this is proof of God's incarnation. It can't be proved. But I believe it, and so does Uncle Roger, and your papa, and brothers and sisters, and billions of other entities. That kind of belief is called faith." She pressed both hands against her enormously swollen abdomen, closed her eyes for a moment, and summoned the image of her unborn child. "I have faith in God's love just as I have faith in your great future, Jack. There are many things that frighten me, and other things that make me very unhappy. But if I can just hold on to faith, I won't give in to despair. I won't." "Mamma." But at that moment a booted foot began to kick loudly against the door, and Teresa hurried to open it for Roger. He lurched in, weighted down by a great quantity of wood, and enveloped in flying snow and Arctic air. "Woof! This ought to keep us warm for an hour or two." He dropped the frozen load, which overflowed the wood-box, and began to shuck off his outer garments. "Something smells mighty good in here." Roast moose tenderloin, larded with garlic-salted moose fat. Moose consommé with moose marrow dumplings and carrots. Rice with moose and mushroom gravy, and rum raisin tarts made with moose fat shortening. She busied herself at the stove, pouring hot water into 2 cups, then added other ingredients, while Roger sat on the stool close to the stove, removed his boots, and wiggled his stockinged toes to restore their circulation. Teresa held out a steaming drink, which Roger took and sniffed at with incredulous delight. "Hot buttered rum! But I thought all the margarine was long gone." "One thinks ahead," said Teresa solemnly. She lifted her own cup. "À la bonne vôtre, mon cher ami. And Merry Christmas." "Joyeux Noël to you," Roger said. "And to Dijon." They touched cups, drank, and kissed each other lightly. Then she made him sit down at the table and begin carving the roast, while she brought the rest of their meal and lit the candles on the tree. "Don't worry, I have a bucket of water and a wet cloth handy. We won't risk a conflagration." She slipped into her place. She had turned off the 2 powered lamps, and the 2 of them sat for a moment side by side with private thoughts, looking at the tiny dancing flames and their reflections in the frost-encrusted window, and drinking the aromatic rum. "It won't hurt him, will it?" Roger asked after a while. "The liquor?" Teresa shook her head, smiling. "It's well watered, and he's old enough to handle a little bit. Aren't you, baby?" The fetus said, "It alters my consciousness. Curious. I'll study the matter." Both Roger and Teresa laughed, and then they asked a blessing and began to eat. Teresa unwrapped Roger's gifts to her. "I have another one, too," he said, "but it's out on the porch because it's not quite finished, so I only put a picture of it in this package along with the other things." Teresa stared at a thin slab of wood with a drawing on it, and 4 peculiar little objects. The artwork showed a simple, inverted, double V frame, with a thing like a small pack hanging from it. The wooden items looked rather like miniature dumbbells, 6 or 7 centimeters long, with shafts nearly as narrow as toothpicks. Roger demonstrated how one of the rounded ends was integral with the shaft, while the other could be pulled off with a tug, revealing that the shaft's end was sharply pointed. "Those," said Roger proudly, "are primitive safety pins. We forgot to bring any. These are made of hardwood, and they took me forever to whittle. Now, you won't have to tie knots in Dijon's diapers."
"How marvelous! And the picture, is it a baby swing?"
"Sort of. The woolen duffel-cloth pouch will have an internal padded frame when I get it finished. It's a papoose carrier. You either hang him up and set him swinging, he can watch you that way, or detach the carrier and put it on your back. It has straps." Teresa embraced Roger and kissed him.
"What wonderful presents!"
She got up from her chair.
"Let me give you a refill of the hot buttered rum while I get your present ready."
She handed him his drink. The candles on the tree had long since guttered out, and the ordinary lamps were glowing on the table amid the remnants of their meal. Teresa directed Roger to reverse his chair so that he faced the beds. She turned the 2 lamps down to their minimal setting and put them on the floor in front of him. "These are footlights," she proclaimed. She hung long lengths of flannelette from the overbed shelves down to the floor, nearly hiding the beds. "This is the backdrop, and the stereo is ready with a very specially edited fleck. All that is needed is for the performer to don her costume in her sumptuous dressing-room, namely the bath alcove, and then the entertainment will begin." She handed him a cloth-wrapped object before she disappeared into the tiny curtained cubicle next to the front door. "This is going to take me a few minutes," she called. "Better put some wood on the fire. It wouldn't hurt if you cleared the table, either. But first open the introductory part of your present." Mystified, he unwrapped another flat piece of wood, which had an ornamental border around it, featuring vaguely Slavic motifs, and in the center a carefully lettered announcement. "Program: Snegorochka, the Snow Maiden, A Tale of Springtime. Opera in a prologue and 4 acts by N. Rimsky-Korsakov, libretto by the composer, from a play by A. Ostrovsky, French translation by P. Halperin and P. Lalo, for the delectation of the audience of 1 franc. Starring Teresa Kendall, live, with the recorded voices and music of artists of the Metropolitan Opera." "Oh, be damned," said Roger. He had seen the opera once, on the night of Teresa and Paul's wedding, but he later admitted to her that he was completely distracted and remembered almost nothing of it. What could Teresa be planning to do now? He cleared the table and replenished the fire. Then the musical overture began, and Roger settled back in his chair. Outside, the winter wind hummed and hooted among the eaves. His stomach was full, the little cabin was warm, and the aroma of the hot rum went to his head, befuddling his senses in the most pleasant manner imaginable. The orchestration pouring from the small speakers was lush, romantic, full of flutes and horns calling like birds in April. But there was an ominous tone to it, too, a frisson of strings that seemed to hint that winter's power still reigned supreme, and spring might have come prematurely. Roger felt himself relaxing, his eyes closing. He saw a bleak and frost-bound woodland, and beyond it a frozen river. On its opposite bank was an ancient Russian-walled town. The moon was setting, and dawn had broken. Cocks crowed. As the heavens brightened, it seemed that millions of birds winged through the air toward the forest, finishing their long journey from the south. A little fawn sat on the root of a hollow tree, watching the spectacle happily. He sang that spring would be arriving at any moment. And then she came, carried down in a green and golden chariot drawn by swans and geese, surrounded by other colorful singing birds. She began to tell Roger a strange musical story. Spring had once fallen in love with King Winter, and borne him a daughter, the lovely snow-maiden Snegurochka. But Winter kept the girl in his power, taking her away each springtime to the dreary northland that never thawed. Now that she was 16, the snow-maiden longed to live with human beings, away from her cold-hearted father's domination. Suddenly the landscape that Roger imagined was swept by a brisk snowstorm, and King Winter himself strode into the scene. Spring pleaded with him to let the lovely little snow-maiden go free. Winter agreed, but gave a grim warning. If the girl should ever fall in love, and have that love returned by a mortal, the jealous sun-god Yarilo would slay her. For love and the sun's warmth were akin, and both were forbidden to the snow-maiden. Then Snegurochka herself appeared. Roger realized that his eyes were wide open, and the illusion, could Teresa be creating it, was suddenly penetrated by a living person. She was dressed in white robes, trimmed with snowy fur, and seemed to sparkle with silvery frost crystals. And Teresa was singing, really singing again, as she had in her prime, her marvelous living voice somehow blending seamlessly with the recorded orchestra and the other singers. All the magic that had seemed to be lost forever was restored, and Roger sat paralyzed in the midst of its glory, almost unwilling to believe that it was not part of the illusion. The snow-maiden rejoiced that she was to be allowed into the human world. She had seen a young man, and fallen in love with him, and the songs he sang. The very sound of his voice made her heart melt. "Melt!" cried King Winter, and warned her of her fate if she should have her love returned. But she could think only of the happiness that lay ahead of her. Winter went off to his ice-bound lair, and spring transformed the woods. The tiny ape-like cabin seemed to open wide into a huge green meadow full of flowers, and the delighted snow-maiden was caught up in a mob of happy villagers, who danced and sang and welcomed her and took her home with them. And the imaginary curtain fell on the prologue. Teresa stood there between the two glowing lamps, smiling at Roger. Her splendid white gown and headdress were diminished, Cinderella-like, into ordinary cotton flannelette, trimmed with the fur of snowshoe hares, with spangles and snowflakes cut from shiny foil. But she was still beautiful, still full of triumphant magic. "Do you like the opera so far?" she asked. "C'est fantastique!" Roger cried. "But how are you projecting the illusion? I didn't think your creative meta-function was up to such elaborations." "It's not, but Jack's is." "The baby?" "He finds the sets and the appearances of the other characters in my memories, and he realizes them. And now, Act 1. Much later, Roger would again not be able to recall too much of the opera's fairy-tale plot. What he did remember was the haunting figure of the snow-maiden, the girl begging her mother Spring for the very thing that was bound to kill her, which she declared she could not live without. Spring answered her daughter's plea. Snegorotchka fell in love at last with the man who dearly loved her. She was about to be married along with the other village maidens at the yearly spring fertility festival. But then came the most disturbing part of the fairy tale. The villagers sang a grain-planting song, in which a ransom was required if there was to be a good harvest.
Nous vous donnons une jeune fille, et nous serons un de plus, et nous serons un de moins. We will offer you a young maiden, and there will be one more of us, and there will be one less of us. The Snow Maiden then sang a dazzling aria proclaiming her love. Mon cœur, she cried, mon sang, mon être tout entier embrasse et brûle. My heart, my blood, my entire being is set aflame and burns. And a beam of sunlight suddenly pierced her, and she melted away in death. Her bereaved human lover drowned himself in despair, unpersuaded when the local Tsar told him that the Snow Maiden's presence among the people was an affront to the sun-god Yarilo, who would have withheld his light and warmth from the land had Snegorotchka continued to live. Yarilo himself then appeared atop his sacred mountain, holding in one arm a sheaf of grain, and in the other a glowing human head, and the people saluted him with a final hymn. When the opera was over, Roger applauded until the palms of his hands hurt. The enceinte diva, completely exhausted and with tears of happiness coursing down her cheeks, slumped into his arms and had to be laid on her bed, costume and all. "You've overdone it," Roger said, trying to hide his alarm. "No, I'm fine. It all went beautifully. I sang, Roger, I sang." He eased the Slavic diadem off and propped one of the moss-stuffed pillows under her head. "You were tremendous. And that finale. I'm not sure that I understood the meaning of it." Teresa closed her eyes. "The fairy tale is a borrowing from an ancient Slavic religious rite. In order to placate the sun god and ensure that good weather would prevail and the grain would grow, the people would sacrifice a maiden. Too bad about her, but ever so satisfactory for the rest of the people, who got to survive and prosper and dance in the sunshine." She opened her eyes and looked at him calmly. "Aren't you glad we don't have gods like that any more?" Chapter 25. Sector 15, Star 15-000-001, Telonis, Planet 1, Concilium Orb. Galactic Year, La Prime 1-387-597, 6 January 2052. He was dancing with his cousin Adrienne, a girl his own age, whom he considered the least loathsome of his young female relatives. Mark had always loved dancing, which surprised everyone except his mother, and he was very good at it, except when his partners attempted to inject romantic overtones. Sex, that great nuisance, was the last kind of distraction he wanted out on the dance floor. The dance offered a safe relinquishing of personal power to the irrational. Perfectly attuned to a like-minded operant partner, such as Adrienne, Mark was able to surrender his precious self-control for brief intervals without feeling threatened, and his guarded features would relax in a one-sided smile of rare sweetness. The eldest daughter of Adrian Remillard and Sherry Lozier Drake was a tall girl, plain-faced and usually brusque and authoritarian in her manner. In her secret heart, Adrienne thought her cousin Mark was the handsomest, most excruciatingly adorable boy in the entire universe. But she would have died rather than let him know it, so when he asked her to dance, she hid behind her sternest mind-screen and feigned bored indifference. He seemed to appreciate that. The band went into the jazz-waltz dissonances of I'm All Smiles, and she whirled away in his arms, so consumed with hidden ecstasy and oblivious to her surroundings that she almost missed the entrance of the Lyalmic. But Adrienne's ultra-senses were never completely offline, even when she was semi-orgasmic. They zeroed in on the unusual auras of the latecomers to the Human Polity inaugural ball without any volition on her part, and she stiffened, and the spell of the dance was broken. "It's them," she whispered, staring aghast over Mark's shoulder. He didn't miss a beat, but his grey eyes lost their abstraction and were instantly wary. "By God, you're right, Addie. All 5 of them, and not wearing any simple Greek god robes this time either. They're spiffed to the teeth." "What do you suppose they're doing here?" "God knows. They might just want to socialize. The furor that had attended the appearance of the incarnate Lyalmik at the Concilium inauguration that afternoon was nothing compared to the astonishment now sweeping the ballroom. Earlier, many of the earthlings had not fully appreciated the unprecedented honor granted their race when the 5 supervisors materialized upon the dais of presiders in the Concilium chamber wearing human form. The reaction of the exotic first magnates and their congeners had been mixed. The Krondaku were mildly taken aback. The ecstatic Guy hovered on the brink of cardiac arrest, but adroitly eschewed the ultimate gesture. The Poltroyans uttered involuntary whoops and squeaks of appreciation, and the Symbiari were scandalized to their toe-webs, reminding each other waspishly, behind imperfectly woven thought-screens, that the Galactic mentors hadn't condescended to honor them in such a dubious fashion when the first Sim magnates were inaugurated. The Lyalmik had presided over the brief ceremonial installation of the new human magnates. They had watched as Paul Remillard was elected first magnate of the human polity by a small margin. They listened as Paul addressed the entire Concilium on behalf of humanity, and then applauded gravely as the Symbiari proctorship was formally dissolved, and all earthlings were finally granted citizenship in the galactic milieu. Their probationary period of 1 galactic year was diplomatically left unstated. With the formalities concluded, the Lyalmik supervisors vanished, and everyone thought that was that. Invitations to the human polity inaugural ball had been extended to every magnate of the Concilium, with the expectation that only a few of the non-humans would accept. The Krondaku had no tradition of dancing on dry land and sent polite regrets. The straight-laced Symbiari thought dancing was inane. They also knew very well that the humans didn't really want their ex-proctors at the ball, so all except a handful of luckless high-ranking officials who felt obliged to show up and mingle also declined. The Guy would have loved to come, but their own parties inevitably climaxed in exuberant displays of communal licentiousness, and they thought it the better part of interspecies etiquette to pass. The kindly little mauve-skinned Poltroyans enjoyed dancing to human music, so fair numbers of them did accept, and now bore witness to the phenomenon. The jazz waltz played on to its conclusion, but many of the dancers left the floor to gape and whisper at the newly arrived Lyalmik. The 5 supervisors seemed not to notice that they were causing a sensation. Nodding and smiling, and often pausing to give the dignified operant greeting, palm to palm, they mingled with the crowd and chatted. The venerable leader wore classic white tie and tails. His Caucasoid male comrade sported a fashionable jumpsuit of glittering green nebulin. The third male, whose features had an Amerind cast, was attired in the black formal costume of a Latin caballero, with a ruffled shirt and scarlet faja. The 2 Lyalmik and female guys were even more spectacular. The African wore a turban and caftan of cerise, set off with heavy gold armlets and necklaces, while the Oriental's costume of turquoise and white silk brocade dripped with pearls. The orchestra began to play Dindi, a delicate Brazilian classic by Antonio Carlos Jobim, and the Lyalmik did an even more astonishing thing. They asked humans to dance with them. The supervisor, dressed as a caballero, stepped out with Lucille Cartier, and the dapper fellow in the nebulin bowed over the hand of Laura Tremblay. Davy McGregor, wearing the kilt of his clan and a velvet jacket with silver buttons, found himself dancing with the Asian beauty, while Paul Remillard, his urbane composure shaken for only an instant, squired the statuesque Africaine. Mark and Adrienne almost jumped out of their skins as a voice spoke behind them. "I think I shall take this charming young lady away from you, my boy." Mark whirled about and found himself face to face with a person who had foiled his attempt to stow away on a starship back to Earth. Sitting in the spectator gallery of the Concilium chamber and watching the mysterious robed figures on the dais of the presiders, the boy had not recognized his nemesis. But now the Lyalmik overlord, named Atoning Unifex, towered over him and Adrienne, resplendent in his archaic black-and-white formal wear. "You!" the boy exclaimed. "You're a Lyalmik." "More than that," said the exotic, with a charming half-bow. "I am the Lyalmik." His deep-set eyes held the boy with irresistible coercion. "Before I dance with Addie, I have some further instructions for you, young Mark. Comport yourself with docility and good sense. When you are finally allowed to return to earth, render to your father your strict obedience and respect in the difficult times to come. No matter what you may think, he is deserving of them."
Adrienne was struck dumb. They knew each other.
"And what about the others?" Mark asked. The Lyalmik made an airy gesture. "You need not be concerned about their accommodation and comfort. That is all being taken care of. Later you must assist the young one to the best of your ability." He turned to Adrienne, who was nearly paralyzed by awe, and brushed the backs of her fingers lightly with his lips. The inhuman eyes that had glittered with irony when he spoke to Mark were now gentle, almost sad. "How very lovely you look tonight, ma petite. No, you are more than that, dear Addie. You are beautiful. Shall we dance? I would like this to be a night you will remember all your life." Homologous Trend danced with Lucille Cartier, and they were an amazing sight. The Lyalmik with his chiseled copper features and dashing Latin garb, and the petite matriarch in a glittering cape of black, green, and silver beadwork with metre-long bead fringe, and a spectacular chapeau with bead plumage and multiple antenna-like filaments springing from the brow. "May I compliment you on your ensemble, Professor Cartier?" Trend murmured. "It is beyond question the most gorgeous attire at the ball."
"And the heaviest," said Lucille, giving him a radiant smile. "The beaded gown and the cape weigh 15 kilos, and the hat weighs nearly 5. If I didn't exert my PK every single minute, I'd collapse. Why I always end up choosing gowns like this, I don't know. But I'm having the most marvelous time."
"One is delighted that you are temporarily distracted from the family problems." Lucille locked on to the supervisor's turquoise eyes. "You Lyalmik know all about them, do you?" "Not everything, Madame Professor, but enough. And we would like to help you. The Remillards are of great importance to the future of the galactic milieu, and we have been very disturbed by your recent tragedies."
"How kind."
Lucille was screening her mind as if her life depended upon it, realizing at the same time that the Lyalmik was undoubtedly scanning her like a book plaque.
"Does your solicitude go so far as revealing who was responsible for the murders of my son-in-law and Margaret Strayhorn?"
"Unfortunately, no. I have no useful data on those crimes, but I might be able to suggest a solution to another matter that distresses you."
Lucille lifted a single eyebrow.
Homologous Trend danced her across the ballroom and indicated a Poltroyan male and female who were conversing with Dennis Remillard.
Lucille frowned. "Why, it's Fred and Minnie. I didn't think they'd be here. Neither one of them is a magnate."
"Their attendance was specially arranged. But unlike the magnates of the Concilium, who have business to transact before they can depart from Orb, the two Poltroyans will be leaving for Earth tomorrow in their private starship, so that they may minimize their absence from the classes they teach at Dartmouth. Their craft travels at an extremely high displacement factor. They should arrive on Earth in 2 weeks. I realize that you would prefer to remain here to supervise the motherless children of your son Paul, but if your husband Dennis should wish to return home with the Poltroyan couple, they would be delighted to accommodate him. Dennis will also find that both Fritiso Pontanalin and Minatipa Pinacrodin are extremely sympathetic to humanity's difficulties with the milieu reproductive statutes." Lucille stared at her Lyalmik dancing partner with blank astonishment. "Many Poltroyan ships have both superluminal and subluminal capability," Trend continued patiently. "They can travel quite easily in planetary atmospheres, and they can penetrate the relatively weak force fields generated by human security devices with impunity, and without trace, if such a maneuver is desirable." Lucille danced in the Lyalmik's arms for some minutes, her mind spinning. Finally she was able to whisper, "Would Fred and Minnie be willing to risk it? Or are you telling me that they have your permission to—" "You Remillards are very important to the future of the milieu," Homologous Trend repeated. "All of you." Davy McGregor was normally an awkward dancer, but with the lissom, silken-gowned, asymptotic essence in his arms, he was a man transformed. She was exerting meta-redactive healing upon him, of course, assuaging the lingering grief of his bereavement with matchless expertise. while he was aware only of their two bodies swaying together, and her gentle smile, and the oblique glowing eyes so incongruously set within her classic Oriental features. He smiled at her. "You're redacting me, aren't you?" "Do you object?" His gaze slid away from hers, and the smile faded. "I want to remember what was done to Margaret. Remember her. I loved her, and I intend to find the person who killed her and see that he's punished. The hurting—" He paused, and she finished the thought for him. "You think it will aid your resolution, but you are wrong. It would only distort your judgment. However, the point is moot, since you are not the person who will be responsible for the apprehension of your wife's killer. That task belongs to another. You have a different job to do, which will require your complete attention." "So you do concede that Margaret was killed? That she wasn't a suicide?" The redactive energy exuded by the Lyalmik suppressed his emotions without subtlety now, chilling his righteous anger, calming the fresh upsurge of pain. Davy was incapable of resisting. The crime would not be discussed. Not now. They danced. After a time, asymptotic Essence said, "You have not even asked what your new job is to be?" "Whatever your Lyalmik want," Davy said dully. "You ought to be appointed planetary dirigent for Earth." "Good God, I never dreamed—" "No, I don't want it." "The office is traditionally given to one who does not want it, one who will not be corrupted by it, or broken by it." Davy began to laugh softly, bitterly. "You don't know what you're doing. I'm not right for it. I'm a MacGregor, Lord help me, and we've been a wild ilk from time immemorial, and I'm not diplomatic at all." "You have been chosen." "I even have doubts about humanity's belonging to the Galactic milieu, about the unity thing. I don't understand how my race can submerge itself in an overmind and retain its integrity. And I've plenty of company there, you know. Not all human operants think like poor Remillard, believing that a permanent mind linkage to exotic races is the greatest idea since sliced bread." Asymptotic Essence said, "Their conversion must follow your own." "And how am I to be convinced that unity is our destiny?" "You may start by studying the works of a French philosopher who investigated the foundations of the concept many years ago, during your mid-20th century. His name was Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. By profession he was a paleontologist." "I've never heard of him," said Davy MacGregor. "Paul Remillard has, which is neither here nor there." "Then why didn't you, Lyalmik, appoint Paul as Earth's dirigent, or another of his bloody dynasty?" The Oriental woman shook her head. "Oh, no. Paul has his appropriate task, and you have yours." "And God help us both," muttered Davy. "We Lyalmik will help you as best we can. You will have to coerce God yourself." The two of them danced on without another word, and when the music ended, Davy bowed stiffly to Asymptotic Essence and stalked away. Laura Tremblay nearly fainted with the excitement of it all. A Lyalmik supervisor, one of the Galactic overlords, dancing with her. Whatever would Paul say? And then she happened to look over the glistening shoulder of Eupathic Impulse and saw whom the Lyalmik disguised as a statuesque black woman was dancing with. Paul. Suddenly the giddy thrill evaporated, and Laura knew what was about to happen, and she was filled with terror. The Lyalmik were going to separate them. She was certain of it. Paul was first magnate now, and these inhuman creatures had picked out some other woman, no doubt some worthy intellectual, with superior metapsychic powers, to be his new wife. But they wouldn't get away with their rotten scheme. Paul would find a way to counter them. Once she had divorced Rory, they'd be free to— "It will do you no good," Impulse said. She looked up at him, open-mouthed. Laura Tremblay was a lovely woman with transparent skin, dark, lashed blue eyes, and a proudly curved Celtic nose. Hair of frosty blonde was drawn severely back from her temples with a pair of golden combs. Her gown was black velvet, adorned with a single living orchid of pale yellow at the right shoulder. She said coolly, "I don't know what you mean." The entity that was not a man only smiled. "You may think that your marriage to Rory Muldowney has broken down irretrievably, that not even your mutual love for your 3 young children can hold you together." "It's true," she said fiercely, trying without success to work up the strength to pull away from him, but she could not. They danced on to the gentle Latin beat. "Rory knows that we're finished, that I'm determined to go to Paul. He's resigned to it." "Paul will not marry you," the Lyalmec said gravely. "Our prolepsis reveals that he will never marry again."
"Prolepsis? What does that mean?"
"We can see what you would call the future. Not all of it, and not always clearly, but the prolepsis regarding you and Paul is quite incontrovertible."
"I love him, and he loves me. He's told me that he does."
"Your first statement is undeniably true," Impulse said. "The second is doubtful, if by love you mean a devotion transcending the self. Paul finds you charming and sexually desirable, a consolation during this very difficult period in his life. But he will never pledge himself to you or to any other woman."
"What do you know about human love, you bastard, you thing?"
"One knows that love is mysterious, that it means different things to different human entities, that it can exalt and magnify, and also degrade and destroy, that it cannot be coerced, that it is sometimes spontaneous and sometimes learned, that it is born, lives, and sometimes dies, that it is an extension of the metacreative faculty, fulfilled only by bearing fruit, that it is akin to divinity but capable of malefaction. These things one knows. Wearing this human body, one continues to learn new and surprising things about love with almost every passing moment." Laura Tremblay was calm again, resting easily against the Lyalmec's shoulder. The music was drawing to an end, its sweetness touched with melancholy, and the dancers swayed more languidly.
"Do you know how love can hurt?"
she asked him. "Not yet," Eupathic Impulse admitted. "But given time, even that is possible." "And will you, Lyalmec, be wearing human form on other occasions?" Paul asked, noetic concordance.
"You will not see us so accoutred again until the human race attains unity, if it does."
"Ah," said Paul, "what a pity. You're the most exquisite dancer I've ever partnered."
"You flatter me. My grasp of this art form is entirely theoretical. I have never danced before. The experience is pleasurable, however."
"I'm very glad to hear it. There are any number of simple pleasures available to the incarnate, as you may already have discovered."
The African beauty laughed richly. "I think, First Magnate, that you hover on the brink of impertinence."
"With such an august entity as a Lyalmec supervisor, I wouldn't dare."
"I think you would dare a good deal, and not always wisely. But I am not here to chide you, but to offer our congratulations. You gave a very inspiring speech to the Concilium following your election. Your remarks concerning the solemn obligations of operants toward non-operants were particularly memorable."
"Thank you. I meant every word of it."
"I wonder if the majority of your fellow human magnates share your idealism and devotion to the galactic milieu?"
He flashed his famous smile. "We're an uncoaginate race, but I think most of us are trying our damnedest. The proctorship years were rough. There's a residue of resentment among all humans, operant and non, because of the price we had to pay for galactic citizenship. But most of us realized that we were hopelessly unfit to join your confederation as equals when the intervention took place. We were socially and morally immature. We still are, for that matter, but we're looking a hell of a lot better than we did in 2013.
Concordance laughed with him, then said more soberly, "You won't have an easy time of it during the 1,000 days of the probation. The other polities, especially the Crondoc and the Sim, have expressed grave reservations about the assimilability of the human mind into our unity."
"And what do you, Lyalmec, think?" Paul asked.
"The supervisory body concurs in finding humanity unique. Your mental potential is so great that it justified bringing you into the milieu in advance of your socio-political maturation. But the intervention was a calculated risk. It is also possible that you might destroy us."
"That's ridiculous. We're metapsychic infants compared to the other races, and your scientific achievements are so far beyond ours that it's—"
"With every passing year, the overall human metaquotient rises and more operant children are born to non-operant parents, and your science advances at an even faster rate. By the time your population achieves the coaginate number, you will have surpassed the other polities in virtually all aspects of technology."
"We won't surpass you."
"No, but the Lyalmec are different. We are ancient, static, sterile. Our minds are only minimally enmeshed with matter. We oversee and guide, but we cannot grow. The galactic milieu was our creation, but we will not survive to know its consummation. That falls to others.
Are you implying that we humans have been chosen to be your successors?
Paul was incredulous. That is not a certainty. The exercise of the proleptic faculty is more an art than a science, and its manifestation is chaotic. The entity named Atoning Unifex decreed the intervention and maintains that your ultimate unification is probable. But we are certain of this. There is no future for humanity outside the milieu. Now that you are part of us, you can never secede and go your own way. If you leave us, it will be because you have been expelled, and the consequences will be more disastrous than you can possibly imagine.
They danced, keeping their thoughts scrupulously private, as they had from the start. Finally the music ended, and Paul said abruptly, "Tell me one thing, if you can, before we say good-bye. Did a Lyelmic ever act as a kind of guardian angel to my granduncle Roger?"
Noetic Concordance shrugged delicately. "What makes you ask?"
"It was something my father mentioned in passing."
"I have no information to give you on the subject. But it does seem very unlikely, doesn't it?"
"Quite," said Paul. "Thank you very much for the dance."
"It was my pleasure," said Noetic Concordance. "Farewell."
Fury watched from above. Matters were progressing very satisfactorily, in spite of the fact that the silly Lyelmic had made Davy McGregor planetary dirigent. The great enemy, empowered. That would have to be rectified in time. Unifex said, "You aren't going to win."
"You can't be certain. I stand outside your prolepsis."
"That's true."
"And you can't touch me, admit it. The great manipulator isn't so omnipotent after all. I'll do as I please. I'm a necessary factor in the cosmic equation, the negative factor."
"Don't play games. I'm not God, and you're no devil. We're minds in opposition, and you don't even know who you really are."
"No, but I know what I want to do, what I will do."
"You won't win. Your creature is flawed, and by yourself you're no more able to coerce reality than I am."
"We'll see about that. You may be right about the creature. I faced certain limitations there at the inception. But there are other fish in the sea, to quote a human cliché."
"And other fishers, besides thee and me, Fury. Keep that in mind as you do what you must do. Au revoir."
Chapter 26. From the Memoirs of Rogatien, Remillard. On 5 January the baby lightened, slipped downward in Teresa's abdomen in a preliminary move toward birth. Jack became frightened at this first sign that his tenure in the womb was about to end, and to reassure him his mother spoke to him aloud and telepathically for hour after hour in one of the most amazing dialogues I have ever heard. St. Jack the Bodiless was canonized not by the Catholic Church, but by the acclamation of the Galactic Concilium. But if the Church had done an official investigation of his life and personal philosophy, and if I had agreed to have my chaotic memories tapped by Church experts, and if the experts were able to retrieve from me Jack's final prenatal conversation with his mother, it would have been a significant part of his dossier. I cannot quote it verbatim in these memoirs any more than I can quote the later, even more portentous colloquies between Mark and Jack, and the entity assisting me with my writing has declined to augment my own faculties of remembrance. But essentially it was at this time that Jack first came to grips with the concepts of pain and prayer, and their potential usefulness in the nurturing of higher levels of consciousness. As he was born in pain, Jack first learned to pray. Teresa knew instinctively that the birth process was going to hurt the baby, both physically and mentally. Human evolution had not yet progressed to a point where a fully rational and operant fetus could be delivered naturally without trauma. None of her other babies had been as mentally advanced as Jack at the time of birth, but even so they had suffered considerably. After they were born, a natural amnesia had set in, and this, together with instinctive positive redaction from their mother, had seemed to heal them. But Teresa was by no means certain that Jack would forget. He was obviously very different from her other children, and for this reason she decided to cope with his upcoming ordeal
in a special way. Jack had had very little experience as yet with pain, but he knew discomfort now that the lightening process had begun, and he didn't like it. The idea that the unpleasantness would become progressively worse understandably frightened him. Before, he had felt in control of his intrauterine world, but now the uterus had taken control. It was not only going to eject him from paradise, but it would also hurt him in the process. Teresa told him exactly what lay ahead of him. She also explained how the pangs of birth were known to help even ordinary babies in a purely physical way. The squeezing forced fluid from new lungs so that they would be better prepared for the first breath of air. The shock of bright light, the sudden chilling, and the unaccustomed handling he would experience were stresses that actually had been proved to benefit healthy newborns. As they raged against the deprivation of uterine comfort, there was a feedback to the brain that enabled the babies to better adapt to life in the outer world. Jack, because he was already rational, would suffer mentally as well as physically during his birth, but Teresa told him she was certain that if he prayed with complete trust, the pain would bring him strength. If he exerted positive coercion upon both himself and God, which was what prayer meant, then the birth ordeal would be, in the end, a triumphant experience for him, just as similar ordeals had been for mature humans all throughout history. Enduring the pain in the proper frame of mind could enhance his life in some mysterious way. Birth, she explained to Jack, was a great transition, the first of many he would eventually pass through. He was about to lose forever the sheltered dimness, the suspended comfort and total security of the womb. He would come out into a world of light where there were opportunities for great joy and satisfaction, for individual types of accomplishment impossible for fetuses dependent upon their mothers. In this new world, suffering was commonplace, not because the Creator had maliciously planned it so, but because of the limitations of the physical universe and the imperfections of living things. Teresa warned her son that he would not only suffer at birth, but also know pain of many different sorts during the independent life that lay ahead of him. It was part of being human. But pain, she said, was a peculiar thing. Only higher living things had evolved the ability to suffer, and the higher the creature, the more intense its hurts might be, and so pain must have survival value. She explained to Jack some of its more elementary useful aspects, then went on to discuss the more difficult side of it. Intense pain could be, and perhaps most often was, degrading to the spirit of rational beings. However, it might also be transformed by directed willpower, prayer, into a thing of great value, something that might enhance a person's own self-worth if he suffered for love of himself, or something that might magnify the worth of the great mind of the universe, if the person was able to suffer for love of others. Jack had already begun to assimilate, with her help, the abstract concept of an incarnate God. Now she attempted to amplify the divine absurdity to include the notion of God freely choosing to suffer and die in order to achieve a higher goal. Teresa was no theologian, but she was, in spite of her protestations to the contrary, an educated woman, and also a very talented artist who had endured much to enhance that art. Her own ability to love both her husband and her children was seriously flawed by the demands and distractions of her singing, but the roles she had played had taught her well the extreme lengths to which love could drive the lover, to murder, to suicide, to madness, and even to great-hearted sacrifice of one's own life and happiness. Teresa told Jack that suffering for the love of others was a concept he would have to learn about more fully later, when he was more mature. Now it could only be an abstraction to him, except perhaps for his imperfect understanding of what his mother and his Uncle Roger had endured for his sake. Suffering for love of himself, on the other hand, was an opportunity no other unborn child, with the exception of an incarnate God, had ever experienced. This kind of suffering could teach him things about his own soul. It could strengthen him and expand his conscious mentality in an extraordinary way. Bearing children and giving birth to them is a great ordeal for the mother, she told the child in her womb. But if she does it in the natural way, fully prepared and unafraid, then it's not a horror at all, but an exaltation. At the instant the child's head is born,
The discomforts of pregnancy and the difficult labor are completely forgotten, and the mother's nervous system responds with a flood of ecstasy. And I hope it may be the same for you, my dear little son." Jack said only, "I will think about this." When he was asleep, fetuses do sleep, even precocious ones, she confided to me that Jack was particularly fearful that birth trauma might interfere with his intellectual and metapsychic functioning, which he called his high self. His low self was the animal part of his mentality. He was afraid that if he was badly disturbed and lost control during the ordeal, his low self and high self would be somehow disconnected, leaving him dangerously exposed to something. "The poor thing is only a baby," I pointed out. "All very well for you to urge him to pray and be strong, but what if he can't manage? This high self, low self talk of his reminds me of something I read about Native American initiation ordeals. If you panic, the demons can get you. I suppose Jack's demons would only be subconscious ones." I told him that we would guard him, Rogi. Teresa was quite serious, that we would stay alert and keep his mind safe from outside threats if he should become vulnerable. She eyed me in that oddly trusting way of hers. I have no idea what he perceives this threat to be. It must be some monster of the id. Surely no hostile external metapsychic influence could touch him here. Could it? "I don't see how. Coercion can't operate at long range. Neither can the harmful types of redaction or creativity. The most that could happen is that one of the family could watch the birth, through EE. I'm sure Jack's fears are irrational. As you said, he is only a baby. But we must respect them. If Dennis or even Paul should far speak you, don't give any hint that I'm about to give birth. No one except you and I should witness my baby's first experience with pain." Obscurely troubled, I agreed. The weather had turned clear, and so hideously cold that when night came we heard trees exploding in the forest around us as freezing sap burst the wood fibres. Several of the roof timbers exploded as well, startling us out of our wits. When we awoke the next morning, the front door was covered with thick hoarfrost from top to bottom. Previously it had never frosted more than halfway up. A long time later I questioned Bill Parmentier as to the possible temperature on that day, based upon my environmental observations, and he had shrugged. Might have been 30-40 below, maybe. Not really all that cold for these parts. Just a bit brisk. Naturally, that was the day young Tijon, my great-grandnephew John Remillard, had to be born. "Do you realize that today is the 12th day of Christmas?" Teresa said after she announced that her labor had begun. "Epiphany. A very auspicious time for Jack's manifestation." "But the big feet will have to stand in for the Magi," she laughed. "Be sure to far-speak them the big news after Jack arrives." The baby's response to the beginning of labor was to virtually suspend communication with his mother, telling her that he needed to marshal all his mental resources to prevent, if possible, the separation of his two mystical selves. Teresa did not seem particularly worried about his withdrawal. Her mental state was one of great exhilaration, almost euphoria, because her most difficult pregnancy was over at last. She told me she had an overwhelming desire now to see her son, to hold him in her arms and kiss him and nurse him, to experience the body as well as the mind of this child, whose gestation had been so perilous. Both of us had been able to visualize the fetus with our ultrasenses, and we knew he was normally formed, in spite of what the dire genetic assay had predicted. But we wanted to see him, to be sure. During the morning and afternoon hours, when the contractions were still far apart, Teresa continued with her cooking and cleaning and other household chores, stopping only to close her eyes and breathe in a completely relaxed manner when the pangs came. She explained to both me and Jack that this first stage of labor involved the dilation of the cervix, the birth canal. After I had performed my usual hewing of wood and drawing of water, she put a childbirth fleck into the plaque reader and demanded that I absorb every awful detail so I'd know what to expect. She reminded both of us that she had already borne 4 babies using the techniques of natural childbirth, without any recourse to chemical or mental anesthetics or any unusual medical intervention. But she said nothing about the stillbirths or the abortions, nor did she mention Mark's twin, Matthew, who had died in utero
under very peculiar circumstances. According to Teresa, there was no need for us to worry overmuch about the unsterile conditions in our log cabin. Newborns were usually quite tough, and she herself was perfectly healthy. Only ordinary precautions of cleanliness were called for. She took lengths of flannelette and wool that she had prepared and baked them in batches in the Coleman oven, and she boiled a knife and some string and wrapped them in a clean cloth. A pailful of boiled water was covered with a foil lid and left ready near the stove for washing mother and baby after the birth. She had me bring in a large quantity of sawdust from the wood-cutting area. Chopped-up lumps of this were laid to thaw on the floor beneath the lower half of the bed. Teresa discreetly left me in ignorance of the sawdust's function. So did the damned maternity fleck. When she began to approach the later stages of labor, she had me stoke up the fire until the stove was aglow and the log cabin's inside temperature approached that of a normal civilized room. Then we got her bed ready. She was going to lie with her head where her feet ordinarily were, in order to give me, the amateur accoucheur, more room to maneuver in. We arranged the folded air mattress and the pillows, first covered with plass and then with a wool duffel cloth, to form a slanted backrest. She would give birth in a half-sitting position, which was the most comfortable. On the half of the bed where the rope springs were exposed, she placed a pair of long wool pads she had made. They fitted into the bed frame, rather like two small mattresses, with a slight gap between them down the middle of the bed. A large piece of sterile flannelette was laid atop the pads, making the bed's lower end look more normal. Teresa showered in our little bath cubicle, using warm water with a bit of chlorine bleach in it, and then put on her long Snegurochka undergown, warm from the oven. Facetiously commanding me to avert my eyes, she got into bed with the back of the gown hoiked up and made herself comfortable. The upper part of her body rested against the folded mattress and pillows, but from the rump down she lay on the pads, with the front of her gown drawn modestly over her knees, and her feet, with clean socks on, braced against the foot of the bed-frame. She faced the north window and the large table, where the lamps were turned on at low intensity, and all of the birthing supplies had been laid neatly out. "Now cover me up," she said, after pausing to endure a contraction. "First, the big flannelette sheet." I laid it over her reverently. "Now my down comforter with the excess rolled up against the wall. For God's sake, don't let it drag on the floor in that damp sawdust." "Yes, ma'am, but the sawdust is really pretty clean." "It is now." She gave a great contented sigh. "Oh, that's better. Now all I have to do is wait. And when the time comes, all you have to do is help me the way I tell you." "And avoid giving way to panic." I grinned, putting on my best air of confidence. "Are you sure it isn't draughty underneath?" "Trust me, everything is just fine." I pointed wordlessly to the swell beneath the covers and lifted my eyebrows. "He's quiet," she said. "I can sense his distress at the contractions. It's his head, after all, that's dilating the cervix. Poor little baby. It will be much harder on him than on me. But there's no helping it. An ordinary baby would feel very little discomfort, and he'd forget it immediately. But the birth process just doesn't take rational fetuses into account."
Late in the evening, Dennis far-spoke me the details of the Conciliar inauguration, including Paul's election as first magnate. Mercifully, he didn't mention the warm cordiality so evident between Paul, presumed by all except the family cognoscenti to be a widower, and the lovely Laura Tremblay, nor did he discuss with me the murder of Margaret Strayhorn. I was not to learn anything about the exploits of the being called Hydra until after my return to civilization. Dennis wanted to know whether the birth was imminent, and asked whether Teresa would far speak with him or Paul after Jack was born. I lied brazenly, saying that there was no sign of labor as yet. I told Dennis that Teresa was asleep, and that she still was afraid that far-speaking would betray her to her enemies, and so she probably would prefer not to attempt it. I said I would continue to be the conduit of maternity news. This seemed to satisfy Dennis. Concilium orb was so far from Earth that he would be unlikely to attempt casual EE. Even for a Grand Master, using the ultra-senses across a distance of 4,000 light-years was no trivial operation, and I didn't think Dennis would add to his exertions by trying to view us, as well as speak telepathically,
unless he had a good reason to do so. When Dennis had finished with me, I reassured Teresa, who had been hiding anxiously behind the strongest mental screen she was able to conjure up. But her refusal to far-speak her kindly and solicitous father-in-law, who would probably play an important role in her upcoming reappearance in legal battles, worried me. And then there was Paul. He was just as expert as Dennis, perhaps even more so, in fine-beaming his thoughts so that no magistrate or monitor would pick them up. If Teresa really loved him and hoped for a reconciliation, she would have to respond to his telepathic call. When she continued to demur, I told her I was afraid that she had an entirely different reason for avoiding Paul. But she only laughed at my clumsy attempts to bring her marital estrangement out into the open. I'm not bitter about Paul's behavior over the pregnancy at all, Rogie. I understand that his first loyalty had to be to the milieu and not to me. I did commit a serious crime, but now that it's turning out so well, I feel it's best that we wait to discuss it. Far-speaking would accomplish nothing. What we must say to each other, we should say face to face. I want to show Paul his perfect little new son as a fait accompli. Put Jack into his arms. Then he can't help but be as proud of us as we are proud of him.
He'll be damned proud, I asserted stoutly. And now that he's first magnate, he'll move heaven and earth to do whatever it takes to get you off the legal hook.
She turned her head away. I know. Once Paul meets Jack, everything will be all right again.
I busied myself making Teresa a cup of tea, and then sat beside her on the stool while I rubbed her back and told her some of the details of the inauguration that Dennis had passed on to me.
She asked, Was the election for first magnate close?
59 votes for Paul, 41 for Davy McGregor. Closer than the family had expected.
How strange. I'd thought Paul was a shoo-in. Not that Davy isn't a sweet person and a brilliant statesman. I've always liked him and his wife.
There's going to be an inaugural gala, a banquet and a ball with celebrity entertainment. Lucille is all ready to do her metapsychic grande dame routine, and her gown will probably be a smash. Mark's going to wear his first white tie to the ball, and Dennis is confident that he'll be the designated dreamboat of the younger adolescent female set.
Teresa laughed with genuine pleasure, then caught her breath abruptly. Her eyes widened. Rogie, the waters.
You need water? I leapt to my feet, alarmed. Cold? Hot?
No, dear, she said gently, shifting about in the bed. The amnion, the membranous bag full of fluid that Jack floats in, it's broken.
Perspiration shone on her brow. She gasped, then uttered a peculiar guttural cry. I hovered at her side, terrified. What should I do? Her eyes were closed, and she gripped the edges of the bed frame with whitened knuckles. Again she made that peculiar grunting noise. She whispered, Put on a fresh shirt. Scrub your hands to the elbows. Rinse them in water that has a little bleach added. Yes, I cried, stumbling about the cabin. Yes, just take it easy. It won't take me 2 minutes. Hold on, Jack. Not so damned fast, for God's sake. It hurts. It hurts. Oh, Jesus, I wailed. It wasn't Teresa in pain. She was pushing and straining, her mind closed in upon itself in utter concentration. The one hurting was Jack. The amniotic fluid that had cradled and protected him for 9 months was now draining away with a rupture of the enveloping membrane. His delicate little body was squeezed by the fierce contractions of the powerful uterine muscles, now coming at 2-minute intervals, and he was being propelled forward centimetre by centimetre, head first through the crushingly narrow birth canal, the plates of his tiny skull and the marvellous brain within compressed, deformed. And with his mother distracted and withdrawn, he appealed to me.
It hurts. Uncle Rogie, it hurts so much I can't do the thing Mama wanted. Help me, please, please, help, help, help.
I will, I cried, kneeling beside the bed, putting one hand on Teresa's covered belly. She still lay beneath the comforter. I let my mind merge with that of the fetus and felt his agony, his terror. I seemed to see a bright, fragile, globular thing that pulsated with pain, threatening to shatter. And there in the scarlet dimness lurked something else, which would pounce if the bright globe broke and would devour the precious being that had been inside. The monster was there, but it had only limited faculties. I was a match for it. In some way I took hold of Jack's shining, hurting mind, enclosed him and steadied him.
I dredged up strength for both of us from God knew where. Somehow I shared my own experiences with suffering. Somehow I helped. And abruptly Jack withdrew from me, safe and in control again. I was back in the dimly lit cabin with the Arctic night wind moaning outside. Teresa was still grunting at regular intervals and bearing down valiantly with each contraction, but the fetus was no longer crying out. He was exerting his metapsychic faculties in a new way, incomprehensible to me. He was growing. I got up from my knees and stripped off my grubby wool shirt. A newly washed one hung on the line above the stove. I scrubbed my hands and lower arms and put the fresh shirt on, then checked over the birth supplies on the table. The folded clean cloths, the sponges made from wool duffel, a larger piece of material that Teresa had designated as the birth cloth, the sterile knife and string. Teresa said calmly, "Rogie, I've soiled the bed. It's normal. I want you to take away the comforter now. Fold the sheet up over my stomach and lift my nightgown and bring me a cloth dampened with clean water so I can wipe myself. Then slide the shitty cloth out from beneath my legs. Hold it by the edges when you gather it up and burn it in the stove. Then bring another clean cloth and put it down." I gaped at her. "Hurry, dear." Teresa smiled encouragingly at me, but there were tears in her eyes for poor Jack's pain. "Do as I say, Rogie. The head is on the perineum." She gave another heroic grunt. Her face was deeply flushed, and she was drenched in sweat. I did it. There was a mess of fluid and a few feces on the cloth. I took care of things briskly. "No, don't cover me up again," she gasped. "Can you see him?" I crouched down. Her feet were braced hard against the bed frame, and her knees were spread wide. With no embarrassment, I checked the vulvar opening. Something was there. With each fresh contraction it advanced, then retreated a bit when the thrust ceased. But it came forward a little farther each time she bore down. Finally, the entire top of the head was visible, like a cork in a wine bottle. It was slightly blood-stained and coated with a pasty white substance. "I see him. He's coming. But there's blood and stuff all over him." "Okay," she gasped. "Okay. Now." She gave a loud, orgasmic shout. I seemed to hear another cry ring in my mind, equally joyous, and at that moment the baby's entire head came free. His eyes were closed. His skull was pathetically misshapen. She was looking down at him, her hands cradling the poor little head. "He's all right," she managed to say. "The distortion, normal. Get birth cloth. Lay it between my legs. No, further away. Get ready to catch him. Slippery. Ah!" With her second ecstatic cry, the baby's head turned to one side. Tiny shoulders emerged, together with a great gush of clear fluid that soaked the flannelette and the pads and dripped into the sawdust under the bed. I took hold of Jack under his wee arms as the rest of his body slithered out quickly, together with more liquid, stained pink with blood. He was very slippery. His body was bluish beneath the cheesy white coating. The umbilical cord was a bright sky-blue color and throbbing. The baby did not seem to be breathing. Without thinking, I lifted him by the ankles and smacked him on the bottom. He opened his mouth and spat out fluid. His little chest heaved. He turned pink almost immediately, and began to squall and wriggle. "Look, here he is," I babbled. "It's Jack, and he's breathing." I would have done it on my own. "Put him down, dear," Teresa whispered. She was smiling now. "On the birth cloth. Get the knife and the string. Do you remember what to do?" "You bet." Trembling, the great accoucheur tied one string tightly around the cord about 2 centimeters away from the baby's belly, then tied another string a ways away. Then, cringe, cut the cord. "Wrap him up in some clean flannelette and give him to me." I did as she said, and she took the wailing little thing and held him to her breast, crooning softly. His head was already starting to look more normal. I stood there at a loss, "what next, coach?" expression on my face. "Thank you. That's much better. Mama, Uncle Rogie." Both Teresa and I burst into tears. She rocked him in her arms, singing telepathically at the same time that she wept for happiness. The baby's mind had become completely inaccessible, shut away from all human intercourse except at the animal level, the superintellect having throttled back into oblivious infancy after savoring its triumph. Jack was breathing strongly, his heartbeat was even, and his head, with its wisps of dark hair, rested against his mother's breast. The yucky white stuff on his skin, Teresa informed me, was a normal coating called vernix, which would easily wash off later. In minutes, Jack had fallen peacefully asleep, his tiny mouth still fastened to the nipple. I told Teresa about my excursion into the infant's mind, and about the monster I had apparently perceived hiding there. "You must have imagined it, Rogie, or else it was a construct of his own unconscious, his low self threatening the high self in some strange manner." I shrugged. "Well, maybe." "Perhaps it was symbolic of all the difficult tasks that lie ahead of him. When he wakes, there'll be all those new stimuli to process. The next few days will be very difficult for him. Poor Jack. His mind may be highly advanced and self-aware, but it's trapped inside a helpless infant body. It didn't bother him while he was safe in a symbiotic relationship with his mother, but now that he's out on his own, he'll have a lot of adjusting to do." She winced. "Uh-oh, here we go again. It's the afterbirth. Now, this is what you do." I attended Teresa as she passed the placenta. This was an unattractive, fleshy mass, like a thick, veined pancake with the umbilical cord attached to its middle. Along with it came miscellaneous bits and pieces that Teresa said were the membranes that had enclosed the fetus, and a fair amount of blood. The fluids were mostly soaked up by the sawdust. Teresa directed me to burn the afterbirth, the soggy sawdust, the bed pads, and the most badly soiled cloths. She herself swabbed Jack off, dressed him in a belly band, a diaper, plass overpants, and a little terry cloth suit, then stowed him in his swan's down bunting and cradle furs while she washed herself and put on a fresh nightgown. She lay down to rest on my bed, with him tucked into the sleeping bag beside her, and both comforter and fur blanket piled on top. The cabin was cooling off rapidly. During the past hectic hour I had forgotten to stoke the fire. I told her she must sleep in my bed closest to the stove. We would switch bunks. "And why don't I make us some strong tea?" "There's better than that for us. Look in the corner of the bath alcove." Mystified, I went to check. And there was the split of Dom Perignon that had been part of her original bag of necessities, resting in a bucket of half-melted snow. I let out a cackle of appreciation, popped the cork, and poured the champagne into teacups. Laughing like loons, we toasted Jack's arrival and wished an early end to our other travails. "I'm afraid my bed-spring ropes are rather messed up," Teresa said, grinning over the rim of her cup. "Big deal. I'll put a plash sheet over them tonight and weave a new spring tomorrow, if I can't wash them clean." She nodded. Her face was radiant. She looked like anything but your stereotypical exhausted new mother. I said, "I didn't expect you to be in such good shape afterward." "Some women feel pretty decent. Others are knocked out. I feel like I climbed a mountain and fell down the other side. But tomorrow I'll be fine. Cook your breakfast." "Good God! And that's all there is to it?" She laughed. "I'll bleed for a while, but I have pads ready. If I don't get an infection or hemorrhage too badly, I shall be in fine shape inside of a week. But I intend to be a right layabout for the next 6 or 7 days, eating and sleeping like crazy and nursing Jack. You'll have your work cut out for you, bonhomme, waiting on me hand and foot. I'll cook the breakfast tomorrow, because right now you look worse than I do." "I feel like I gave birth to the kid. My hands are still shaking." I extended a batch of quivering digits. We were sitting side by side, she in my bed, and me in one of the chairs I had dragged over. "Do I get to be godfather?" "You get to baptize him." "What?" "Tomorrow. The circumstances are unusual, so it's quite justified. And it's the way I want it." I took refuge in the cup of champagne. "Whatever you say." We sat in peaceful silence for some time. The cooling stovepipe clicked, and the great white cold crept in through the planks of the cabin floor and nipped my feet in their wool socks. Then there was a distant explosion. "The trees are starting to pop off again," I observed. "Going to be another really cold night. Think I'll visit the outhouse and get us some more firewood before I turn in." I checked my wrist chronometer, which I had stashed out of the way when scrubbing up. "Almost midnight." "We did a good job." She finished her champagne. "Damn right." I took her cup, and she settled back to sleep. The baby beside her had not made a peep, either vocally or mentally, since she finished bathing him. But now that all the excitement was over, I became aware of unfamiliar vibes pervading the atmosphere of our little cabin. weird and wonderful and quite different from any human aura I'd ever experienced before. I figured they had to be coming out of Jack. I looked down at the tiny face, which was now pink and attractive. Perhaps he would grow up to be the greatest human mind ever. I said to him, "Que le bon Dieu te bénisse, Dijon." Then, aching in every muscle, I put on my packs and layer after layer of outer clothes and wrapped my lower face in a muffler before pulling the parka hood tight. When it was really cold, exposed facial skin would freeze in less than a minute. "Back in a jiff," I told Teresa, and went outside. The aurora was crazily blazing, and every bare twig and branch was encrusted with glittering rime. The crystalline world was flooded with pale rainbow light. My heart caught in my throat at the beauty of it. "Thank you," I said. "Thank you so much. Now let them live. Let it all work out for the best." Then I crunched off into the cold, flaming night. Both the woodshed and the latrine were on the west side of the cabin. I didn't bother looking into the shadowy, gnarled trees farther over to the east, beyond the door. If I had, I might have seen the creatures that made the big footprints I found in the snow the next morning right by the window. One of them, I have since been told by a reliable source, had grey eyes. Chapter 27. Ape Lake, British Columbia, Earth, 22 January, 2052. Dennis had forspoken Roger on the day after Jack's birth, telling him that he was on his way back to Earth and would be coming to take the two of them and the baby away from Ape Lake. He would hide them, he said, in a more salubrious place until the dynasty was able to repeal or modify the reproductive statutes and procure retroactive pardons for Teresa and Roger. The two of them spent the next 2 weeks very quietly. A new series of storms swept over the coast range, dumping deep snow upon the cabin so that it was almost buried to the eaves. Roger always managed to shovel the roof clear, and he travelled easily to the cache of moose meat and to the lake on snowshoes. But the routes to the latrine and the wood supply in Le Pavillon were now snow tunnels, and he worried about how the chimney would draw if the cabin was buried much deeper. Jack almost always behaved like a normal infant, nursing and sleeping and watching the two of them with solemn eyes during his periods of wakefulness. He spoke mentally mostly with his mother. Roger gathered that he was hard at work processing a monumental batch of new sensory data input and had little time for social conversation. Jack intensified the bonding to his mother once he had formally identified her as a being separate from himself. And when Roger baptized him, the infant bonded to the old man as well, somehow seizing upon the memory of Dennis's long-ago christening, and judging that Roger, too, was an appropriate person to love without qualification. The sun rose tardily during winter in the Northland, and Roger and Teresa usually did too, conserving their body energies against the ever-deepening cold. She kept the cradle close beside her bunk, and when Jack indicated telepathically that he needed nursing during the night, she would simply take him into bed with her and put him to the breast without really waking up. Roger, in a similar state of somnambulism, would rise at night several times to restoke the fire. Even so, in the morning the door would be frosted from top to bottom and the water in the bucket frozen nearly solid. The adults found that they could sleep 10 or 11 hours at a stretch. The baby slept 20 hours out of every day. They all seemed to be in a state of semi-hibernation, recuperating from the tension of the time before Jack's birth and marshalling their strength for whatever was to come. On the evening of 21 January, Teresa and Roger finally broke the news to the baby that Dennis was on his way, and they would probably be leaving the cabin the next day. Teresa spent a long time reassuring Jack that the change was necessary and good, but he was frightened at the prospect of meeting other persons and living in a new place. She tried to make a game of it by having him designate which things he would like to take away with him. He chose the swansdown bunting, the swing papoose carrier that Roger had made, and Herman the ermine, who had fascinated Jack with his antics. "No, dear," Teresa said. "Herman can't come. This is his home, and he would be unhappy going with us." "This is my home, too," Jack said, his tiny face crumpling with woe, and he began to cry dismally.
Not really. Teresa cuddled him against her shoulder. She and Roger together projected images of the big house in Hanover in an attempt to show Jack what his real home was like. They showed him images of his father and his brothers and sisters and grandparents, new minds he would be able to bond with, but the only other person who seemed at all acceptable as a love object was Mark, whom Jack remembered very clearly. Paul and the others were equated with danger. Jack finally fell asleep, and Teresa put him into his cradle with a sigh. "This is going to be very hard on him, Roger. We probably won't even be able to go to the New Hampshire house."
The old man shrugged. "Dennis only told me he'd find us a safe place." He was packing Teresa's musical equipment and a few other things they were going to take. "Jack will just have to learn to adapt. Other babies do. You can't raise the little nipper in an isolation chamber. He's supersensitive, and change will seem awful to him at first, but he'll get over it. I get vibes from him that tell me he's a lot tougher than we think." Teresa began to rummage through her clothing. She held up her improvised Snegurotchka headpiece. "Do you think we could find room for this, and for the rest of the costume in our baggage?" Roger grinned. "Hell, yes. Some day you and Jack ought to do a repeat performance of the opera for the whole family. It could become a Christmas tradition." Later that evening, when the bundles were packed, they retired to their bunks, feet to feet, with the wind hooting down the stovepipe. Teresa said, "I don't want to leave here either." I know exactly how you feel, and him too. This place has been good to us, keeping us all safe. But Dennis is right about taking us out of here. You need to get back to civilization, where you can wear clean clothes and take regular baths and eat fresh fruits and veggies and get some decent exercise. God knows how much deeper the snow will get here before the spring thaw. And what would happen to you if I got sick or broke a bone?" "You're right. I was only thinking of myself. I'm sorry, Roger. I keep forgetting what a terrible responsibility the two of us have been for you." He made a growling sound deep in his sleeping bag. "Fool girl. I haven't enjoyed myself so much in years, and that includes hunting the moose. I'll be bored out of my mind back in the bookstore." They laughed together and then went to sleep, lulled by the wind. "Mama!" The baby's mind screamed. Both Teresa and Roger woke with a start. "A thing." Image. "A terrible big thing." Roger struggled to sit up in his bunk. It was pitch black except for the dull glow around the edge of the stove door. He squinted at his wrist and blearily made out that it was 05:23 hours. "A thing." "Roger, what is it?" Teresa was petrified. She snatched Jack from his cradle and clutched him tightly. The cabin was like a deep freeze. Roger pulled his wits together. He could see well enough in the dark once he exerted his ultra-senses, but Teresa was very poor at that particular mental trick, and her agitation made things worse. Neither could she identify the far-seen image that the terrified infant was projecting, something huge, silvery, and elongate, that apparently hovered silently only a few meters above the smoking chimney-pipe of the cabin. But Roger knew what it was. "Easy, you two. It's only Dennis come to get us, and damn my eyes if he hasn't come in a Poltroyan orbiter." The old man flung himself out of bed, lit a lamp, and hastened to pull his clothes on over grubby long-johns. Jack was wailing softly. Teresa put him back in his cradle and began to dress. No sooner were the two of them decent than something shocking happened. There was a knock at the door. Roger stamped his feet into his pacs, ran his fingers through his greasy silver curls, and straightened up. He strode to the door and yanked it open. There stood a human in a full environmental suit, with the helmet closed, and a lilac-faced Poltroyan male in a heavily bejeweled fish-fur parka and mukluks. They entered in a swirl of frigid air and ice crystals and slammed the door behind them. Jack abruptly stopped crying. Dennis lifted his visor. "Hello, Uncle Roger, Teresa. Meet my good friend Fred." "Enchanté," said the Poltroyan, stripping off his elaborate mittens. He took Teresa's and Roger's hands, beaming genially, and waved to Jack. "We've come to take you away," Dennis said. "Let's not waste any time. Fred's vessel is field-screened, but I'd like to land you two on Kauai while it's still night in the islands." "Kauai?" Teresa exclaimed joyfully.
We're going to my folks' old place?
Dennis nodded. It's all arranged. You and Rogie and the child will stay there until the mess is resolved. There's no longer any danger of a search by the magistratum. The human polity is finishing up its preliminary work on Orb, and in a week or so everyone will head for home. There'll be debate on the reproductive statutes and a lot of tap dancing by the family lawyers once the intendant assembly reconvenes with the new magnates seated. But Paul plans to introduce a resolution, granting you a retroactive pardon as soon as possible.
And when can we go home? Teresa demanded. Really go home?
I can't be certain. Perhaps as early as March, if the dynasty can get you bail or push through a general amnesty for repro statute violators.
Dennis's gaze moved for the first time to the cradle with its furs and silent, tiny occupant.
He's still well?
Perfectly, said Teresa.
I see he's already learned to erect a mental barrier.
He could do it in the womb, she said.
Remarkable. It seems your illicit pregnancy is completely vindicated after all.
She met his eyes without flinching. I always knew it would be. Little Jack's body is flawless. There is no congenital deformity, and no physical dysfunction as far as I can tell. His mind is superior. I should warn you that he doesn't think like an infant. You might think of him as a precocious 9-year-old.
A very innocent, precocious 9-year-old, Rogie added. He began to stoke up the fire for the last time.
Dennis took off his gloves. The wan lamplight gleamed on his silvery suit as he approached the cradle and looked down at the tiny baby. "Hello, Grandpère," Jack said.
"Good morning, Jack. Are you ready to travel?"
"I will be. Soon. I must be fed and changed. Will you and Fred mind waiting for a few minutes?"
"Not at all," Dennis replied.
The baby said, "I am going to try very hard not to be afraid. I hope you won't be angry if I cry a little when something new startles me. It's a reflex action I have very little control over as yet."
"I understand."
Dennis reached out one bare hand toward the baby's pink cheek.
"May I touch you?"
"With your hand? Yes, but not with your mind."
"Oh, Jack,"
Teresa sighed. She made an apologetic gesture to Dennis, who smiled with apparent understanding and withdrew his hand after a brief pat. The baby said to Dennis, "I don't think I will be able to love you."
"You don't know me," Dennis said equably. "Later you may change your mind. You have a great deal to learn, you know, especially about other human beings like yourself."
"Are there others like me?" "Of course," said Teresa with mock indignation. She began to bustle about, getting a washcloth and clean diaper and gown for him, warming them first on the stove, since the temperature in the cabin was still well below 0 Celsius. She told Dennis and Fred that the baby wouldn't mind the brief exposure to the cold as she changed him. Even ordinary babies were able to adjust their body thermostats to frigid air for very short periods, and Jack was particularly adept at the trick. "And I'm sure he has all kinds of other talents that we haven't even begun to discover yet," she said proudly. "Just wait until Papa meets you, Jack." She looked brightly at Dennis. "I suppose Paul plans to come to see us in Kauai as soon as he gets back to Earth?"
"He doesn't think it would be wise to have any contact with you," Dennis said regretfully, "until the family lawyers have assessed the situation."
"Foutre!" exclaimed Rogie indignantly. Teresa's face froze. But an instant later she was smiling as she began to undress the baby. "It's quite all right. I understand perfectly. We'll do whatever Paul thinks is best, won't we, Jack?" The baby stared at her with enormous eyes. His mind remote and silent. Chapter 28. Hanover, New Hampshire, Earth, 25 March, 2052. By the calendar, spring had come to North America, but the calendar lied where New Hampshire was concerned, and it was almost enough to make Mark wish he were back in the climate-controlled perfection of Concilium Orb. Freezing rain mixed with sleet beat against his leathers as he drove back to the frat house on his turbocycle after finishing his first full day at Dartmouth College. Grassy parts of the campus, rooftops, fences, and other unwarmed surfaces were beginning to glaze now that the sun had gone down. The bare branches of the big elm trees and the shrubs glittered in the streetlights.
Pedestrian students slogged along, emanating misery and dodging sprays of slush from passing ground cars. Driving north on College Street, Mark got sprayed even more than those who were afoot, and his bike was balking worse than ever, fighting back every time he tried to change its vector. It had to be the guidance helmet. His tinkering with it after he discovered the weird brain-board interference must have screwed something up. The poor old turbocycle was probably receiving conflicting orders from his mind and the phantom glitch, and it didn't know whether to shit or go blind. Mark finally killed the cerebral guidance. He came onto slippery Clement Road, where the melting grids seemed to be on the fritz, then entered the driveway of the Mu Psi Omega house. He'd moved in the day before, less than a week after finally returning to Earth. The driveway was a sheet of glass. He could have deployed the ice spikes, but in his present mood he chose instead to kill the engine and simply horse the heavy BMW along with his PK. No sense pissing off his new meta-frat brothers with something so mundane as tearing up their driveway. The garage door opened in response to his mental nudge of the old-fashioned electronic opener. He rolled inside and put the machine in its allotted space in the cramped freshman section, between Alex Mannion's 10-speed bicycle and Boom Boom LaRoche's Kawasaki jet scoot. He took the guidance helmet off and frowned at its complex interior. The needle electrodes gleamed faintly red with his blood before retracting into the cage, automatically heating up and sterilizing themselves with tiny puffs of smoke. Even as Mark summoned an ultra-sensory view of the suspect microsystem, he knew that simply looking at the damn thing wouldn't tell him diddly squat. He would either have to take it apart and test it himself, and with all the make-up work from his 2 missed terms, it wouldn't be easy to spare the time, or else give it to Alex and see if he had any bright ideas. Mark took his IBM notebook and a large sack of buttermilk doughnuts from the turbocycle's carrier and trudged up the slushy back walk. In the mudroom, he stripped off his environmental leathers and boots and put them in his locker to dry, then tramped into the back parlor stocking-footed. Alex was there, and so were Boom Boom and Pete D'Alembert and Shig Morita and a couple of sophomores he didn't know, watching a Soviet football game on the Tri-D. "Hey, Mark," Alex said. The other 3 freshmen also murmured greetings. "Small contribution to the general jollification," said Mark, dumping the doughnut sack. Everybody but Shig, who was already munching dried seaweed from a Plas packet, pounced. The sophomores took extras. "Shitty weather," Boom Boom said, with his mouth full, "but very commendable quasi-Tauruses." "Tauri," Alex corrected. "But never Tauri-E," Shig Morita said, his eyes never leaving the game, "because that's not a bag of doughnuts at all, but a Japanese gate. Ugh! Would you believe the way that Ostrovsky can boot the ball back over his head? The clot's gotta be a closet PK meta." "No way," said Pete D'Alembert. "The refs would spot his noodling." "Not if the guy's a gonzo screener," said one of the softs. "A psychokinetic topspin on the ball is detectable if an operant referee is looking for it," Alex said, "and if the player tried to screen it, the screen would be detectable. Right, Mark?" "Most of the time it would," Mark said gravely. "I could probably fudge it, but I doubt if many other heads could." "Oh, hey, what have we here?" The bulkiest of the sophomores, a patronizing grin on his face, tossed an inexpert mental probe at Mark. It did not even bounce. It was absorbed without a trace. "Ooh, Captain Marvel comes to Animal House. Lucky, lucky us. What did you say your name was, young donut peddler?" "Lay off him, Eric," said Boom Boom in a warning tone. Although the sophomore was 3 years older, the hulking 14-year-old freshman outweighed him by 10 kilos. "He's one of our buddies from Brebeuf." "I'm Mark Remillard," Mark spoke absently. He was having a swift telepathic conversation with Alex Mannion about the malfunctioning helmet. The second sophomore groaned. "Another jebby-ass wipe. The house is crawling with you precocious little pricks." "Remillard?" The boy named Eric was frowning. "Don't tell me you're the one who—" A doughnut levitated from Boom Boom's paw and neatly stoppered Eric's open mouth. "Mark's okay," said Pete D'Alembert quietly. "Sometimes he comes on a little weird, but in time you get used to it. He's not really shy, only arrogant." "Our glorious leader," Shig said. "You sophs are going to love him even more than the rest of us." Eric slowly chewed his doughnut. His eyes had gone narrow and thoughtful. Mark tossed the black helmet to Alex, who caught it one-handed. "There's the wonky brain bucket. I'm fresh out of easy fixes myself. Want to check it out?" "Sure." Alex Mannion licked sugary leftovers off his unencumbered hand and got up slowly from his chair. "That a CE hat you got there?" Eric brightened. "I've heard of them, but never seen one. What model?" "Homemade," Mark said. "Built it myself. It drives my BMW bike." "Jeez Louise!" exclaimed the second sophomore. "You really made it, kid? Let me check her out. I'm majoring in cerebroenergetics." "It's broken," Mark said shortly. "Maybe some other time." "Let's take it up to my room and run a quickie test," said Alex. "There's time before dinner." The two of them climbed the back stairs of the frat house together, hearing Boom Boom and Shig filling in the suddenly attentive sophomores on Mark's family antecedents and metapsychic armamentarium. A rich scent of clam chowder wafted up from the kitchen. Somebody was playing Lush Life very badly on a saxophone. From the sunroom and the front parlor came sounds of laughter and a mélange of declamatory mental speech, mostly jocose and semi-obscene, and concerned with coy women and hoped-for Friday night dates. Alex addressed Mark on his intimate mode. "Sorry I missed you this morning. How they hanging?" "Good enough. These first days back are bound to be glarfy. The worst will be wangling the lost lab time, but fear not, I'll catch up. I did a lot of the SWAT work while I was in Orb." "Hey, burdens of being well-connected. Tough you missed Winter Carnival icicle racing this year was noteworthy, but it must have been some kind of zorch seeing Concilium Orb and mingling with a magnetized mob, plus Lyelmic overlords in human form." "Huh," Mark said without humor. "You don't know the halvesies." They went into Alex's room, a tiny cubicle with a floor, desk, and 2 chairs, were nearly buried in a junk shop tangle of microelectronic gear, homemade boxes of mysterious function, and miscellaneous equipment ranging from myglome analyzers to miniature dye-field generators. The place stank of fried insulation and fort cement. On the wall was a hollow poster advertising the new D'Oyly Cart Opera Company production of The Mikado. "Didn't take you long to make yourself at home," Mark observed, taking in the chaos of the room. He sat down on the bed, the only reasonably clear surface available. "Your mom must be singing hallelujah getting all this crap-doodle out of your house at long last. Her fire insurance probably dropped a few kilobucks, too." Alex was Mark's best friend and his former prep school roommate, a sturdy, bulldog-jawed youth whose eyes were dark and wide-set, with heavy lids that gave him a sleepy expression. He was the only person who had ever beat Mark at 3-dimensional chess, and the only other undergraduate at Dartmouth with an intelligence quotient classed unmeasurable. He was an amateur computer engineer of considerable talent and intended to specialize in theoretical physics. His creativity was Grand Master class, and his other powers mediocre. Alex pulled a clamp vise from behind an overflowing trash basket, fastened it to the work table after making room, and immobilized the CE helmet. Deftly, as a surgical nurse prepping a patient, he removed the visor, the ear padding and phones, the needle electrode cage, and the environmental unit. "Mom's got her hands full with your Uncle Rogier's bookshop, and no time left to fret about anything so piddling as my little hobbies." He positioned a microscanner and a slave manipulator, then laid out the slave's toolkit, the virtual glove, and the goggles. Poking around among the junk on a nearby shelf, he found what looked like a jeweler's ring box, made of crystal and silvery metal. He plugged a little cable into it and mated it to the scanner. "Will your family close the bookshop now that the old man's passed away?" "No," said Mark tersely. Alex fiddled with his IBM main shoebox, coupling the powerful little computer to the scanner as well. The Tri-D monitor lit up. Alex began configuring for the job, whispering parameters into the hand mic. His mind said, "I'm really sorry, Mark, about Uncle Rogier and your mother." "Don't be." "Well, it'll be public eventually, but keep it under your hair until the poop hits. Uncle Rogier and Mama aren't dead." Alex's jaw dropped open. He stared at his friend in shock. Mark said, "It was all a hoax. I engineered most of it with Uncle Rogier's help. Mama was preggers in violation of the repro statutes and determined to have the baby. His fetal genetic assay said he was chock full of lethals, but Mama proved to me that his mind was superior to anybody's in our family, including mine. I decided the kid deserved to live, and so I hid Mama in the Canadian bush with Uncle Rogier to take care of her.
My father and the rest of the family found out, but they didn't know where I'd stashed them, and knew they couldn't pry it out of me, and they were wild to suppress the scandal, so they let it be. They sent me to Warb to keep me out of Shitway, and kept me there after most of the human magnates had already gone home. My grandfather finally found out where I'd hidden Mama and Rogie, and took them out of the hiding place up in Canada and put them somewhere else. Our lawyers have been working to find a way to deal with Mama's legal problems. Rogie's, too, of course, and the baby's. His name is Jack. I haven't seen him or Mama or Rogie or even far-spoken them since last August. God, can your mother really beat the rap? An operant's violation of the Repro statutes carries the death penalty. Under the Symbiari proctorship, it did. Papa and Dynasty have been humping away down in Concord, trying to change the law, get Mama a pardon or retroactive exoneration or some damned thing. That may take months, but the resolution to modify the Repro statutes finally passed in the Intendant Assembly 3 weeks ago and went to committee. That's when I was finally allowed to leave Orb. Can they nail you for anything? Probably not. Uncle Rogie will most likely claim that the whole thing was his doing. There's no percentage in my contradicting him. Holy shit. And you say this little brother of yours is a real long-brain? He'd better be, said Mark out loud. Alex blinked, then ventured to ask, What about the snuff genes? I don't know, Mark said in a low voice. I just don't know. Alex didn't say anything else. He turned on the microscanner, aimed it at the relevant circuitry of the helmet, then slipped on the virtual glove and goggles. The slave manipulator delicately picked up an instrument in obedience to the analogous movements of the gloved hand. Alex seemed to be prying up an invisible thing as the glove moved in empty air. On the microscan monitor, Mark could see an enlargement of the actual tiny tool, removing an infinitesimal electronic chip from its seating in the brainboard. You say you replaced this chip when the hat first began to act up, Alex said. In the virtual world depicted in his goggles, he saw the chip as a thing larger than a bookplaque. The microscopic tool seemed the size of a small crowbar, gripped firmly in his gloved hand. Right. I was getting oddball feedback from the executive myglome. Mental imagery that wasn't mine and didn't make any sense. Weird pictures. I thought I had traced it to that chip of the brainboard and put in a new one. Then today, the exec mode balked out completely, and the bike fought back every time I thought it in order. Alex mimed moving something. The slave swooped away from the helmet and extended an arm toward the ring box. An opening appeared in the box's top, and the slave, directed by Alex's glove, inserted the microscopic electronic device into the function tester. This little Hummer is certainly the obvious point of origin for spurious commands. Putting it through its paces in the gloom analyzer ought to flush out any exec glitch. It tested okay on my gloom. I didn't try SEEP. Let's do that. Alex took the glove off and picked up the mic again. In a few minutes, the computer's monitor began to display the chip's secrets. The two boys studied the flickering complexities, now and then making remarks. After about 10 minutes, Alex said, The chip is functioning perfectly in CP gloom and my gloom. Shit, said Mark. Alex shrugged. You want me to trace the board's executive circuitry? It'll take a while. It's impervious, and I never touched it. Only the one chip. There must be some other explanation. Wear and tear? Alex suggested. Sweat in the board? Electric dandruff? Come on. You saw how well sealed the brainboard is, and the helmet was working perfectly before I got shipped off to Orb. Now it starts gibbering and flashing goofy images and countermanding my orders. A tired chip in the BI exec was the obvious fix. Eliminate that, and what's left? Alex considered for a minute. Is there any way that somebody could have tampered with the helmet while you were away? It was locked in the boot of the bike, in our garage at home. Who the hell would bother? Beats the hell out of me, said Alex. He hesitated. You know, my man, the most obvious explanation for malfunction is that the glitch is in your own neuronic software. You've had a hard time of it during the past months. The spurious commands could result from some mental conflict that has nothing at all to do with turbocycle steering. Horse-pucky, Mark scoffed. You know, CE devices have always had a bad rep for screwing up the operator's mind. You want my advice? Not if it's what I think it is. His friend persisted. Give this brain bucket a rest. Drive your bike like a normal, at least until your family problems are resolved and you're positive you're thinking straight.
I always think straight, damn it. There has to be some other explanation.
Is it possible that another mind could inadvertently interfere with this CE system of yours? Say, through some gross slop-over of the creative metafunction into the brain interface?
I don't think so. But cerebroenergetics is one of those damned sciences where things are being discovered so fast that the new data are obsolete before they're published. I suppose it's theoretically possible to diddle the BI voluntary nodes, given a humongously talented grandmasterly creativity maven.
Now, if you only had a twin, Alex postulated idly, and he was shadowing you on a second turbocycle wearing an identical guidance helmet.
Mark did a double take. I did have a twin brother, but he died when we were born. His name was Matthew.
I'll be a horse's patoot.
Uncle Roger told the story to me in the bookshop one day when I caught him maudlin drunk, and he didn't know what he was doing. He said that the two of us babies were mental antagonists almost from the first time we attained consciousness. Matt was born first, dead, and when I was born they found my umbilical cord wrapped around my neck and my little hands locked in a vice grip on Matt's cord. Evidently I cut off my twin's blood supply before he could finish throttling me.
Christ! You really tried to kill each other?
Two unborn fetuses? I asked Papa about it after hearing Uncle Roger's story. It was never really clear what happened. We twins learned to mind-screen in the womb at 8 months. Matt was supposed to have been larger and mentally more powerful than me. Maybe he didn't like competition.
Craziest damn thing I ever heard of.
Alex slipped the virtual glove and goggles back on, and in a few minutes replaced the chip. The complete reassembly of the helmet took a little longer, after which Alex handed the gleaming black thing back to Mark.
Don't blame me if it drives you batshit.
Wouldn't dream of it. Mark headed for the door. Thanks for the test. See you at dinner. The door slammed.
Craziest thing?
Alex repeated to himself. He pulled the shoebox closer, called up the abnormal psychology database, and began to search through the more bizarre permutations of sibling rivalry. Mark went to his own room, a chamber no larger than Alex's that managed to look twice as spacious because everything was meticulously in order. The teleview had its red light on, and he hit it for the recorded message. An anonymous male face appeared on the screen. "Mr. Remillard, I'm Elihu Peters, from the office of the Dean of Freshmen. We're having a good deal of difficulty reconciling your application for a 2-year dual major accelerated honors program with the basic requirements for the bachelor's degree. Please arrange to see me in person no later than Tuesday about this. I want to emphasize that it's necessary that I confer with you yourself, not with some employee of your family." The screen went blank.
"Beautiful,"
Mark groaned. Aunt Anne had promised to cope with the college bureaucracy, and she'd evidently shoved the job off onto some minion who had even more evidently blown it, and maybe antagonized the dean's office in the bargain. What the hell was he going to do if the college dug its hoofs in and insisted that he waste his time studying undergraduate fiddle-faddle instead of the courses he was really interested in? He couldn't go whining to Anne, and he'd die rather than ask Paul for help, like a spoiled brat expecting his powerful daddy to put in the fix. Grand-père? Maybe. Dennis certainly knew the academic jungle inside out. He might have suggestions on which buttons to push, but it might be best to phone rather than far-speak him. Mark. He stood as if paralyzed, one hand poised above the teleview's keypad. "Mark, dear, it's me." "Mama!" "Where?" "Jack and I are back. We're at the farm, with Grand-père and Grand-mère. Can you come?" "Mama, is it safe for you to be here?" "Yes, please come as soon as you can. I realize it's a dreadful night, so you'd better call an egg taxi. The roads are getting very slippery out in the country." "I'm on my way." He snatched up the helmet and raced down the stairs for the back door. Somebody called after him that dinner was almost ready, but he struggled into his things and dashed out into the sleet storm. The bike met him on the driveway, turbs hot and headlight blazing. He leapt aboard, coasted down to the street, and was off and roaring. South on steaming Main Street to Wheelock, coercing the walkers and the ground cars out of his way when he couldn't skid around them, fuzzing his identity creatively so the cops wouldn't know who to pinch. The street melting grids stopped at the urban boundary, and Trescott Road was solid ice. The New Hampshire Department of Transportation probably figured no one but a lunatic would take a ground vehicle onto a secondary highway on such a night, so morning was soon enough to send out the sand trucks.
The bike began to skid perilously in spite of Mark's PK. It was illegal to deploy the wheel spikes, which was strictly for off-road use, but this time the boy had no qualms. The sharp steel fangs extruded from the tires and dug in. Then he really smoked the old Beamer, and only the spoilers kept him from going airborne. The bike guided like a dream. Whatever flaw had haunted the exec circuits earlier was gone with the wind. For prudence's sake, he upped spikes a few hundred meters before Grandpère's gate, and kept his machine more or less straight and level with Piquet. There was no sign of any special activity about the place, only a single unfamiliar egg parked at the front of the farmhouse driveway. Sleet pelted him like a fusillade of ball bearings as he ran for the porch. Dennis opened the door immediately, and Mark was aware of Uncle Roger hovering in the background. Dennis exclaimed, "You drove your motorcycle out here in this storm? You young idiot!" Roger said, "She and the baby are in the big guest room." Mark threw him a grateful glance and ignored Dennis's indignant protests as he pounded up the staircase to the second floor, leaving globs of muddy slush and wet boot prints in his wake. He flung open the guest room door. She was there in a chintz-covered rocking-chair in front of the fire, with a shawl-wrapped bundle in her arms. Her dark hair was much longer than he remembered it, plaited into braids. She wore a gown and a night-robe of blue, smocked and embroidered so elaborately that she looked like some medieval Madonna. Mark entered, keeping his mind opaque. His smile was tentative and quirkily one-sided, and his sodden black leathers gleamed in the firelight. He carried the helmet under his arm. "Mama?" "Hello, Mark. You didn't take a taxi after all?" "No." She nodded serenely. "It doesn't matter." Are you all right?" "Quite all right. And so is Uncle Roger. And so is your baby brother. We are technically under house arrest. The family lawyers have surrendered me to the jurisdiction of the Human Magistratum. I'm afraid I didn't pay too much attention to the legal details, but it seems that after Roger and I are arraigned tomorrow, we will be granted bail and be free until the matter is resolved. We'll be able to go home." "And you're going to be pardoned?" "I really don't know what will happen, but the lawyers seem certain that everything will work out. Your Uncle Roger told them that he conceived our escape plan serendipitously after the canoe upset, when we two found ourselves washed up on the river bank." She smiled. "You knew nothing about it, of course, since you were carried further downstream." Mark nodded and was silent for a time. Then, "The family shanghaied me and sent me to Concilium Orb. I tried to return to Earth so I could bring you more food, but we managed well enough. Uncle Roger shot an enormous moose." She laughed softly and laid the baby flat on her lap. "Only Jack's diet was more monotonous than ours during those last weeks at Ape Lake. But we were never really hungry or ill-nourished. Dennis came and took us away 2 months ago. We've stayed secretly at my family's old beach place on Kauai since then." "I'm glad it worked out," Mark said stiffly. "And the baby, is he really okay?" "Come closer and see," she invited him, indicating the small form. "But I'm all wet." "He won't mind." Mark's black-gloved hands were trembling slightly. Disgusted with the evidence of his own physical weakness and the emotion that had provoked it, the boy steeled himself behind his mental barriers. The thing he had put completely out of his mind now had to be faced. The terrible potentiality in the baby that Mark had shunted aside and denied from the very beginning of the adventure. The lethal genes. "Go ahead, dear," his mother urged. "Open the shawl." The baby seemed to be asleep. He was very small, with dark hair. Mark reached out a gloved hand, took hold of the wool covering, and then twitched it aside. The baby lay revealed, unclothed, perfect. "Mama, he's all right. Papa was wrong. The genetic assay was wrong." "Yes, dear, wrong, wrong, wrong. Little Jack's body is normal, and his mind, oh, Mark, dear, his mind. Just speak to him. It's wonderful. Don't be afraid to wake him." The baby's delicate eyelids opened. He looked at Mark and smiled, and the bonding of the infant to the older brother was instantaneous. Jack loved. Mark held back. Why are you shut tight? Open to me, talk to me. You helped to save me. I love you. I want to know you. Open, open." "Hello, baby. Jack. Don't be pushy. It's not polite. You don't order people to open their minds to you. You wait for them to do it in their own sweet time." "Oh." "Are you, Image, okay?" "Question?" "My body functions properly.
My mind craves more challenging stimuli, and I would like to discuss certain ideas with a mind more
complex image
than that of Mamma or Uncle Roger.
Well, you've got Grand-Père Dennis to talk to now. He's more complex image than anybody short of a Lyelmic.
Your mind is more congenial. I would prefer to talk to you. I demand it.
Oh, you do you? Hands on hips, Mark studied the infant with an expression of bemused consternation on his face. Mama, this kid is overdue for a course in operant etiquette.
Isn't he marvelous? Teresa put the naked baby over her shoulder, got up, and took him to a changing table. Now that you've seen that his body is perfectly normal, I'll dress him again. What did he say to you?
He was trying to boss me around.
Teresa laughed delightedly. You'll have to help me civilize him. I know you two will be very close.
Jack said,
We will, Mamma.
Coercion. Mark said to the baby, Not if you keep pushing my face, Pee-wee. Quit trying to probe me.
Oh, Jack, said Teresa reproachfully. You know that's not friendly.
The infant spoke urgently to Mark on his intimate mode.
Explain to me what a lethal gene is. Tell me why you worry about this concept and what it has to do with me. Open your mind further.
Mark said, No.
Jack began to scream. Teresa picked the baby up to comfort him, but he howled on. What's wrong? Whatever were you two talking about?
I only refused to let him root around in my mind. He wouldn't take no for an answer and tried to squirm under my screen, and I had to slam it down. He's incredibly strong in coercion, Mama.
You were every bit as obnoxiously assertive when you were young. I distinctly remember how you used to bully—
Tell me, Mark, or do you want me to ask her? It would frighten her, and she knows almost nothing about it. My own knowledge is incomplete. If you insist on knowing, I'll scrape up all the data I can find and give it to you in a few days. But you lack the emotional resources to deal with the impact this information will have upon your psyche. It'll scare the shit out of you, baby brother.
Irrelevant.
Diapers.
Tell me.
Have it your own way.
Yes.
There, said Mark. He's finally calmed down. I had a few words with him, man to man.
Teresa's smile was uncertain. I know he's difficult, Mark, but be gentle with him, won't you? Be his friend. He needs close contact with another powerful operant if his mind is to develop properly. I won't be able to cope with his needs by myself, and for some reason he's suspicious of Lucille and Dennis. He can't bring himself to trust them fully.
There's Papa, Mark said.
Teresa looked away. He came to see us before we left Kauai, with the lawyers and Colette Roy. Your father was very kind to me and Jack, but he made it quite clear that other very important matters will take up most of his time for the immediate future.
I see.
Mark stood motionless, keeping the abrupt surge of anger and disappointment walled away from her perception.
Poor Mama.
Even pardoned, Teresa Kendall and the offspring of her crime would always be political liabilities to an ambitious first magnate of the Concilium. Teresa was saying, Lucille has gone to fetch Marie and Mary and Luke and her egg so that they can meet their baby brother too. I know they're going to do their best to help with Jack, but he needs more than a group of loving brothers and sisters, Mark. He needs someone very strong, like you. I wouldn't dream of asking you to move out of the fraternity house, but will you make some time for Jack?
All right. I'm up to the eyeballs in college work, but I'll find a way to be with him. Far-speaking, too, if he can just learn to control himself.
I will.
No more stupid brat tricks.
I promise. Thank you, Mark. Teresa put Jack into the beautiful old maple cradle that Lucille had used for her 7 children. She went with Mark to the door and kissed him. Try not to judge your father too harshly. He has so many demands on him, and in his way he's trying to do the best he can for us.
Mark said only, Goodbye, Mama.
Catch you later, Jack. Then he hurried downstairs, where Uncle Roger waylaid him before he could be out and away. How'd it go? The old man inquired. His gaunt face was tanned from the tropical sun, and he wore a Hawaiian shirt under his old cord jacket with the leather elbow patches.
She forgives Papa.
Mark was incredulous.
You better, too, if you know what's good for you.
Mark stared coldly at Roger. Papa's not going to just wash his hands of Mama like she was some—
She won't thank you for confronting Paul, and she doesn't need you to be her knight in shining armor. There's nothing you can do to make your father change his mind about dealing with this matter any way he chooses to. But he won't subject Teresa to any humiliation. There'll be no divorce or open separation.
That's considerate of him. And politically expedient as all hell.
Now you listen to me, Roger said ferociously. Teresa's accepted the situation, and you damn well better accept it too. There's all kinds of fresh trouble facing your poor mother in the very near future, and you better not let me catch you acting like a vindictive young asshole and being a part of the problem.
I wouldn't dream of it. You may be interested to know that I've already received instructions from a higher authority regarding my filial responsibilities, although it beats me why the Lyelmick have condescended to meddle in our family affairs.
Roger said, Well, be damned. So they decided to work you over too, eh?
Mark ignored the comment. I'm going to be spending a lot of time with Jack and Mama. She thinks the baby needs me, and she's probably right. I'll keep up a cheerful front, and Papa will never know what I really think of him. Satisfied? The two of them glowered at each other. Then abruptly the tall old man's eyes filled, and he caught up his great-grandnephew in a bear hug.
Oh, God, Uncle Roger,
Mark whispered, his face against the worn corduroy.
Bon courage, mon petit garce.
It's not only Mama. Jack pried inside my mind. I was off guard, and I had no idea he'd be able to do such a thing. He made me promise to explain the lethal genes.
Ned, alors.
Roger took a resolute breath.
Then you'll just have to do it.
Mark pulled free. Mama said that Colette Roy came to the island along with Papa and the lawyers.
Yes. She took tissue samples from the baby for a comprehensive assay at the Gilman Human Genetics Center. You remember that the original tests were done on the sly by your Uncle Severin, who's hardly an expert. Paul expects the results in about 3 days. If therapy is called for, it'll be done here at Dartmouth under Colette's supervision.
Mama is convinced that Jack is perfectly normal.
I know. He looks and acts normal, and has since he was born. I know that doesn't necessarily mean that he is normal, but your Mama seems to have put any idea of congenital disease in the baby clear out of her mind.
As you said, Uncle Sebby's no expert. Even though he was a pretty decent neurosurgeon, he wasn't trained in genetics. Still, it doesn't seem likely he could have mistakenly diagnosed 3 lethals. Mark put on his helmet and gloves. As if reassuring himself, he said, But the docs managed to fix Luke, and look what a mess he was.
That's right. When you talk to Jack, tell him about the wonders of modern genetic therapy. Lethal genes aren't the death sentence they were in the old days. No way.
Roger gave the boy an encouraging clap on the shoulder. Then Mark was gone. For a few minutes, Roger used his far sight to watch the turbocycle roar away into the storm. Then he shook his head and went off to burgle Dennis's supply of fine cognac. The CE helmet ploy was a complete fiasco, just as I suspected it would be. I don't agree. I was actually able to deflect Mark's will, stop him from doing something he wanted to do. My hunch paid off. The cerebro-energetic technology provides a genuine entry port into his mind, a bypass of all his mental screens. So what if nothing much came of it this first time? I'll think of other angles. You never managed to get that far. You're feeling very cocksure and insolent. Well, give me some credit. Very well. I withdraw my original assessment. Your maneuver was ingenious, and may yet prove valuable, if you are ever able to refine your technique so that Mark is unaware of losing control. But that possibility is statistically remote. He's always on guard. It's part of his nature never to trust. I'm going to keep trying. I'm studying very hard. Good. Do you know that Mark has agreed to be Jack's mentor? No. Oh, shit. I got absolutely nowhere in my first contact with the baby. He's an instinctive mind guarder, too. With Mark hanging around now, things will be impossible. If you really want Jack, you're going to have to let me kill Mark. No. I could get him through the helmet brain board. I know it. Let me try. I can make him crash the cycle. No. The baby has the greater mental potential of the two, but he may not live. And Mark, even if he is not under my control, he instinctively furthers my great plan. You may not kill him. Jealousy, impatience. You are going to ruin everything if you persist in defying me. My way is the only way.
If you no longer love and cannot follow—"
"I will follow. I do still love you, but—"
"Dear one, I've given you free access to the nerve bomb."
"That's not as good as it used to be. I need operant life force. I need it to grow. I need it to metamorphose."
"Perhaps you do. Yes."
"You want me to be strong? Strong enough to take on the best of the Grand Masters? Strong enough to kill your great enemy?"
"But we can't risk betraying you through reckless behavior. We have to energize you tracelessly. I must think."
"Don't take too long, Fury. I've grown already, and I've got to continue to grow, in one way or another."
Chapter 29. From the Memoirs of Rogatien, Remillard. When I was still moderately young, back in the last decade of the 20th century, genetic engineering was in its infancy, and all kinds of wild predictions were made about how in the future we would be able to have designer children with bodies and minds tailor-made through manipulating the DNA codes that form the blueprint for the human species. It went without saying that all inherited abnormalities and diseases would be wiped out. No more sickle cell anemia, no more hemophilia or cystic fibrosis, no more jerry-built eyeballs that made you myopic, no more saddlebag flab or hay fever or dinky cocks or bald heads twinkling in the moonlight to put a damper on romance. Genetic engineering would fix it all. The more flamboyant scientific soothsayers went even further and said that we'd routinely be able to order up desirable traits for our unborn babies, like long eyelashes and clear skin and handsome features and white teeth and an IQ of 300, just by selecting from a shopping list of superior genes that the heredity manipulators would offer to prospective parents. And this was only for eugenic starters. When population-pressured earthlings set out to colonize other worlds, and we decided we needed colonists with gills for watery planets, or lizard-skinned folks for hot planets, or even turtle-bodied humans for heavy-gravity planets, why, hey, it'd be easy as pie to engender a whole new population of modified bods and superminds to order. Some of those science-fictional genetic predictions did come true, but not all of them. Unfortunately for a whole lot of sick and unhappy human beings, including my little great-grandnephew, John Remillard. In the months following Jack's homecoming, I was to learn more about human genetics and genetic engineering's limitations than I ever wanted to know. Most of my education came from good old Colette Roy, who took charge of the baby's therapy from the hopeful beginnings in 2052 until the horrifying and transcendent culmination in 2054. When she agreed to supervise Jack's treatment, Colette Roy was 92 years old. She was one of the original Dartmouth coterie, that close-knit group of students with operant mind powers who befriended young Dennis when he first came to the college as a timid 12-year-old prodigy in 1979. Like most members of the coterie, Colette took a medical degree with graduate studies in psychiatry. She was an associate of Dennis's later in the new department of metapsychology, doing clinical work with operants and suboperants. In 1985, Colette married Glenn D'Alembert, a colleague and another member of the original coterie, who died in 2031. She and Glenn had one son, Martin D'Alembert, who became a distinguished genetics researcher and the father of 3 children, Aurélie, Jean, and Peter Paul. Aurélie married Philip Remillard, and Jean married his brother Maurice. Peter Paul and his wife, Alice Waddell, had a single child, Peter Paul Jr., called Pete, who became one of Mark's closest friends and a fellow metapsychic rebel. After the intervention, Colette herself turned to genetic research as a result of Martin's influence, and made a second academic career for herself in what she thought would be her twilight years, studying the genetic aspects of the higher mind powers and teaching graduate courses in the subject that became world-famous. She continued to be a close friend of Dennis and Lucille's, and was Paul Remillard's godmother. As she grew older, she continued to participate in research, even in semi-retirement, and was one of the first to submit to experimental regeneration tank therapy in 2035. Her rejuvenation was an unqualified success, and at the age of 75, Colette found herself once again possessed of the body and brain cells she had enjoyed as a 30-year-old. When she agreed to try to help baby Jack, Colette Roy knew that she faced the premier challenge of her long life. Even though the infant still looked perfectly normal at 3 months of age, the defective genetic blueprint within his body cells had already begun to program his inevitable death. Comprehensive tests showed that Jack had not 3 intractable lethal equivalent genes, as Severin's hasty and incompetent assay had showed, but 34, some of them never before encountered in the human gene map. Any one of those defective bits of DNA would have been sufficient to kill the little boy before he reached the age of 5 years. All of them had heretofore proved resistant to genetic therapy, but Colette was going to treat them anyway, hoping that Jack's genetic makeup was as extraordinary as his mind. The human species has more than 100,000 genes, the DNA code words that program every cell in our bodies to take this shape or that, and perform this function or that, and this organ or that. A detailed map of human genetic material has been made, but the map is not always a straightforward thing. One gene does not always control one trait. On the contrary, the usual thing is for one gene to affect several traits or body functions, something geneticists call pleiotropy. The ramifications of pleiotropy were still being studied as the 21st century rolled to a close. In a flip side to pleiotropy, a number of completely different genes are capable of producing the same effect or trait. And in a given environment, for example, adequate or inadequate nutrition in the womb or in early years, or in the presence of carcinogenic agents, genes can influence the bodies in widely varying ways. To complicate things even further, our human species collection of DNA is fraught with mysterious extras, ornaments or doodles on the basic blueprint that seem to be totally unnecessary. Perhaps. The entry of the human race into the Galactic Age gave us access to high technology, but it did not instantly improve the techniques of genetic engineering. We still had the same human genes to cope with, and they were, by and large, more complex in their interaction than were the genes of the other milieu races. It became possible to identify pleiotropic human genes more precisely using milieu science, but modifying these genes to avoid undesired side effects during therapy was accomplished only very slowly, over a long period of time. It was not until 2040 that the genetic engineering triumph known as the regeneration tank came into widespread use, enabling humans to regrow lost or defective organs and rejuvenate aging bodies to a reasonable equivalent of young adulthood. As a side benefit to truly necessary and expensive regeneration therapy in the tank, a person could also be reprogrammed genetically for modest types of enhancement genetic engineering, such as the modification of muscle mass and inherited fat deposition patterns, the resculpting of facial features, the elimination of male pattern baldness, and the changing of various body pigments. During the Symbiare proctorship, and for some decades thereafter, until tank therapy became inexpensive, reliable, and routine, purely cosmetic or otherwise frivolous alteration of the genes was forbidden by law. Human nature being what it is, however, persons with enough money to spend were very often able to get what they wanted, law or no law. Even the most carefully executed genetic engineering procedures still carried some risks all throughout the 21st century, since inserting extra genes into a person's blueprint might produce unexpectedly disastrous effects through some hitherto unknown action of pleiotropy. There was also the perplexing matter of self-redaction, in which a person's mind was known to influence the way that genes expressed themselves, for better or worse. Certain gene complexes causing serious defects proved to be completely intractable to engineering, and so did some good genes that might have been used eugenically. Traits such as intelligence and personality turned out to be controlled by a bewildering interaction among more than 16,000 different genes, effectively banishing any possibility of genetically engineering the brain. As the reader of these memoirs has probably already suspected, the so-called immortality gene complex occurring in the Remillard family was never successfully transplanted either, except by the good old-fashioned technique called sexual intercourse.
Nevertheless, by the time of John Remillard's birth, the bad genes responsible for a host of congenital human diseases had been pinpointed, and a goodly number of the worst of them had succumbed to the type of genetic engineering called somatic cell gene therapy. In this, DNA containing a correction of the flawed gene is inserted into the patient's body, and if all goes well, the genetic blueprint will be successfully revised, and abnormality will give way to normality. The flawed codons still existed within the cured patient's germ cells, however, and could be passed on to the offspring. In order to eradicate a genetic flaw permanently from an affected family, the much trickier expedient called germline gene therapy is required. The delicate fertilized egg itself must have the genetic correction inserted into it, so that all cells of the developing embryo, including the embryo's own germ cells, will carry the revised blueprint. Germline gene therapy was very successful in plants and in some animals, but in the highly organized human body, with its pleiotropy, the results were usually unsatisfactory, with the DNA often latching onto inappropriate parts of the embryo's chromosomes. Even before the intervention, ethical genetic scientists had decided that the risks in the procedure outweighed potential benefits. The Symbiare Proctorship confirmed this judgment and set up the infamous reproductive statutes in order to prevent the propagation of the genetic flaws deemed most injurious to human society as a whole. All humans were obliged to submit to genetic assay before they were issued a reproduction license. Those with the cleanest gene map, especially the operants, were encouraged to have the most children, while somewhat less fortunate types were apt to be restricted to a single offspring. Persons having genetic flaws were counseled as to the risks they faced and the possibility of successful genetic therapy. Those who carried the worst category of deleterious genes were prohibited by law from having any children at all, with the penalty varying with the seriousness of the genetic defect and the metapsychic status of the individuals involved. All fetuses had to be tested for flaws within 2 months of conception, and those with intractable genetic disease were aborted. If non-operant parents evaded the restrictions and persisted in having a seriously flawed baby, they were subject to fines, their health insurance was cancelled, and they were obliged to assume all expenses involved in treating and rearing the diseased child. Operant parents, being in the eyes of the Symbiare Proctorship the standard-bearers for humanity's future, were subject to the death penalty for committing the same reproductive crime, and so was the flawed fetus, if it still resided within the womb of the criminal mother. As a result of Teresa Kendall's case, the deliberate contravention of the reproductive statutes by an operant was eventually reduced from a Class 1 to a Class 2 felony, no longer carrying the death penalty, and the child involved in such a crime was deemed totally innocent and given the right to the best medical treatment that society could provide. The operant parent or parents found guilty under the new law were deprived of custody of the illicit child, heavily fined, and obliged to perform 10 years of public service. Paul and his powerful siblings did not oppose the proposed new law as it was debated in the intendant assembly, but rather gave it their enthusiastic support. The measure was passed by a simple majority, ratified by the human magnates of the Concilium, and became law with the affirming signature of the dirigent for Earth, David Somerled MacGregor, on 10 May 2052. A writer that would have pardoned Teresa Kendall and Rogatien Remillard was stricken from the measure during the final floor debates. The members of the dynasty, with a single exception, had voted to keep the rider, but Paul had voted against it. I was fit to be tied when the news reached me that day in the bookshop, and it was Anne, not Paul, who transmitted the details to me from Concord in brisk, emotionless far-speech. I immediately went galloping out of the shop and around the corner and down to Teresa's house. It was a nice sunny day, and the new roses in the bed that she had planted on the side of the house facing the library were blooming their heads off. Mark's turbocycle stood in the driveway, signaling that he'd got the news from the capital even faster than I had. I went slam-banging into the house and found Teresa and all 5 of her children in the cool, dim living room. Jack was suspended in his papoose frame, which stood at his mother's side. Marie, cuddling Luke, and Madeline sat at Teresa's feet. Mark was standing at one of the windows, staring morosely outside. You don't have to worry, I blustered. They won't take Jack away from you. There still has to be a trial, due process. She looked at me with that calm Madonna expression. I've been telling the children what their Aunt Anne explained to me about that. You and I are not scheduled to go to trial until November, but there are 2 other legal avenues open for pardoning us before that. The first, and the one Anne thinks most likely because she's a member, is through the 10-person directorate of the human polity of the Concilium. Anne thinks Paul felt obliged to make a public gesture deploring my deliberate defiance of the law, and that's why he voted to defeat the pardon rider. It didn't have enough support to pass the Assembly anyhow. But when the application for pardon comes before him and Anne and the other 8 Concilium directors, they'll prevail on the others to let us go free.
Humph! Snorted I. They damn well better. If we go to trial, we'll be convicted. You can afford to pay almost any fine, and your 10 years of public service would probably consist of giving music lessons on that damned Siberian planet. But my poor old bookstore has always tippy-toed along the brink of insolvency, and any sort of fine would bankrupt me. I'll be damned if I want to spend my next immortal decade planting baby evergreens in a Maine tree farm, while mosquitoes drill my ass. Mattie giggled. Luke wailed, I don't want Mama to go to jail, not when we just got her back. Baby Jack asked, What is jail? Mattie said, It's really awful, and she simultaneously transmitted a horrific mental image of a dungeon cum torture chamber, whereupon the infant began to cry. Mama won't go to jail, silly, Marie declared. She gave Madeline a piqué poke. And neither will Uncle Roger. Nobody goes to jail except really wicked people. Still mewling and hiccuping, Jack said, Was bringing about my birth only moderately wicked? Teresa burst out laughing, lifted the baby from the swing, and kissed him. Certainly not. It wasn't wicked at all, only illegal. There's a big difference, and Marie is going to take you upstairs and explain it to you, and then it's time for your nap. Nana Colette is coming later with more good genes for you, and you must be well rested and full of the best possible redactive thoughts in order for them to work. The baby said, Very well, Mama. Teresa gave the baby to Marie and told Mattie and Luke to go out and play. When the youngsters were gone, Mark turned away from the window. What happens if Papa and Aunt Anne don't convince the directorate to pardon you and Uncle Roger? Then we can appeal to Davy McGregor, she replied calmly. The planetary dirigent can issue an order of executive clemency all by himself, and not even the Lyelmic can countermand it. If McGregor is charitably inclined, I muttered. You probably have a better chance with him than with Papa, Mark said. I won't have you talking that way, Teresa reproved him. How much vindication for Jack's birth does Papa need? Mark demanded hotly. Even the preliminary assessment of the baby's armamentarium shows that he has the most powerful mind the human race has ever produced. You were right to save him from being aborted. Some day he could be a super Einstein, but all Papa can think of are his precious principles and what the goddamn Symbiari and Krondaku think. He won't even come and see Jack. Teresa's resolution wavered. Her eyes began to fill, and she shrank back into the corner of the couch. She appealed to me mutely on my intimate mode. Okay, I said to Mark shortly. You've expressed your righteous indignation. Now scram. The boy finally had sense enough to be ashamed of himself. He made a gruff apology to his mother, promised to visit Jack tomorrow, and slouched away. I waited until the roar of his turbo-cycle had dwindled into the distance before speaking to Teresa again. He's only 14. The intellect of a grown man, the tact and forbearance of a teenage twit. I know. And he's been marvelous with Jack, coming almost every day in spite of his heavy course load at college. Is it true, what he said about Jack's mind? I've always felt in my guts that the kid was hot stuff, but have the psychologists actually proved it? She shrugged. Apparently, yes. Colette told me last week. I'm sorry that I forgot to tell you, Rochi. You see, I never doubted that Jack was extraordinary, and the mental test results only seemed to confirm what I knew all along was true. My little son is going to do wonderful things for humanity. It hurts that Paul still seems to think of him as an embarrassment, rather than a source of pride. I can only keep praying that he'll change his mind after we're finally pardoned. Her eyes met mine. And we will be, I know it. Please don't worry about it, dear. I mumbled something reassuring, then said I'd better be getting back to the shop.
Teresa walked me to the front door. Colette Roy's ground car was just pulling up in front of the house. "How's the therapy going?" I asked Teresa. She smiled again. "Colette says everything is going very well. As you saw, Jack is perfectly healthy. It's entirely possible that his mind is fending off the harmful effects of the damaged genes." "Good for him," I said heartily, and fled, giving Colette only a hasty wave. 2 weeks later, Colette Roy was able to tell the family that replacement genes to counteract all of Jack's defects had been successfully implanted within his body. Now we could only wait and see whether the therapy succeeded. From time to time, the baby would be given full-body scans at the old Hitchcock Hospital, which was part of the genetics center, and he would also wear a tiny vital signs monitor that would alert Colette to any problems. Meanwhile, Jack was able to live the life of a normal infant, so Teresa and all the children joined the rest of the family at Adrian and Sherry's place in Rye, on the New Hampshire shore, for the Memorial Day holiday weekend, the traditional opening of the summer boating season. Teresa and Jack returned to Hanover on the following Tuesday, May 28th, so that the baby could undergo some special tests of his self-redactive faculty at the Ferrand Mental Science Center, and Mark came with them to take his spring finals. The other 3 children and Herta, their nanny, stayed at Sherry's with a horde of younger cousins throughout the rest of the week. On 29 May, in Wallace Sands Park, about 2 kilometers north of Rye, an operant woman named Frances Schroeder disappeared while swimming in the sea. A day later, an operant young man named Scott Lynch vanished from the Hampton Beach Park, a few kilometers south of Rye. Neither body was ever recovered. Madeleine Remillard, aged 12, who had been sailing along the shore in a small catamaran on both days, claimed to have seen a shark fin. The other 4 children in the boat, her cousins Céline, Quint, Gordo, and Parny, noticed nothing unusual. The Coast Guard issued a shark watch, which was to stay in effect throughout most of the summer. From July through August, Marie, Madeleine, and Luke stayed at the shore, either with Sherry or with Lucille and Dennis at their summer cottage. Many of the other young Remillard and McAllister cousins were also there, off and on. 2 more apparent shark deaths took place. One victim, an operant man whose overturned sailing dinghy was found drifting off the Isles of Shoals. The other, an operant woman who disappeared while on a dawn swim off Salisbury Beach, just south of the New Hampshire border in Massachusetts. The parents of the Remillard clan took a sensible view of the tragedies and did not prohibit their offspring from entering the water, provided that the children always swam prudently in groups and kept their far senses alert for marine predators. They would almost certainly be perfectly safe. Chapter 30. Rye, New Hampshire, Earth, 2 September 2052. The bonfire had burned in the beach cooking pit all afternoon until the stone lining was red-hot, and now Adrian Remillard carefully raked out the last glowing coals. The 4 youngsters, who were designated cooks of the day, togged out in gaudy aprons over their bathing suits, had baskets and boxes of food ready. Those of the other children who weren't sailboarding or playing with frisbees or swimming stood around making smart remarks. "Looking good," Adrian sang out, tossing aside the last smoking brand. "Carry on, you cooks." His eldest daughter, Adrienne, wearing a tall white chef's toque in addition to her apron, gave a telepathic command to Mark and Dougie McAllister, who began to fork up damp seaweed from a big pile on a plass tarp and heave it into the cooking pit. A great hiss and a tremendous cloud of iodine-smelling steam rose up, and the little kids screamed. When there was a good layer of weed in the pit bottom, Adrienne commanded, "In with the potatoes!" She and her cousin Caroline began tossing in foil-wrapped tubers, using their farsight and PK to do the job properly amid the smoke and steam. When the potatoes were all in, Mark and Dougie forked a thinner layer of seaweed on top of them. Then it was time to put in the lobsters and the crabs, a task that required the efforts of all 4 cooks. Tender-hearted Adrienne insisted that Mark mind-zap each living crustacean just before it was consigned to the pit, which drew hoots of laughter from Dougie and most of the audience. Another layer of weed covered the sacrificed creatures, and then Adrienne cried, "In with the corn!" She and Caroline flung in armloads of unshucked sweet corn. The boys heaped the rest of the weed over it,
and then all 4 of the cooks raked a big pile of sand on top of everything to seal in the heat and steam. The spectators cheered and began to drift away. It would be several hours before the feast would be ready. Then the entire family would gather at the rustic picnic tables on the beach to stuff themselves with a bounty from the pit, and with salad and peach shortcake that the cooks would have to prepare later and bring down from the house. Luke came up, big-eyed and solemn, as Mark was rinsing off the messy seaweed tarp in the booming waves. "I'm glad you killed the animals before they went into the pit," he said softly to his brother. "Some of the other guys were waiting to hear mine shriek, as they roasted." "Sadistic little shits," Mark muttered. "Grab a corner of the tarp and help me slosh." Luke obeyed. "Mattie killed a moth for Jack once. She said she wanted him to empathize. She wanted to kill a sparrow for him, too, but he wouldn't let her. He said he'd already grasped the concept. She was disappointed, just like she was today when you zapped the lobsters and crabs." "Christ, that little creep! No wonder Jack told me he doesn't like her. I'm going to have a long talk with Mattie one of these days." He saw his younger sister down the shore a few 100 meters, shoving the Hobie cat into the water together with Quint, Gordo, Parney, and Celine. He far-spoke, the lot of them. "You guys watch out for sharks." They said, "Yes, sir, Officer Friendly, sir." Luke's face was troubled. "Is it hard to kill things, Marco?" "Not critters like lobsters and crabs, or worms or bugs or other small things." "Have you ever killed anything big?" "No," said Mark brusquely. "Quit being morbid." He shook out the tarp and folded it. "You want to help? Take this up to the house and put it on the back porch." "I could never kill anything, not even mosquitoes. I just push 'em away." "Great, if it makes you happy. Just don't go pushing 'em at me." Mark started back to the pit, and Luke trailed after. Adrienne was ordering Dougie and Caroline to help her gather up the shellfish baskets and pitchforks and things. "If a shark came after you, could you kill it, Marco?" Luke asked. "I don't know. Sharks are weird. Joe Canaletto told me that if you cut the head off one, the head can still bite." Luke shuddered. "There are sharks out there. Everybody says so. I'm never going swimming in the ocean, never again." "You don't have to be afraid. Just keep your farsight alert, and if you see a shark, you just tell it, 'I'm not good to eat. Go away.'" "That didn't help those 4 operants who disappeared," Luke said dubiously. "They were swimming or sailing alone, and probably not paying attention to what they were doing. Now get along up to the house with that tarp." He watched the little boy, pathetically skinny in his bathing trunks, trudge away. Luke would never be physically strong until his body was finally completely restored in the regen tank, after he reached puberty. And although his mind powers assayed at the Grand Master level, he was still almost completely unable to utilize them. His early ordeals had turned him into a metapsychic invalid, and it was questionable whether he would ever be raised from latency. Mark wondered whether the same thing would happen to Jack if his genetic flaws resisted therapy. "Help me take away these gunny sacks the seaweed came in," Adrienne called. "Yo," said Mark. The other 2 cooks had already gone off with the pitchforks in the empty baskets. The mound above the fire-pit now steamed gently, and a young gull poked through scattered bits of leftover seaweed. Adrienne was using a sack to brush sand and bird droppings off the picnic tables. "All we have to do now is take these sacks up and wash them at the pump, and then we're off duty until the food is cooked." "Cosmic," said Mark. He collected his share of the slimy jute bags, and the 2 of them headed back through low sand dunes to the huge old gray-and-white shore-house. Some of the adults were sitting on the long front veranda, and as Mark and Adrienne went around to the rear, where the old pump stood on a concrete slab, Teresa waved at them, and baby Jack said, "Hi." In the backyard, which was already deeply shaded from the westering sun, they heard laughter and caught a glimpse of Dougie and Caroline running off into the trees. Caroline was carrying a blanket. Mark scowled. Well, now we know how they plan to spend the next few hours. He took hold of the red-painted iron handle and began to pump. "They're in love." Adrienne pulled a sack inside out and held it under the gushing water.
They've had a thing going all summer. Most of the older kids know. I'm surprised you don't.
Poor schmucks.
I think it's beautiful. And they're both 16, so they have a perfect right to love each other.
Mark cut her off with a scornful laugh. To use each other, you mean? Love. It's just biology. One set of overactive adolescent gonads calling to another, causing all kinds of complicated emotional shit and grief en route to the propagation of the species.
Human love, Adrienne declared, wringing out a sack, is noble and sacred. All the philosophers say so.
About as sacred as taking a leak. If you want my opinion, Eddie, the whole sex thing is a bloody bore and a time-waster. Just think of the famous people, smart people, throughout history who acted like complete idiots because of sex. St. Augustine, Mary Queen of Scots, Henry VIII, Oscar Wilde, John F. Kennedy, Dr. Louise Randazzo. To say nothing of the millions and millions of men and women who ruined themselves or accomplished nothing in their lives because they were too busy chasing members of the opposite sex, or taking care of one damn baby after another, or working like dogs to support all the children they fathered because they couldn't keep their paws off their wives. The human race would be better off if we were all cooked up in jars, like the non-borns they're growing to help populate the colonial planets.
Adrienne straightened up and glared at him. She was wearing the ridiculous chef's hat, and her dark hair was sweaty and straggling, and she was sunburned and peeling slightly on the bridge of her nose. "Is that what they taught you at Dartmouth?"
"No," Mark said archly. "I figured it out for myself, through keen observation and deduction. And what are they teaching you math majors down there at MIT this summer? How to be noble, sacred sexpots?"
"Surely you jest." Adrienne struck a pose and sang. "Root-de-toot, root-de-toot, we are the girls from the Institute. We don't neck, we don't screw, we don't go with boys who do."
Mark howled with laughter, and then he gave the pump handle a mighty thrust, and stuck his hand into the spigot so that she was sprayed with water, and she shrieked and walloped him with a sopping wet gunny-sack, and then they stood there grinning at each other.
"God," she drawled, "what a pair of superior metapsychic life forms we truly are."
She dropped the wet sack and stepped close to him. Her chef's hat had fallen off.
"I'm homely and brilliant, and you're gorgeous and brilliant, and we're sweet, 14, and never been kissed. Marco, let's do it."
"Good God, no!" She was laughing, but there was something else lurking behind her eyes.
"Think of it," she said lightly, "as an exercise in empiricism. Or are you afraid to verify your anti-sexual hypothesis experimentally?"
He stopped smiling. His emotions were barricaded, and his grey eyes were like polished granite. He suddenly took hold of her head in both wet hands and bent over her upturned face. Their lips met, and hers were chilled from fear and audacity, and his were warm and slightly parted. Both of them still had their eyes wide open, and she felt herself melt as his tongue stole gently through her teeth and then thrust strongly. It seemed that she tasted perfumed honey, and then smouldering musk, and finally the acidic tingle of a wine-sap apple, strong enough to make her dizzy, to dissolve all the carefully woven mental screens she had always locked tightly into place whenever she came near him. Her own eyes closed as the sweet aching wonder began to flood through her, but she still saw Mark, and knew that he saw her, body and brain and everything. And knew. Then they stood awkward and apart, still in their silly aprons, barefooted, their legs and arms all sticky with sand and seaweed slime and bits of corn silk. He had that maddening little lopsided smile on his face, and his inner self was as impenetrable as ever. "Hattie, you silly broad, you can't possibly love me. It's only sex."
"I never wanted you to know," she whispered, contrite now for having tricked him. She hesitated. "Didn't you feel anything?"
He was silent. She flung her hands wide in helpless, comical exasperation.
"There's nothing at all I can do about it, Marco. It's there. Those damned adolescent gonads. But you needn't worry that I'll make a dreary, mooning pest of myself. No broken-hearted, complicated emotional shit. We'll go on as before. Platonic cousin pals, okay?"
"Okay," he said, grinning at last.
"What about a swim?" she suggested briskly. "We're both filthy, and at least one of us needs cooling off."
Mark made an almost imperceptible gesture toward the blazing sky.
Adrienne looked up and saw a silver rowcraft wafting toward them from the west.
"It's my father," he said. "I have to see him. I'll wash off here at the pump."
"Right. But remember, I want you in the kitchen no later than 1900 hours to help with the salad and peaches. God only knows if those idiots Caroline and Dougie will show up."
She went running away to the beach then, her unrequited love for Mark once again locked safely away.
Flinging the apron onto one of the tables, she sprinted across the hot sand, dived into the breakers, and swam strongly toward deep water.
Much farther out, the catamaran danced on the sparkling waves. Fury watched from above, watched the swimmer suddenly change direction and head directly for the Hobie Cat in response to the irresistible coercion. The little boat was far enough offshore that none of the beach loungers was paying any particular attention to it.
"All the same," Fury told Hydra, "take her well out to sea before you do it."
Yes, 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 yes. I'm so glad the last one will be her. I hate her.
"You fed well this summer, darling Hydra. Now you must rest and ripen in preparation for your metamorphosis. A period of danger is coming for us, and we must be very discreet."
"It's all right, I can wait. I'll be good. I'm getting stronger and stronger. Ah, Fury, it's so good. I love you so much, and I will mature, and then it will be Mark's turn, won't it, please, won't it? And then I'll be strong enough for Jack and all the others."
"We'll see. Enjoy your last mind meal, my darling little one, and then rest. Rest quietly and wait for me to awaken you."
The traditional American Labor Day holiday was not celebrated in the Galactic milieu, and the Directorate of the Human Polity of the Concilium had put in a full Monday's work in Concord. Most of the time had been spent on the final arguments and the voting on the pardon applications of Teresa Kendall and Rogatien Remillard. Paul was exhausted and dispirited, and if there had been any honorable way that he could have avoided going to the last beach party of the season, he would have stayed in his apartment in the capital. But the final ruling of the Directorate would be reported on the evening news, and he would have to face Teresa and the family eventually anyhow, and so he bit the bullet. As he guided the Silver Egg in for a landing behind the big house, he perceived Mark waiting for him. That provoked a suppressed subliminal obscenity from the first magnate, followed by a sense of relief. At least the damned kid was off the hook. The human magistratum had accepted without demur Uncle Rogier's simple statement that he was solely responsible for Teresa's flight and concealment. It had helped that the media made a hero out of the old man, to say nothing of idolizing Teresa herself. The pair of them were universally regarded as martyrs to human freedom, and there had been a clamorous dismay among the citizenry, both operant and non, when the first attempt at pardoning them fell through. The PR repercussions of today's Directorate ruling would cause an even bigger hullabaloo. Mark, wearing only swim trunks, greeted his father without emotion as he stepped out of the egg. It did Paul no good to erect the thought screen when that young devil was around. Not that the lowliest normal could have failed to read on Paul's face what the decision had been. "I'm sorry, son. The directors voted against pardoning 5-4. I abstained. It would have accomplished nothing to tie the vote and throw the decision onto a vote of the full Concilium."
"I suppose not." They walked side by side up the garden path toward the house. Sherry had planted haphazard masses of colorful annuals, zinnias and marigolds and petunias and cosmos, and the flowers were alive with butterflies.
"Who were the naysayers?"
Mark asked.
"Vijaya Mukherjee, the director for arts, and I admit that was a nasty surprise. Kwok Zhenyu, the economics boffin. Ricky Cisneros, who's a director at large. The colonial affairs director, Larry Atlin. And your Aunt Anne."
"Anne?" Mark stopped in his tracks. "In the intendant assembly she voted to include the pardon rider, and she said she'd vote in favor when the petition came before the Directorate."
"She reviewed her decision when it became very obvious that most of the directors favoring the pardons were the ones who are, shall we say, the least committed to human milieu solidarity."
Mark pricked up his ears.
"Oh?
"That Russian woman who's the science director? The one who made the speech demanding that more colonial planets be opened for non-operants?"
Paul nodded. "Anna Goris-Sakvadze, and 2 other at-large members who are cronies of hers. Hiroshi Kodama, and A.C. Damatura. A.C. always was an anti-milieu troublemaker in the African intendancy, and the Asians have a lingering resentment of the fact that such a large percentage of human magnates come from the Caucasian and Amerind racial groups. The fourth yes vote came from Nisa Hulualoa, understandable given her Polynesian descent. In her heart, Nisa thinks of Teresa as a Hawaiian, not a citizen of the milieu. They went up the side stairs and walked around to the front veranda, where Sherry, Teresa, and the baby, Denis, Lucille, and Aurélie d'Alembert were sitting. Jack bounced in his papoose swing. He gurgled and exclaimed, "Mark, take me for a walk along the beach."
"Is it okay?" Mark asked his mother.
"Yes, dear. Just keep his head covered from the sun."
"Okay, Brett, let's hike."
The boy detached his swaddled infant brother from Uncle Rogier's invention, adjusted the shoulder straps of the carrier, and hiked off through the beach plums with Jack on his back, squeaking happily. Paul sighed and helped himself to iced lemonade. He had conveyed the directorate ruling to the others almost instantaneously in baldly stated telepathy, in the manner that operants often used to deliver the worst of news. Lucille said, "What a shame." Paul sat down beside her at some distance from Teresa. "Have you told Uncle Rogier?" Aurélie asked. "I forspoke him right after the vote, but I felt I owed it to Teresa to come here." "Thank you," Teresa said in a neutral tone. "I agree that forcing the decision onto the entire Concilium would have been a bad move," Denis said. "Davy McGregor is bound to come through for us with executive clemency." "Do you really think so?" Sherry asked anxiously. "He and I are very old friends." Denis's face was serene. He was staring out to sea. "All the political shenanigans are over and done with now. Paul's made his grand, high-principled gesture." "Damn it, Papa!" Paul cried. But Denis sailed on. "And Anne's made hers, and the milieu loyalists have had their day in the media limelight, and so have the advocates of human reproductive freedom. Now it all comes down to the simple matter of whether two harmless, well-meaning people should be severely punished for giving life to a supremely intelligent baby." "Paul, do you think it's a foregone conclusion that the dirigent will let them off?" Sherry asked. "Yes." The first magnate kept his eyes lowered. There was a silence. Then Teresa said abruptly, "I've been asked to sing Turandot at the Met opening. Kumiko Minatani cancelled out. I'm going to accept." "Super!" Sherry exclaimed.
"My God," Paul groaned. "Is that all you can think of?"
Lucille was solicitous of her daughter-in-law. "Do you think you're really up to it, dear?" "It's more of a lyric dramatic than a coloratura role, and not exceptionally strenuous, except for having to up the decibels in the finale. Of course, I've been away for a long time, but there's nothing whatsoever the matter with me physically any more. If anything, being exiled at Ape Lake did me good. I've been practicing like mad, and my voice is coming along nicely, and by the end of the month I ought to be ready." "How marvelous," Aurélie said. "We'll all come down to New York to cheer you on opening night." "I hope so." Teresa's eyes were on Paul, but he continued to stare at the porch floor. Sherry tactfully changed the subject, and they chatted in a desultory fashion for another half-hour or so. Then Paul left them, saying he wanted to go swimming while the sun was still up. When he was gone, Teresa said, "He never asked about Jack."
"He has too many other things on his mind," Denis said. "The directorate turning down your application for pardon will mean another media circus."
"I'm sure Paul's been keeping a close eye on the baby's progress," Aurélie said comfortingly. "Just as we all have. Little Jack's always in our prayers." "And he looks just wonderful," Sherry added. "I didn't want to say anything while the baby was here, but how's the therapy going?"
Lucille said, "Colette is very encouraged. The 3 lethals on chromosome 11 are expunged, and it looks as though 7 or 8 of the other defective enzyme genes are surrendering to the inserts."
"And his body still shows no bad effects from the active lethals he still carries," said Teresa. "It's his mind fending them off. I know it."
Denis nodded. "It could very well be. Jack is one very extraordinary human being. Marty d'Alembert told me that if his brain continues to mature at its present rate, it'll be fully developed by the time Jack is 4 or 5.
Of course, that's consonant with a rapid prenatal development. He doesn't have the immortality complex, Lucille said, her voice low. Colette is at a loss to explain it, since it seems to be a genetic dominant. Mutation, Dennis suggested. A pity. But the baby has other anomalously programmed DNA as well. Teresa only laughed. She got to her feet and headed for the interior door. It doesn't make one bit of difference. The regen tank has made the whole human race as immortal as we want to be. She flipped her unbound dark hair gaily. I think I'll go swimming too. And she was gone. That dear, brave woman, Sherry marveled. I don't know how she does it. If only— She left the thought unsaid, but all their eyes strayed to the beach path, where Paul Remillard was striding along toward the sea with a towel flung over one shoulder, not looking back. Mark and Jack spent some time discussing a thrown frisbee, comparing its peculiar flight path to the more easily analyzed trajectory of a volleyball that some of the cousins were tossing around. Then, when the joys of simple physics palled, Jack wanted to know the life cycles of the American lobster and blue crab, which he had studied with his deep sight as they steamed inside the cooking pit. Mark said he didn't have the faintest idea how the crustaceans lived, and he was equally ignorant of the natural history of the potato and the much hybridized maize cooking along with them. All I know, the older boy said, is that they all taste fantastic, especially if you slather them with butter and a little bit of salt. Jack said, I would like to try them. Tough titties for you, Sprout. You need a full set of teeth for that, and you've only got 4. The baby said, In my judgment, the mealy substance of the potato would be perfectly compatible with my limited dentition, especially with butter. Mark laughed. Well, give it a try if Mama okays it. Jack's mind fell silent. He was ruminating over something, but Mark hadn't a hope of eavesdropping. The baby was a better screener than he ever hoped to be, zipped up tighter than a Lyle mick. The two of them were about half a clom down the beach from the house, resting at the foot of a miniature sand cliff, topped with marram grass and sandbur and scrawny shrubs. The infant was propped upright on his papoose board, so he could watch the marine scene, and Mark lay flat on his back, idly studying the small cumulus clouds overhead and seeing if he could influence their changing shapes with his creativity. Then, Marco, please explain why Cousin Adrienne's physiological response to your kiss differs so drastically from my response to Mama's kiss. Mark floundered up in a cloud of sand. What? Oh, you damned little peeping Tom! You were spying on us! Jack uttered a surprised whimper. Mark was on his knees, shaking his index finger in the infant's face. Don't you ever do that again, you hear me? It's rotten. It's an invasion of privacy. It's something operants don't do unless they're perverted voyeuristic dipshits. Oh, like not watching Grand-Père and Grand-Mère in bed when we stay at their cottage? Yes. I had not realized that kissing could sometimes be classified as a sexual activity. Well, it can, sometimes, so watch it. I will. I'm sorry I made you angry. I want to be a civilized person. Yeah, Mark muttered. He stood up and stared stonily out to sea. There were a handful of power boats puttering around, and a beautiful schooner he'd never seen before was entering Rye Harbor. The baby said, I was puzzled, you see, at the explosive discharge of neural energies that occurred in the body of Cousin Adrienne when— Will you belt up? I don't want to discuss it. She died, you know. Mark turned slowly, then knelt beside his tiny brother. She what? Died, Cousin Adrienne. I wondered if the 7 subsequent discharges of energy from her body just prior to her life's end might have had a connection with a lesser paroxysm following your kiss. Oh, Jesus! Oh, Jesus! Mark had leapt to his feet again and began desperately scanning the ocean for Addie's aura. I can't find her. She's gone. What do you mean she's dead? Are you sure? When did it happen? Did she drown? It wasn't the damned shark. No. People have been talking about sharks. Image. That eat people all summer long, but there are no sharks doing that. I would have been glad to clarify the situation if anyone had asked me. It was not a shark doing the killing, but a hydra. Peculiar fuzzy image. It absorbed the vital energies drained from Cousin Adrienne about 8 minutes ago, while you watched the clouds. What the hell do you mean? Mark whirled back to the baby. A terrible, hollow nausea clawed at his guts. Jack, did you really see Adrienne with your ultra senses when she died?
Not exactly.
Can you foresee her body now? He cried, frantic with dread.
It is macerated except for the bones and teeth. They are sinking toward the sea bottom, and the bits of flesh will soon all be consumed by fishes and other marine animals.
Oh, God, no. No, not Addie. Not poor old Addie.
I'm sorry, too, Marco. She was a domineering individual, but she was kind to me. She put grape jelly on my pacifier this morning. But there was really nothing I could do to stop the hydra from eating her.
What the flaming hell is a hydra?
I don't know how to classify it, nor can I obtain a clear image. It's 5 in 1, and another very strange mind called Fury sustains it and controls it and loves it. I'm not sure, but I think you would call Hydra and Fury evil. Hydra ate the energies of 6 other operants besides Adrienne. As it feeds, it produces sequential lesions of radially symmetrical form on the body of the victim.
Images. Mark snatched up the cradle-board. He began to run. He ran faster than he had ever run in his life, mind screaming on his father's intimate mode. "Papa! Papa, come out of the water! Come out of the water! Come out! Come out!" Paul Remillard surfaced, shook his wet hair out of his eyes, and envisioned his 2 sons back on the shore. The infant was calm, and the adolescent wildly agitated. Both had impervious mind shields in place. Torn between annoyance and concern, Paul headed back to shore with powerful, steady strokes. Chapter 31. From the Memoirs of Rogatien, Remillard. The tragic disappearance of Adrienne Remillard was officially attributed to a 5th fatal shark attack, the last of the summer. Not even her mother Sherry knew the truth until years later, nor did Teresa, nor any of the other dynastic wives, nor the gaggle of young cousins. Saying nothing of his suspicions to the human magistratum, Paul resolved that he would conduct his own investigation into the crimes of the monster called Hydra. He felt with sick certainty that it was somehow intimately connected to the Remillard family, and that it posed a mortal threat not only to them, but to the entire human polity under the conditions of the probation. Mark and baby Jack were willy-nilly part of the new conspiracy. Only Mark had been able to get young Jack to agree to a voluntary scan of his memories. The child flatly refused to open to his father. He trusted only Mark to rummage around in his brain, and it was Mark who transmitted to the shocked Paul the damning mental depiction of the monster called Hydra, and showed the 7 life-force-draining chakras inflicted by it that Jack had perceived for the merest instant before Adrienne's body was quietly disintegrated and consigned to the depths. At this point Paul took Dennis into his confidence because of his father's special knowledge of Victor. The 2 of them then asked Mark to determine if the baby had any other concrete data pertaining to the entity called Hydra. Mark showed them the puzzling 5-fold image that was Jack's representation of the murderous thing, an image that seemed to correspond to no sapient life form in the known galaxy. No creature had a 5-fold mind. But Paul was only too aware of the enigmatic thought that Margaret Strayhorn had projected to Davy McGregor as she died. She had said 5. And now it seemed undeniable that Margaret, like Brett McAllister and poor Adrienne, and doubtless the 4 alleged victims of non-existent sharks, had all been victims of Hydra. Hydra, the thing that killed as Victor had killed, but was not Victor. Hydra that was somehow quintuple, perhaps a meta-concert of 5 minds, perhaps a single perverted mind that had somehow split into 5 distinct personalities. Paul and Dennis managed to impress upon Jack the necessity of keeping his dangerous knowledge to himself. They also warned him as discreetly as they could to be on guard himself and to immediately notify them or Mark if he should ever perceive the least trace of Hydra again. The 2 adults enjoined Mark to secrecy too, citing the potential danger to himself, to Jack, to the other members of the family, and even to the human race, should the exotics of the Concilium get wind of the new Hydra killings. Mark promised to keep mum. But as soon as he returned to Hanover, he came rushing to my bookshop to tell me everything. It was my first inkling of the activities of the Hydra, for the exact nature of Brett McAllister's killing had never been made public, nor had the grave suspicions of the magistratum and the family about the suicide of Margaret Strayhorn. I sat appalled as Mark gave me a recap of everything Paul had told him about the 2 earlier deaths, plus his own account of the Labour Day tragedy and its probable relation to the 4 operant deaths that had been attributed to sharks.
"What a crock of shit," I groaned, when the boy finally seemed to have finished. "And the only genuine witness to poor Adrienne's death is a precocious 8-month-old baby. No wonder Paul and Dennis want to keep the thing under wraps. Can you imagine Tijon being examined by forensic redactors?"
"They wouldn't have a chance of probing him," Mark averred. "The kid's mind is invulnerable. He wouldn't even let me really get into him. All he did was rerun the memory, and I transmitted it on to Papa and Grandpère, slightly edited."
"Huh?"
My suspicions were immediately aroused. The boy was sitting on a stool in the messy little back room of the shop, scratching my cat Marcel behind the ears. His face was a mask of unremitting gloom. "There was something Jack said out there on the beach that really bothered me. I couldn't bring myself to tell Papa about it, or Grandpère either, just in case."
"Just in case of what, for God's sake? What are you talking about? If you won't open your mind far enough to clarify your damned thoughts, then explain."
"It was bad enough finding out about this Hydra, but it's not the only monster out there. Jack said Hydra was sustained and controlled and loved, his exact thoughts, by still another mind. I looked at the faint image of this second thing, which was all Jack could perceive, and it wasn't the same kind of entity as Hydra. Hydra wasn't human. But the other thing was, and what's more, it was vaguely familiar to me."
"Nom de Dieu! Was the second thing Victor?"
I wondered about that, too, and so I replayed my own childhood memories from that last Good Friday vigil 12 years ago to see whether I'd stored any data at all on Uncle Vic. I found no trace of any mentality that I could positively identify as his. But there was a faint recollection of someone very frightening. My infantile self-redaction had done its best to erase the memory because it had really traumatized my little mind. But I was able to catch this mnemonic glimmer. I'd been scared by a human person way back then, and it was nobody that I knew at the time. But I staked my life that the scary person who tried to make mental contact with me when Uncle Vic died and the entity who sustains the Hydra are the same."
"And you have no notion of this controller's identity?"
"None at all. But Jack called it Fury."
I whispered, "Oh, Christ." I tottered up out of my chair, ripped open the filing cabinet drawer, grabbed the bottle of wild turkey I had stashed inside, and downed 3 great gulps of the whiskey right before the eyes of the scandalized boy. And then I flopped back into my seat with a crash that sent Marcel leaping a meter straight up into the air. I sat there with my eyes bugging out from terror and clammy sweat breaking out all over me, as my own 12-year-old memories suddenly came rushing to the fore, escaping from the limbo I'd banished them to. Fury. I'd refused to go into Dennis's meta-concert with the others. I'd lurked somewhere in the mental lattices outside. And I'd seen it. "Who are you?" I asked. And it said, "I am Fury." "Where did you come from?" I asked. "I am newborn, inevitably." "What do you want?" I asked. And it said, "All of you." Mark said very calmly, "It's one of them. One of the family members who were there at Uncle Vic's deathbed. As he died, he somehow— I don't know what he did. Infected, merged, coerced, transferred his perverted ambition." "Such a thing isn't possible," I cried.
But Mark was lost in his own thoughts, speaking aloud. "And that's why my own unconscious made me hold back from telling Papa about Fury. Fury could be any of them. No, wait, not the wives. And certainly not poor Uncle Brett. Fury has to be a Remillard. He couldn't even be Papa himself. Maybe a disjunctive part of his personality that he's not aware of."
"Then who the fuck is Hydra?" I croaked. "Some other member of the family? 5 of them?"
Mark frowned, but only shook his head. I took another slug of whiskey to quell the shudders. It didn't work. But the old eau-de-vie must have given a momentary boost to my frazzled cerebral synapses, because a brilliant thought popped into my head.
"Adrian's out of it."
Mark stared at me in perplexity. "Your Uncle Adrian. He was here on Earth when Margaret Strayhorn died on Orb. Ergo, he's not Fury or Hydra. He's the one member of the dynasty who stayed behind. All the others were in Concilium Orb at the same time Margaret was. And your Aunt Anne is safe, too. When Margaret was attacked on Halloween, Anne had already gone with you to Orb, in advance of the rest of the family."
The young face was doubtful. "You infer that Fury and Hydra are inseparable. I don't think the assumption is warranted."
I was crestfallen. "Maybe not. But it seems logical. Adrian was crazy about his daughter, and he's been a wreck since she died. And Anne... oh, shit. Any of them could be Fury. Even you." I lifted the bottle to my lips again. But this time Mark's coercion stopped me. I was compelled to put the liquor down on the desk. The boy came up close to me and took my sweating head in both his hands, and our eyes locked. Coercion. He had me cold. My mental screen hadn't a hope in hell of keeping him out, and for the merest instant he showed me what lay behind his own mental barrier. He showed me who he was. He said, "I am not Fury." My mind uttered a silent yelp of amazement. I'd seen a veiled version of Jack's incredible infant mind, and I'd known Paul's awesome inner resources and those of Dennis. Mark's mentality was different, deeper and darker than the mind of his father or grandfather, of a completely different order from Jack's, more frightening to me than any of the other three. But he'd spoken the truth to me. He wasn't Fury. I remembered Fury from Good Friday, and I remembered him from a later time as well, a time I had forgotten until this very moment. Fury had also been present when Jack was coming down the birth canal. He had tried to take control of the baby even before he drew his first breath. This time I howled out loud. Mark's coercion tightened like an iron vice. "Uncle Roger, I've got to do this. Please understand. I need you, and I can't have you getting drunk and going all to pieces. You and Jack are the only ones I can really trust. Fury could be any of them, and we know what he wants, even if we don't know about Hydra. Fury wants all of us. He told you so. Whoever he is, whatever he is, however he's managed to concoct this Hydra, he is the real monster, and we're the only ones who can stop him. So I'm going to fix you. I'm going to delete your alcoholism." Mark was an uncertified Grand Master in coercion, but not even he could sustain control of me indefinitely. To really bend my mind, he would have to exert another mind power, one he was equally expert in, redaction, the faculty that could be used to heal minds, or to destroy them. I had always refused to let metapsychiatrists mess with my head. Again and again, Dennis and Lucille had pleaded with me to let clinical metapsychic practitioners root out the most perverse of the geraniums in my cranium, especially my propensity to abuse alcohol, but I had always balked. I refused to let mental healers edit the parts of my personality that others found reprehensible. I admit that I am neurotic and bibulous. It's the self I'm familiar with, the one that somehow manages to survive. I have no desire to change. But now here was my awful great-grandnephew prepared to drag me kicking and screaming into the pitiless glare of permanent sobriety, merely to serve his own selfish needs, and perhaps the well-being of the family and the human polity of the galactic milieu. I screamed, "No! For the love of God, not the booze! You plant that damned inhibition in me, and I'll go stark, staring mad. I'm not a true alcoholic. Lucille found that out years ago. Don't you know the liquor's a safety valve for a super-sensitive, egocentric, cowardly personality? Ghost, don't let him!" Mark hesitated. "If you zap me," I whispered, "you're no better than a monster yourself." The grey eyes were unblinking. He could do it. Oh, yes, he could. Even though he was still only a boy, and not the metapsychic titan he was to become as an adult, he could have exerted his redaction and fixed me so that I could never take another sip of alcohol again without puking my guts out. Fixed me so that I'd never find sweet oblivion again. But he didn't. He let go of my skull and whirled away in a rage of frustration and stood with his back to me and both fists clenched. Damn you, Uncle Rogie. I don't want to hurt you or make you miserable. I want to help you, so you can help me. Please. Shakily, I got up and put a hand on his shoulder. I'll do the best I can. That's all any man can do. You can't force a person to be better than he is. The clenched hands slowly relaxed. Marcel, the Maine Coon cat, came out from wherever he'd been hiding during the rumpus, and rubbed against Mark's calves. The boy turned around. The words seemed forced through his teeth. I'm sorry. I sighed. De rien, mon enfant. It's just that I don't know what to do. 5 or 6 members of the dynasty, my own aunts and uncles, maybe even my own father, might be mental monsters, but there's no proof. I can't go to the magistratum. Even if humans are running it now, they're still so new at the game that they'd call in the exotics like a shot over something as big as this. Probably. I couldn't do it. No. But I don't know what else I can do. Neither do I. Tell you what. We'll both do nothing at all for the time being. Just get on with our regular work and try to think about this affair as calmly and rationally as we can. We may get a brainstorm, or we may find some kind of useful clue that will prove things one way or another. There's even a chance that Paul will discover something, if he's not Fury himself. Mark slumped down onto the stool, drained. The cat continued his furry consolation. It was pushing supper time, and Marcel was really asking for food on the feline telepathic mode, but both of us had heartlessly turned him out. I thought I hated Papa, Mark said, but when there was deadly danger I called him. I didn't say anything. When you were in a panic, you called on a ghost, Uncle Rogie. Bullshit, said I stoutly, but he wouldn't be deflected. I heard you do it. A ghost, and not a holy ghost either. The mental image attached to the concept was strange. For just an instant he seemed poised to coerce it out of me, and then he caught himself and made a hasty gesture of self-deprecation, pretending to slice his throat. Never mind, I'm sorry. I'm poking where I shouldn't again. Are you? The only 2 persons who might possibly be able to save me and the rest of the Remillards from Fury and Hydra and other things that go bump in the night were my old Lyelmic friend who called himself the family ghost and this boy. Maybe it was about time Mark knew he had some sort of an ally. I lurched up out of my chair and clapped Mark on the shoulder. Well, I don't see why I shouldn't share my ghost story with you. But not here. It's getting late. Why don't I take you over to the Peter Christian Tavern and buy you supper, and along with it I'll tell you a few tales about my misspent youth. Chapter 32. Concord, Human Polity Capital, Earth, 20 September, 2052. The lawyers had their driver land in the Rowcraft lot of Europa Tower, and from there they took Rogie and Teresa in on the subway to Dirigent House, a good 2 kilometres away. But someone who was either operant or wired must have spotted them somewhere along the line, because a baying pack of media people awaited them when they stepped out of the subway car, brandishing camcorders and microphones and shouting questions in dozens of different accents of standard English. There were even 2 Guy and a Poltroyan among the reporters. Teresa seemed more pleased than annoyed as the shouting echoed through the little subway station. "Miss Kendall, tell us how you feel as you make your final plea to be pardoned." "Miss Kendall, do you believe the 3rd time is going to be the charm?" "Miss Kendall, do you think you've been treated fairly?" "Will you still be singing on opening night at the Met next week if you have to stand trial?" "How's little Jack bearing up?" "Look this way just for a second, Miss Kendall. Is it true that you and the first magnate are estranged?" "Miss Kendall, will you be making a personal appeal to the dirigent, or will your attorney speak for you?" "Miss Kendall." Rogie grabbed one of her arms, and Chester Kopinski took the other, and they attempted to haul her toward the elevator, while Sam Goldsmith and Woody Bates ran interference. Woody kept shouting, "No comment, no comment." Teresa, a bright smile on her face, insisted on trying to answer the questions. The senior attorney, Spencer Delavan, stood just outside the mob fringe, clutching his briefcase to his tailored bosom and talking frantically into a portaphone. Finally the police came and order was restored. Teresa and Rogie and the lawyers got into the elevator and ascended to the offices of the dirigent for Earth, David Summerlid McGregor. "The meteor hawks will still be waiting when we come out," Chester predicted darkly.
"We'd better ask the ODE for permission to take Teresa and Roger off from the roof," said Sam sotto voce, "especially if we get a turn down." "I really don't mind answering their questions," Teresa said, "and we won't be turned down."
"Now, Teresa," Woody chided, "you know what you promised. Leave it all to us."
Nobody paid a bit of attention to Roger.
Said the elevator, and they all exited into the reception area, an atrium of no particular distinction, done in the popular neo-Romanesque style. There was a mosaic floor, a white marble pool at the centre with small fountains and large fishes, a glass roof, and an abundance of potted greenery. To Roger's surprise, there were nearly 24 people sitting about, apparently waiting to see the dirigent. They didn't look like lawyers or other bureaucratic types either, only ordinary citizens. One young woman had 2 little children with her, who were leaning over the edge of the atrium pool, teasing the koi.
"I'd heard rumours that the dirigent had decided to treat his office as a kind of glorified ombudsmanship," Roger murmured to Chester, "but this is a bit much. Do you suppose we'll have to take a number?"
"We have an appointment for 1000 hours, Kopinski said, glancing at his old-fashioned gold pocket watch, "and we're right on time."
Teresa was astonished, studying the people who were waiting. "You mean that anybody can see the planetary dirigent?"
"Anyone may apply for an appointment," Spencer Delavan said austerely. "Frivolous requests are denied, and matters that can best be handled by other authorities are appropriately shunted. Dirigent House has a very large staff as well, and only specially selected matters are referred to MacGregor himself."
"Well, be damned," Roger said. "I thought a dirigent was kind of like top dog of the intendant assembly, the king of the world."
"Certainly not," sniffed Delavan. "The dirigent is independent of the ordinary planetary legislature. He is accountable to the entire Galactic Concilium, not merely to the human polity."
Sam Goldsmith remarked, "You're not alone in being confused, Roger. The legal profession is still trying to sort out the way the dirigency operates, and some of us suspect that Davy MacGregor is making up the rules as he goes along. By definition, the dirigent is the primary metapsychic official of the planet, providing a direct link between the ordinary citizenry and the Concilium. Each milieu polity views the office a bit differently, but generally speaking, the dirigent is more of an overseer or a public advocate than an administrator. When this probationary period is over, every one of our colonial worlds will have its own dirigent, and he or she will be solemnly charged with the nurturing and guidance of the planetary mind."
"Sounds to me," Roger said, "like MacGregor is more of a glorified nanny than anything else."
Goldsmith laughed, but the other lawyers looked pained. "It must be a very difficult job," said Teresa.
Goldsmith said, "A Poltroyan friend of mine told me that most of their dirigents burn out after only a few years in office."
"Goodness!"
"Here comes one of the staff," Woody Bates said. "It's about time."
A slender young man with sandy hair, wearing a blazer with the ODE insignia, picked out the 2 petitioners immediately.
"Hi there. Teresa Kendall and Rogatien Remillard, I presume. I'm Bart Ziegfeld, one of the dirigent's assistants. Would you 2 like to follow me? He's ready to see you right now."
Spencer Delavan interrupted smoothly.
"We are the legal counselors for Citizens Kendall and Remillard, and we respectfully request that we be allowed to accompany our clients and present their petition to Dirigent MacGregor."
"Sorry," said Ziegfeld, with good-humoured firmness.
"You were told when the application was accepted that the dirigent would see the principals only. This isn't a law court."
Delavan flushed, but Roger pushed forward. "We get the picture. Come on, Teresa." Ziegfeld winked at the disconcerted attorneys, then led Roger and Teresa out of the atrium into a long corridor. It was very quiet, with handsome Chinese carpets on a parquet floor and many tall, anonymous doors. The panelled walls were hung with impressive paintings. "Can that possibly be a real Van Gogh?" Teresa asked.
"Oh, yes," their guide replied. "Dirigent MacGregor has always been a keen art buff, and he was very quick to take up the perquisites of the office, along with the duties and responsibilities. The paintings are on loan, of course. Lovely little Fra Angelico there. And don't you just adore Hieronymus Bosch's Ship of Fools? It's the dirigent's favourite."
The assistant knocked on a door that looked no different from the others they had passed.
"There you go," Ziegfeld said cheerfully.
He gestured for them to enter, and then hurried away, leaving them standing there.
"Roger and Teresa, Please come in." The old man gave a violent start. He took hold of the doorknob, opened the door, and stood aside to let Teresa precede him. The room was small, even cosy. There was a fireplace where a few birch logs lay on a grate ready to light. A pine credenza against one wall had an elaborate data retrieval station built into it, but there was no other evidence of modern technology to be seen. Behind the pine table desk, with its nut-brown leather Morris chair, was a single window with homespun drapes, which looked out over the Merrimack Valley. Davy McGregor came out from behind his desk to meet them. Roger had not seen the former intendant associate for Europe in person since his rejuvenation, and he was reminded anew of Davy's strong resemblance to his late father. The hair was a different colour, but the Dundreary side whiskers were the same, and Davy even wore a tweed jacket and a vest of the McGregor tartan with staghorn buttons that were virtual duplicates of Jamie's favourites. He shook hands as though Roger and Teresa were welcome guests, drew up two ladder-back chairs with crewel seats, complimented Teresa on her dress, and inquired after baby Jack. Returning to his seat behind the desk, he asked Roger to keep an eye out for a fine copy of L. Sprague de Camp's Wheels of If, with a Hannes Bock dust jacket, which he said he was eager to add to his personal fantasy collection. "I've got one in stock," the bookseller managed to say, "all deacidified and permeditioned. I'll have it shipped. My compliments." McGregor's dark eyes twinkled. "I'll have it shipped with an invoice, Roger," he insisted. Of course." There was a silence. Davy McGregor said, "I've already done my own investigation of your case. There's only one thing I want to ask you, Teresa. Knowing what you do about young Jack, would you conceive another child?" She answered with her head high. "No. But I still feel certain it was right to have him." McGregor turned to Roger. "Why didn't you tell the human magistratum the truth about Mark's role in the flight and concealment of Teresa?" The old man felt his throat constrict. He'd been living in a fool's paradise, thinking he'd successfully diddled the cops by taking the full blame. Roger took a slow, deep breath. He said, "I'm an old man who earns his living in an unimportant trade. If I get sent down for 10 years, it's no big deal. The other accessory to the crime is a juvenile. He's at a critical point in his education, and he'll doubtless mature into an important person. I thought it was the better part of prudence to shield him, to let him enter adult life free of stigma." McGregor's gaze lowered to his own hands, lightly clasped on the polished dark wood of the desk. He still wore a wide golden wedding band. "Both of you deliberately broke the laws of the proctorship. You, Teresa, were driven by a sub-rational compulsion, a species of meta-coercion recognized but not understood by the exotic races of the milieu. Ancient humans would have said you were God-driven. Perhaps they would have been right." He lifted his eyes to Roger. "You didn't really want to break the law by helping her. You were also compelled, by 2 persons. One of them was Mark Remillard, and the other— You know who the other was." Teresa turned to the old man in surprise. "But you never told me." Davy McGregor silenced her with his coercion. "I believe that the circumstances justify pardoning you both without condition." Teresa was instantly on her feet, bursting into tears of joy, stammering out her thanks. The door opened, and Bart Ziegfeld came in, took her gently by the arm, and led her away. The door closed behind him. "I'd like to thank you, too," Roger began, rising and holding out his hand. But McGregor ignored it, and motioned for him to sit down again. His face was grave. "You and I aren't finished, Roger." Roger heaved a sigh. Only one person could have told Davy McGregor his own motivation, to say nothing of Teresa's. Roger found himself wondering just what kind of training had been given to the dirigent by the Lyalmic. Davy McGregor smiled. "It was rough, my lad, damned rough. But the details are none of your business, for all that you've had a bit of the treatment yourself." "Ha!" Roger said, his eyes lighting up. "It's not camaraderie I want from you," McGregor said curtly. He was no longer smiling. That's something quite different, and you'll cooperate or suffer some serious consequences." Rogie stared at him, open-mouthed. "Now, you might not be aware," MacGregor said matter-of-factly, "of the trick certain Remillards have of shutting others out of their minds while appearing to submit to coercive redactive probes. We're going to be able to do something about that, as you lot will find out. It will take precious time to implement, however, the magistratum being subject to the constraints of due process and the laws governing evidence-gathering and such tedious things. But the dirigent has the option to cut a few corners in a good cause. Having you here in my web, so to speak, I'm opting for a simpler and more direct method of information-gathering." "About what?" Rogie bleated. MacGregor seemed not to have heard him. "The simplest and least painful option open to you is to tell me the truth freely, and then just open wide and let me see into your mind to confirm it." "But you've just pardoned Teresa and me." "I'm no longer interested in Teresa's crime. It's something infinitely more important you're going to tell me about. You can do it voluntarily, or you can refuse, in which case I'll be forced to apply my very own brand of mind-ream, which is still a very rough-and-ready instrument, even after the Lyelmic training regimen. Now, I concede that my ream wouldn't get me much if I tried it on poor Remillard, or on his eldest son, but I guarantee it'll turn your brain permanently to clotted porridge if you try to fight back." "For God's sake," Rogie cried, "just tell me what the hell you want to know." "Everything you know about the person or persons who murdered Brett McAllister and my wife, Margaret Strayhorn. Or by God, you won't leave this place a sane man." Davy MacGregor had lied. He admitted it, after Rogie had spilled his guts in a pool of muck sweat and confessed everything he knew about Fury, Hydra, Vic, Baby Jack, and the 7 Deaths. After Rogie had recovered from the ordeal, with the help of 4 fingers of Lagavulin limited edition, Davy admitted that he would not really have mind-probed the old bookseller to the point of madness. "Not that I'm incapable of it, old son," the dirigent said amiably, "because my coercive redactive faculties have assayed out at some really filthy potential, and the Lyelmic did teach me a thing or two. But I'm actually a kindly sort of chap who wouldn't hurt a fly, and besides, my authority doesn't quite extend to the infliction of mental mayhem, even though I do have more leeway than the magistratum in questioning Earth citizens." Rogie snarled and whined about the unfairness of it all, but Davy only said he intended to get to the heart of the killings by what he suspected would be the most direct route available, to wit, Rogie himself. And while milieu law protected magnates of the Concilium, such as the Remillard dynasty, from being mind-probed without firm grounds, a mere private citizen was dead meat if the dirigent decided to dig. "Now I have some information to give you," Davy said, still smiling, "and I want you to be sure to pass it on to the members of your family. Within a month, the human magistratum will have a new mechanical interrogation device at its disposal that will be able to get an accurate true-or-false reading out of even the most stalwart mental screeners. Thanks to you, there are now legal grounds for questioning the 7 Remillard magnates with the machine, based upon information received. If they agree to submit voluntarily to the machine here in my offices, without me having to turn the matter over to the magistratum for the lengthy legal rigmarole, then the testing will be done under strict confidentiality. No one's reputation will be even slightly besmirched, provided they're innocent. Again, thanks to your cooperation, we now know just what questions to ask." "Beautiful," Rogie said bitterly. "I can add stool-pigeon to my personal roster of guilt trips." The kindly facade melted from Davy MacGregor's face, leaving Caledonian rock. "The devil take your wounded sensibilities. The only thing that matters is finding the fiends who killed my poor Maggie and the others, and sending them straight to hell. Tell that to your precious Remillard dynasty." Chapter 33. From the Memoirs of Rogatien, Remillard. Teresa's opening night portrayal of the icy Chinese Princess Turandot, whose heart is finally softened by love, was one of the great triumphs of her career. She had wisely chosen a role that showcased her brilliance as a singing actress and a vocalist of rich and apparently effortless power. No one noticed that her voice was no longer as agile as it had been in her youth, or that the exceptional high notes that had been her trademark were now few and far between. Her Turandot was a stunning comeback, and if the critics noticed that she was not the paragon of yore, they were not about to mention it and risk being lynched. The entire family was there in New York on opening night, including Paul, and after the standing ovation given the performance, he dashed to her dressing-room with tears running down his cheeks. The two of them frustrated her adoring fans and irritated the media by staying sequestered for nearly an hour. When they emerged, they came arm in arm, with dazed grins on their faces, to ironic applause and whistles. Baby Jack, who was being toted in a backpack by Mark, apparently made some telepathic remark that caused his older brother to blush to the ears. The next day, Paul moved back into the family home in Hanover. Teresa had signed to do 7 more performances of the opera, scattered throughout October and early November, and during this time she commuted between New Hampshire and New York City, with Paul attending every performance but one. He missed the matinee on October 19th, because that was the day the family submitted en masse to the Cambridge Mechanical Mind Ream, which was moved from Magistratum headquarters to the office of the Dirigent for Earth by special order of Davy MacGregor. Not only the dynasty, but also their wives, Dennis, Lucille, and Mark, were questioned. Teresa was tested the next day. The machine was operated by Doctors Van Wyck and Kramer, and since both men were respected scientists and also magnates, the confidentiality of the procedure was erroneously presumed to be assured. Because of the traumatic nature of the examination, only 10 yes or no questions were asked of the examinees. 1. Are you the entity called Fury? 2. Do you know who or what Fury is? 3. Are you the entity called Hydra, or a part of that entity? 4. Do you know who Hydra is? 5. Do you know who or what killed Brett McAllister? 6. Do you know who or what killed Margaret Strayhorn? 7. Do you know who or what killed Adrienne Remillard? 8. Do you know who or what killed the 4 operants who disappeared in the vicinity of the New Hampshire seacoast last summer? 9. Do you know for a fact that Victor Remillard is alive? 10. Do you suspect that the Fury Hydra murders of McAllister, Strayhorn, Adrienne Remillard, and the others have some connection to the Remillard family? All of the persons examined answered no to the first 9 questions and were ascertained to have told the truth. Aurélie d'Alembert, the wife of Philip Remillard, Cecilia Ash, the wife of Maurice Remillard, Sherry Lozier Drake, the wife of Adrienne Remillard, and Teresa Kaulana Kendall, the wife of Paul Remillard, answered no to the 10th question, and were ascertained to have told the truth. Lucille Cartier answered no to the 10th question, and lied. Philip, Maurice, Severin, Anne, Catherine, Adrian, Paul, Dennis, and Mark answered yes to the 10th question, and told the truth. Because of the overly broad nature of the 10th question, Dirigent David Somerled MacGregor appealed directly to the Lyelmic supervisors for a ruling on whether he had grounds to continue his investigation of the family. The supervisors ruled that at the present time he did not. They also reminded him that he was not the one who would ferret out the murderer of his wife. The results of the interrogation were sealed by the Dirigent and not turned over to the Human Magistratum. Chapter 34. Swaffham, Abbas, Cambridgeshire, England, Earth, 2 November 2052. The moon shone down on the Devil's Ditch, and the inevitable wind of East Anglia rattled the window-panes of the cottage that was quaintly English on the outside and peculiarly Russian inside. Flames crackled in the stone hearth, Mozart played softly on the stereo, and 8 of the persons who had informally dubbed themselves the metapsychic rebels settled down with great relief and prepared to drink to the health of the newest of their number. Anna Goris Sakvadze filled silver-mounted glasses with steaming tea from a brass samovar, and had her nephew, Alan Sakvadze, serve them. She herself offered a lacing of Georgian brandy to those who wished it. Gerrit Van Wyck accepted with his usual enthusiasm, and so did Will McGregor and Allen. Hiroshi Kodama took a few drops. Olyana Gotten, Jordan Kramer, and Adrian Remillard declined. "And you, AC, my dear?" Anna poised the bottle above the glass of the newcomer. "Perhaps after your experience with our nasty little lie detector machine over at the IDFS, you would like something to calm your nerves?" "No, thank you. My nerves are recovering nicely," declared AC Damatura. "But I don't mind telling you that I'm glad Jerry and Geordie had only a single question to ask me." "Poor Adrian recently had to endure 10 in a row from those two," Anna said, topping off her own glass and then taking a seat. "But we will discuss that after our little toast. Hiroshi, will you do the honors?" "It will be my great pleasure." Hiroshi Kodama rose to his feet. They were all sitting around the fire, and the rest of the room, filled with relics of Anna's former homes in Moscow and Central Asia, was in deep shadow except for flickering flame-light. "I have known AC Damatura for over 9 years. Even though she served on the African Intendancy and I on the Asian, we learned very early on that both of us had an abiding love for this planet and its people, and an uneasy feeling toward those who, not being human themselves, nevertheless felt convinced that they knew what was best for our human race. I was overjoyed when AC, like Anna and myself, was appointed to the Human Directorate of the Galactic Concilium. I was even more gratified when she joined me in urging that Teresa Kendall and Rogatien Remillard be pardoned for conspiring to violate the reproductive statutes. Even though we did not carry the day in that infamous vote, AC's heartfelt defense of human reproductive freedom led me to approach her at last about the possibility of her joining our little group, and ultimately to my bringing her here tonight for the final affirmation of her acceptance. Geordie and Jerry did their duty as inquisitors, and the result is one we all witnessed. And so, my friends, I give you Director AC Damatura, Magnate of the Concilium, Grand Master Far Speaker and Creator, and now also, of her own choice, a metapsychic rebel, together with us." He lifted his glass. The others rose to their feet and drank. Then AC proposed a toast of her own. "To that great countryman of Adrian's, Thomas Jefferson. For years he has been highly esteemed in Namibia, the land of my birth. Among other things, Jefferson said, 'A little rebellion now and then is a good thing.'" The others all laughed and drank. Then Hiroshi asked Adrian, "What's this about your having to endure 10 questions on the interrogation machine?" "It was in connection with the Hydra killings, which are by now the worst-kept secret in the human polity, among operants at any rate." "Well, I never heard of them," AC declared. Olyana Gotten, her husband Alan Sakvadze, and Hiroshi Kodama echoed her. "Then lean a little closer, fellow conspirators," Adrian Remillard urged, his mental tone grim in spite of the fact that he spoke lightly, "and I'll tell you a murder mystery to freeze your gizzards and confound your deductive faculties." For the next quarter hour he regaled them with details of the affair, winding up with the disappearance of his eldest daughter, and the interrogation of the Remillard family by the dirigent. Jordan Kramer and Gerrit Van Wyck already knew a good deal of the background, since they had conducted the questioning, but the others, with the exception of Anna, who already knew almost everything, and Will McGregor, who was aware of the suspicions about his stepmother's death, were fascinated and appalled by Adrian's story of a metapsychic vampire named Hydra, that apparently killed by inflicting 7 chakra-like wounds on its victims and was controlled by an unknown human named Fury. When Adrian finished, the young starship captain, Olyana Gotten, said flatly, "I don't believe it. Granted, Brett McAllister was murdered in this peculiar way. There's no real proof Margaret Strayhorn was killed by the same person, but I'll give that the benefit of the doubt. But the other deaths? By your account, there is no hard evidence at all that your daughter and the others who died last summer were killed by this alleged monster. The entire story of Hydra and its fiendish puppeteer comes from the unsupported testimony, and third-hand testimony at that, of an infant. Has the child himself been questioned with the machine?" "Can't be done," Jordan Kramer said. "The procedure is traumatic enough for adults. It could inflict irreparable mental damage on a baby, and this one isn't even in good health. As I understand it, he's undergoing therapy for nearly 3 dozen genetic defects." "The poor thing," murmured Olyana. "What's the prognosis?" "Favorable so far," Adrian said. Little Jack is some kind of metapsychic wunderkind. No one can get past his mental screens, and he'll only let his older brother Mark examine his memories. But Davy McGregor was willing enough to accept Uncle Rogier's account of Mark's examination of Jack. "My father," Will McGregor put in, grimacing, "is hardly unbiased. He nearly went out of his mind when Margaret died. He'd seize on any clue that might lead to her killer, even something as fantastic as this." "The burns on Brett McAllister," Hiroshi said thoughtfully. "They actually occurred at the 7 chakra points and had a lotus form?" Adrian said, "I saw them myself. Each brand-like pattern was slightly different from the others. They were white, ashen. The rest of the body looked as though it had been seared with a blowtorch. It was some kind of psycho-creative flaming, evidently a side effect of the drain." "Fascinating," said Hiroshi. "You are aware, of course, of the significance of the chakra points in Kundalini Yoga?" He projected a mental image. "But the yogi uses the 7 body points in esoteric healing or in endeavors to attain a higher level of consciousness. The vampiric hydra has apparently perverted the yogic technique to cause a reductive outflow of the victim's vital energies. Amazing." "There was a clear connection between Brett McAllister's murder and the attack on Margaret at the Dartmouth president's house," Adrian said. "The strange burn on her scalp was identical to the one on Brett's head. And if we can believe my father, Brett's burns were identical to ones caused by Dennis's late brother Victor, a family black sheep of the deepest dye, when he murdered 2 people many years ago." "But there's no firm evidence that Margaret was actually killed that way," Alan said. "No," Wood admitted. "A suicide note was found, but my father is convinced that she was murdered, and he did claim to hear her far-spoken death shout saying 5. In his mind, this corroborates what the baby said about Hydra being a 5-fold entity." Olyana shook her head. "Thin. Very thin." "You might not think so," Adrian growled, "if you were better acquainted with the crimes of my late unlimited granduncle Victor." "Tell them, Andriushka," Anna commanded. "I was only 2 years old at the time," Adrian said, "and I never knew Vic. But my older sibs, who did know him, rated him as an amoral opportunist with superior mental faculties who intended to conquer the world, and came damned close to managing it. He'd gained control of the Zapstar laser satellite net and one of the biggest corporate empires on Earth just before he was turned into a vegetable." Garrett Van Wyck had been listening wide-eyed. "When did that happen?" Adrian gazed into the fire, cradling the tea-glass in his hands. "It was the night of the Great Intervention." "I was there," Anna said softly. "It was to be the last Metapsychic Congress, the farewell gathering of the beleaguered operant leaders of the world, held at this huge old hotel in New Hampshire in the USA. I attended, along with my mother Tamara and my dear grandfather, and my brothers Valerie and Ilya and their wives. Our final banquet was held in a chalet on top of a mountain above the hotel, and this madman, Victor Remillard, conspired to kill us all by manipulating a group of anti-operant fanatics called the Sons of Earth. Surely you have read about it in your history books." Hiroshi Kodama frowned. "There was nothing in the books about Victor Remillard engaging in psychic vampirism." "No," Anna conceded, "but the entire world knows that he and a dissolute capitalist named Kieran O'Connor were behind the attack on the chalet. O'Connor's body was found on the mountain after the intervention, marked with the 7 chakra burns. His daughter was killed in the same way, and it is certain she was murdered by Victor. We learned this only afterward, of course. Victor himself attempted to blow up the chalet with all the delegates of the Metapsychic Congress inside. Is this not so, Adrian?" "It's true. But he failed. He was found later among the building piers in a coma. My great-granduncle Rogier seemed to have stopped him somehow, perhaps by inadvertent use of some powerful psycho-creative impulse. Ordinarily, Rogier's mind powers are very weak, but Victor had tried to kill him there on the mountain, and we know that extreme stress can sometimes greatly augment a person's metafaculties. Rogier himself is hazy about what happened. What we're certain of is that somehow Victor was paralyzed and sense-deprived and rendered metapsychically latent, just as he was about to murder the cream of operant humanity. And Vic remained that way, completely helpless, until he died in 2040. "But McAllister was killed 11 years after Victor died," Olyana objected. "Surely you don't think that this
The Hydra is Victor's ghost.
We don't know what it is, Adrian said wearily, except it's not a member of my family. Neither is its controller Fury. Jerry and Geordie proved that with their mind-reaming machine. We really didn't, you know, Jordan Kramer said in a low voice.
What?
Adrian started in his chair as if he had been electroshocked. We didn't prove you lot were innocent. The machine ascertains truth or falsity only as it's perceived by the conscious mind of the examinee. If either Hydra or Fury is an artifact of the unconscious, if they're aspects of a multiple personality disorder, then the guilty party wouldn't know that he or she was guilty unless the Hydra or Fury persona was on deck at the time of the testing. Garrett Van Wyck added, With the guilty persona suppressed, your unknown fiend can deny that he's Hydra or Fury, or that he knows anything about them, and the machine will register that he's telling the truth.
Adrian cried out horror-stricken. Then it could even be me. I could be a part of Hydra, or even the controller. I could have ordered the murder of my own daughter.
Well, Jerry temporized, we're psychophysicists, not clinical psychologists. But multiple personality disorders are well documented in psychiatric literature. The secondary mental aspect doesn't usually communicate with the original personality at all.
There's no proof that Hydra or Fury exists, Oljana reiterated. All you know is what Mark maintains that the baby said.
What will happen now in the investigation? Hiroshi asked.
Adrian shook his head.
The dirigent decided to do nothing. The investigation into Brett's murder is still open. Margaret's been declared dead, but the murder-suicide question is unresolved. All of the other disappearances, including my daughter's, are officially attributed to shark attacks.
Is there any way, A.C. Damatura asked slowly, that we can make use of this affair?
Tame the Hydra and enlist it into our little conspiracy? Van Wyck gave a shaky giggle. There's a thought.
I was thinking of using it to discredit Paul. A.C. regarded Van Wyck with poorly disguised distaste. Get him out of the first magnate chair. All we would have to do is spread details of the dirigent's test, plus Geordie's second opinion on the exoneration.
It would discredit not only Paul, but all the rest of us as well, Adrian said in a neutral tone. There'd be a public uproar, even though nothing's been proved. The Remillards would be castigated as operant Draculas, especially by the normal-minded Intendant Associates of North America and the American colonies. The non-ops never have been able to decide whether we're operant role models or a gang of unholy elitist schemers.
Anna tilted her head and regarded A.C. with a shrewd glint in her eye. Do you think that discrediting the Remillard dynasty deserves a place in our strategy? I don't know, the African woman replied doggedly, but it would get both Paul and Anne out of the Human Polity Directorate and give us a chance to introduce more pro-human legislation in the Concilium. Even here on Earth in the Assembly, Paul hews to the milieu party line and throws his weight around every chance he gets. He tried to stomp all over me with hobnailed boots when I demanded more colonial planets for humans of color, and to hell with this operant quota thing the exotics forced on us. Why should the Europeans and the Americans and the Anzacs have 13 ethnic planets out of the 20? All Paul could do was cite metapsychic demographics, more operants among those groups, and so we Africans end up with only 2 worlds to colonize, and the Asians have only 5.
There are disproportionate numbers of Japanese and Chinese living happily on the cosmopolitan planets, Hiroshi pointed out mildly. But A.C. was not to be mollified. Look at that bastard ethnic world Paul lobbied the Assembly to approve just before the clampdown. Denali, an Alaskan planet, if you please. In my book it's just another colony of the USA.
Anna hastily offered her guests more tea and brandy, and a few minutes later A.C. was laughing at her own outburst and saying, Well, hey, if we're rebels, we ought to act rebellious. Everybody knows what a professional gadfly I am. But what are the rest of you doing to further the glorious revolution?
Oljana Gotten said,
I have something very interesting to report. It will be announced officially next week, but I'm happy to let you all know now that Owen Blanchard has been put in command of the first of the 3 new human space armadas, the 12th Fleet, and my brother Ragnar has been appointed the Chief Operations Officer. The fleet will be based on Okanagan.
Crikey! Exclaimed Will McGregor. He turned an accusing glare on his colleague Alan Sakvadze. You must have known, and you didn't tell me. Alan only grinned. I didn't spill the beans to Auntie Anushka, either. Oljana would have had my guts for garters.
Bоже moi! Anna cried. This means that someday, if all goes well, we may have control of a fleet of armed starships. Jerry Van Wyck was blinking like a frenzied electronic calculator, his wide mouth agape. You don't mean that we'd— No, of course not. We established at the very beginning of our relationship that we'd seek to extricate humanity from the toils of the milieu by peaceful means. They won't let us go peacefully, Adrian said. Jerry stopped blinking. They won't? If we try to withdraw from the Confederation, the milieu is prepared to ostracize us, put us into perpetual quarantine. They'll toss us off the colonial worlds and sling our folks back into the solar system and take away our superluminal starships and slam the cell door on us. No more interstellar travel. But— Jerry flailed his small hands furiously. We'd suffocate. Yes, Adrian said. All throughout the Symbiare proctorship, we were denied armed spacecraft, Oliana pointed out. Even our commercial fleet was restricted in its operations. Now that the proctorship is over, we're permitted to travel anywhere we want in the galaxy, and that means that we also must help enforce the law. It's just another privilege and duty of milieu citizenship. Officially, the 3 human space fleets will be only an arm of the Magistratum, a glorified Coast Guard service and space patrol. But Owen and Ragnar know that the 12th Fleet could be much more. Good God, yes, Jordan Kramer said. Those of us with the appropriate scientific expertise could do clandestine weapons research. I can already think of several projects. What about the other 2 fleets? Hiroshi inquired. When there are enough trained personnel, a 13th fleet will be headquartered on Elysium, and a 14th on Assawampset, Oliana said. But the 12th, being the mother fleet, as it were, will no doubt have a tactical advantage for a long time to come. It will take years to prepare ourselves, Anna warned. We are still only a pitiful handful of people. Quite a handful, snapped A.C. Damatura. In an instant her expression changed, and she smiled at Anna. May I have just a bit more of that delicious tea? And then Hiroshi and I will have to think about egging back to Concord. The Directorate is considering setting up a blue-ribbon commission of philosophers and religious leaders to study the concept of unity. Paul and Anne will push the resolution through, but I'm going to make damn sure that they don't pack the commission with Jesuits. The younger rebels exchanged blank looks. The most famous human apologist for unity, A.C. said darkly, was a froggy Jesuit who died in 1955, a paleontologist. They say he was also in on the Piltdown Man scam. Anna handed A.C. a refilled glass, then turned to a nearby bank of shelves and drew out a book plaque. The title on the spine was The Phenomenon of Man, and the author was Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, S.J. Anna stepped to a duplicator and in a moment had a copy for each person in the room. Teilhard was not a perpetrator of paleontological hoaxes. That was proved long ago. What he was something much more dangerous. Take the plaques with you, she invited her fellow rebels. Read the book, and then you may begin to understand what we are up against. Chapter 35. From the Memoirs of Rogatien, Remillard. After the earlier tragedies, that year of 2052 was blessed with a golden autumn and a sparkling early winter, at least so far as our family was concerned. Paul and Teresa were together again, Mark and his father were reconciled, and baby Jack still appeared to be responding favourably to the genetic therapy. There were no more mysterious deaths in the family or among its associates, and no sign whatsoever that the malevolent entities called Hydra and Fury were anything other than nightmarish figments of a supersensitive infant imagination. Jack had begged for mental stimulation and sensory input. Mark gave it to him, and then some. He was unfailingly generous in his fostering of his little brother, even to the point of designing and constructing a special small environmental pod that could be perched at the back of his turbocycle, in which Jack happily rode on excursions throughout upper New England. The baby accompanied Mark 2 or 3 times a week to his classes at college and to the frat house. After Jack beat Alex Mannion at 3-dimensional chess, the other Mu Psi Omega men decided that he wasn't a human baby at all, but a midget exotic savant in disguise. They made him their mascot, and dressed him in tiny Dartmouth sweaters and warm-ups, and when Mark was otherwise occupied, they toted him around the campus, letting him sop up the Ivy League ambience and audit every kind of class, from algorithm analysis to French symbolist poetry. Jack went to football games with Boom Boom LaRoche,
to plays and lectures with Shigmorita, and to the Sharrock Observatory with Pete d'Alembert, where he made a pest of himself at the downlink station of the Hawking Orbital Telescope. He attended the performances of touring symphonies and chamber music ensembles and jazz groups and musical soloists and dance companies at Dartmouth's Hopkins Centre. Together with other members of the outing club, Mark took Jack hiking along the Appalachian Trail in the White Mountains. Riding in a modified backpack, the baby visited the scene of the Great Intervention atop Mount Washington, where the restored chalet and cog railway attracted millions of visitors each year. When snow closed the mountains to hikers, Mark took his little brother trekking along Dartmouth's skiway and on snowmobile rides in the deep woods north of Berlin, and nearly frightened him to death with a wild run up the frozen Connecticut River on the BMW turbocycle, with the ice spikes deployed. I returned to the peaceful business of bookselling, and very often entertained Mark and his fraternity brothers and Jack in the shop. Jack even learned how to walk, there among the shelves of the eloquent page, rather to the dismay of Teresa, who had become just the least bit jealous of the closeness between her eldest and youngest sons. But she had other matters to keep her busy now. Because of the excessively long advance commitments customary in the opera business, she could not simply plunge back into a full-time musical career. But all the impresarios were wild to have her sing, and so she did pick up a fair number of other substitute engagements, similar to the one at the Met, and La Scala scheduled 4 special performances of Prokofiev's rarely heard psychoanalytical opera, The Fiery Angel, especially for her, just before the Christmas season. Its sexually obsessed heroine, Renata, was another role, like Turandot, where Teresa's acting ability and vocal power enabled her to score a triumph. She was home for the holiday itself, a tumultuous family gathering at Dennis and Lucille's farm, and immediately afterward she and Paul went together to Kauai for 10 days alone together, just prior to his leaving for Orb and the Concilium session. Jack spent his first birthday quietly at home. Paul and Teresa gave him a beautiful Celestron telescope. Mark gave him an air guitar, which he had especially wanted. Marie gave him a teddy bear. Madeline gave him a weighty treatise on theoretical cerebroenergetics, and Luke gave him a small tank with saltwater tropical fish. I gave him a new papoose carrier, since he had outgrown the old one. For some time, before and after Teresa and I were pardoned, my bookshop was overrun with curiosity-seekers and opera buffs wanting to felicitate and shake the hand of the hero who had rescued Teresa Kendall and stood by her during her ordeal in the Great White North. One idiot tri-D producer even wanted to do a movie of the week about our adventure and was dissuaded from pestering me only when I threatened to sick the Remco lawyers on him. My notoriety, a gushing female commentator compared my daring rescue of Teresa to an escapade of the fictional Scarlet Pimpernel, leading Mark and his pals to dub me the Scarlet Pumpernickel, somehow also managed to get my hormones all a-burbling. I noticed belatedly that I was man and Perdita Mannion, my widowed assistant, was woman, and a discreet literary affair ensued. We were not really in love with each other, but she was a congenial person, and when one feels on top of the world, sex often demands to share the limelight. It also tends to intrude when the world is falling to pieces around one's ears, but that's another story. Perdita and I fooled around a fair bit when business was slow in the dead of winter, 2053, and we made dinner for each other now and then in my flat or in her neat brick house over on Brockway Street. We went to Dartmouth's winter carnival together and canoodled afterward in the icy moonlight under a bearskin rug in Dennis's antique sleigh over by Ockham Pond, nearly freezing our silly petards off. Family members began to grin at us with a knowing air, while Mark and Perdita's son Alex were first incredulous and then appalled at the evidence of superannuated lust. Perdita was then 51 years old, and I was a full-blooded 108. I don't know what might have happened had things continued to go smoothly. But they didn't. Not long after the winter carnival, near the end of February, the first evidence appeared that Jack's body was rejecting the gene transplantation therapy. He was then 13 months old. He had black hair and bright blue eyes, and was a little below normal for his age in height and weight. He could creep faster than a fence lizard, and toddled along fairly well on his chubby legs. He spoke in erudite sentences, using an excruciatingly cute infantile accent. His meta-faculties were coming along like gangbusters. By that time, Mark's accelerated honors course had brought him well into junior class work, and he was charging ahead toward the attainment of his Bachelor of Science degree, with dual majors in metapsychology and theoretical physics. Mark told me all the details of that snowy afternoon when Jack's life changed forever, replaying his searing memories so that now it seems that I was there myself. He and his pals, Pete and Alex, had the baby with them in the basement game room of the frat house. Mark was studying for an astrophysics credit, and Jack was watching the other two boys play ping-pong, idly exercising his PK on a spare plas ball by making it creep up and down his arms and around his neck and head. When he tired of this game, he cupped the ball in both of his tiny hands for some time, sitting motionless with his eyes closed, and then called out, "Pete, Alex, use my ball to play with for a while." And he held out the white sphere. Alex took it with a good-natured insult, tossed it up, and hit it with his paddle. The ball was a blur as it flew to Pete's side of the table, eluded his paddle in a lightning bounce, and went sailing 10 meters farther on. It impacted the wall at the far end of the room, then continued to bounce crazily among the furniture and video games as if it had a life of its own. "Okay, Shrimpo," Alex cried in disgust. "What's the big idea? You know you're not supposed to interrupt our game with juvenile PK shit." Jack grinned. "I didn't. I fixed the ball instead," and he burst into squeals of laughter. Mark looked up from his book plaque, and his shocked gaze met that of the other two boys. Without a word, he reached out with his own psychokinesis and snared the still wildly bouncing ball. He hefted it, smelled it, stared fixedly at it, and then carefully handed it to Alex. "It's not plas." His face had turned expressionless. Jack was still gurgling with self-congratulation. Alex did his own quick examination, then dropped the ball onto the table from a height of about 10 centimeters. It bounced nearly to the ceiling. Alex snatched it out of the air and handed it to the open-mouthed Pete. He said to Jack, "All right. It was a regular ping-pong ball when I gave it to you. It still even got the trademark on it. What did you do to it?"
"Messed up its polymers," said the baby, grinning. A drop of drool hung from his pink lower lip. He had on his little green Dartmouth sweats and miniature Nikes.
"Just like that?" Pete cried. He shook the ball. "There's some kind of damned fluid in there."
"It improves the coefficient of elasticity," Jack lisped. His mind broadcast the formulas of both the ball shell and its contents. "I've been practicing my creative metafaculty in secret for some time now. It was very difficult to learn how to revise small molecules. Very large ones are easier."
"Oh, God," said Mark. "What else have you been messing with?"
"Nothing important," Jack said. "Mostly I used air and accreted water vapor, and I have modified some things I took from wastebaskets. But my most versatile raw materials have been my own solid and gaseous body wastes. It's possible to convert them into ever so many interesting organic compounds. I formed various things as I practiced, mostly spheroids and cubes and prisms and other symmetrical objects, once I had discovered how to manipulate the different compounds with fair precision. When I had finished experimenting, I reconverted my samples into an amorphous shit-like substance and replaced them in my diaper so that Mama or Nanny Herta wouldn't find out. Do you know that it's really possible to fart flames? I thought it was only a metaphor for anger, but I discovered that the phenomenon is genuine. It's harmless to the body if you perform the experiment with extreme care. All you have to do is ignite the inflammable gases naturally produced by—" The three older boys collapsed into near-hysterical laughter and whoops. A couple of other fraternity brothers ventured downstairs and asked if they could get in on the fun. Mark scooped up his baby brother under his arm. "Just horsing around with the pygmy Einstein here. He's more laughs than a barrel of monkeys," Alex added hastily. Mark said, "Upstairs, to my room. Pete, hang on to that friggin' ball." They galloped up 2 flights of stairs, and when they were safe in Mark's cubicle, sat Jack on the bed and began to throw questions at him. Did he realize what he was doing when he altered the ping-pong ball? Yes, he was exerting the metafaculty of creativity. Did he have to exert creativity on each individual molecule to cause change? Certainly not. The process, once initiated, infected adjacent molecules and spread under the mental direction of the Creator's coercion.
Could he create matter out of nothing?
Of course not. On the other hand, there is indubitably a store of matter and energy trapped within certain of the dynamic field lattices, and this, while not properly classed as nothing, has negligible impact upon the present reality, and is available to an ingenious creator.
Could he make matter out of energy?
Not yet. That would be a considerable challenge. It was rather easy to produce chemical energy from the disruption of molecules, however, and many interesting effects, such as the farting of flames, were—
Could he transmute elements?
No. He felt that theoretically this was possible, but the consequences to the Creator were likely to be drastic. One even had to exert caution with chemical-type reactions because of the potentially hazardous energies involved. For example, the bed linen should optimally be soaking wet before one attempts to—
What was the most complicated thing he had ever made?
The Wizzo ping-pong ball.
How long had he been able to exert his creativity in this fashion?
Almost from the time he was taken from Ape Lake to Kauai, and there taught how.
Who taught him?
An aged Hawaiian woman, Malama Johnson, who was the cook at the Kendall House on the island, had come creeping into his room when he was alone, soon after his arrival. She had greeted him with great dignity, treating him as an equal and not as a child, and told him that she was a kahuna, one of the magician priests who had lived among the Polynesian people for thousands of years, long before they ever migrated to the Hawaiian Islands. Malama had touched Jack and sung very softly, and then she told him that he was overflowing with Mauna Loa, the strongest kind of metapsychic energy. She waved her hands, and there were hundreds of little sparks flying around, and then tiny little black things floated in the air, Jack said to the older boys. They settled on my crib and made an awful mess, but later, when Mama saw them, she thought they had blown in the window from a fire in a cane field nearby. The black bits were carbon smuts. Malama had formed them psycho-creatively from atmospheric carbon dioxide and ignited some of them.
Jack went on to tell his awed listeners how the kahuna had taught him this simple trick, and then, in the weeks that followed, many others. She warned him that he should not let anyone know what he could do, not even his mamma or his Uncle Rogi, until all of his inner selves were more fully under his control. This strange statement had a certain rightness about it that made a deep impression on Jack. Even when he was still in the womb, he had felt that he had a low self and a high self, who contended within him, and he had asked my help keeping them in line as he was being born. Malama told him that the names of those two selves were Unihipili and Uhane, Haole wise men, who had only belatedly discovered what the kahuna had known from time immemorial, and who still were very backward in their understanding of Huna, sometimes called the two selves the unconscious and the conscious minds. But the Uhane that Jack had mistaken for his high self, she said, was actually his middle self. The true high self, or Amakua, was the superconscious, an integrating or unifying entity that was capable of binding together in perfect harmony the selves and the body they inhabited. The Amakua had, she said, a special life of its own, and was the font of Mauna Loa. It was available to all thinking persons, but many did not make use of it. In time, she said, Jack would attain perfect access to the Amakua, and then he would be able to accomplish a great work. Of course, Jack said to the college boys, I have since recognized that what Malama called Mauna Loa was what we would call the creative metafaculty, the higher mind power that infuses and energizes all the others, and the lower mind powers as well. My very high metapsychic assay in creativity merely confirms what Malama observed when she first met me. Mark asked, And do you feel that your three selves are under control now? The small face clouded with perplexity. I'm having problems. I thought that the low self and middle self were under my control, and I'm learning to communicate with the high self. I barred both Hydra and Fury, who would have separated the three and then reintegrated them into a new person. Mark uttered an expletive, then said to Jack on the intimate mode, Say no more about this to Alex and Pete. We'll talk later. Jack said to Mark, Yes, we must do that. You have been having troubling dreams, haven't you, about Fury?
How did you know that? For a time he troubled me, but I forced him to go away. You have listened to him even though what he says is— No.
Aloud, Mark said, "Tell me about the problems you've had trying to integrate your 3 subs."
I've discovered that my body increasingly balks at accepting creative direction, Jack said. Up until now, I've been able to make it operate in a normal human fashion, within the accepted parameters of good health, but lately there have been difficulties.
He began to fumble ineffectively with the fastenings on one of his tiny athletic shoes.
"Marco, help me."
"Imperfect motor coordination," Mark opined. "To be expected until your peripheral nervous system matures a bit more."
"No, that's not what I mean. Take off my sock and look at the toes."
Mark did so. The other 2 boys leaned closer. "What's that on his little toe?" Pete pointed out. "Right at the base of the nail. Check it with your deep sight, guys." "Looks like a sore," said Alex without certainty. "Maybe a little bitty blister rubbed raw, but my deep sight isn't worth shit." Mark's, however, was extraordinary. He could magnify the tiny spot and see into it, and call up from his memories information stored from his biology studies. "It's not just a sore," Mark said. His 2 friends regarded him with astonishment. His usual shell of mental impermeability was faltering, as if attacked from the inside by some overwhelming emotion.
"I know it's not ordinary," Jack said calmly. "I could use self-redaction on a blister or scrape and make it disappear at once. But this small lesion is caused by a cellular anomaly, and it responds neither to auto-redaction from my unconscious nor to the psycho-creative and coercive impetus of voluntary self-redaction. It's very puzzling. I'm not yet very well educated in molecular biology, but it almost seems as though the lesion is a product of my body's own genetic apparatus."
Mark stared at his little brother for a long moment without speaking. His mind screen was once again fully deployed. He smiled as he took both of Jack's little hands in his own and spoke quietly, coercively. "The thing on your toe could be nothing at all. It also could be a sign that something isn't going quite right with your therapy. All those transplanted good genes have been racing around in your body trying to plug in, and your mind has evidently tried to help them. But now it may be that something's screwed up a little bit. So I'm going to bundle you up right now and take you down the street to Hitchcock Hospital, and we'll let Nana Colette take a look at this, okay?"
"Okay,"
the infant agreed. Mark began to put on Jack's sock and shoe.
"What do you call the thing on my toe, Marco?"
"It's a cancer," Mark said. "Upsy-daisy, kiddo. Now we have to put on your snowsuit. Do you need to have your diaper changed first? No? Okay." Mark turned to his 2 stricken friends who were hiding behind their own thought screens. "Will one of you guys do me a favor and run down for the astrophysics plaque I left in the game room? I'll take it with me, in case I find myself with time on my hands while old Jacko here gets checked out." Chapter 36. From the Memoirs of Rogatien, Remillard. Now I come to a part of my memoirs that I would rather skip over, for it covers the time during which Jack's body changed. It was a time when those of us who loved the child saw hope give way to horror, and horror pass into numb despair and a desperate desire that the suffering baby would die and find peace, giving us peace as well. We could not know that Jack's body was as anomalous as his brilliant mind, that he was destined from his conception to be as he became. He was at once more than we humans are, and less. Prochronistic is the term the scientists eventually applied to him, a being born far ahead of its time, with a body that was not that of Homo sapiens at all. The beautiful, normal-appearing baby that Teresa had given birth to was only the larva, as it were, of the wondrous and terrible mature entity that Jack would become. His transformation began in the spring of the year 2053. I have to apologize again if the entity reading these memoirs finds my explanation of the background of Jack's disincarnation to be overly facile and full of scientific half-truths and omissions. Human genetic science is a complex discipline, and Colette Roy's explanations to me were couched in the most elementary lay terminology,
which I must inevitably fall back on in my writing. If I inadvertently slip from the path of scientific orthodoxy, remember that what was going on in Jack's body was subordinate to what was going on in his mind, and the minds of those around him. Beginning in the late 20th century, genetic engineers had developed a number of different and reliable methods for inserting new genes into the human body. The most widely used, and the one that formed one of the principal mechanisms of the regeneration tank, as well as the more specialized therapy used in the attempts to cure Jack, was the viral vector of transduction technique. In this, special viruses carrying the gene transplant were allowed to infect appropriate target cells in the patient. Over the years, hundreds of thousands of different viral vectors had been developed to carry and deliver genetic material safely and efficiently. The selection of the vector was done after a meticulous assay of the individual patient's gene map, in order to avoid a dangerous situation that cropped up all too often during the pioneer days of gene therapy: the activation of proto-oncogenes. All of us have a mixed bag of proto-oncogenes in our heredity. They are two-faced bits of DNA that can lie doggo all throughout a person's life, acting just as though they were perfectly normal blueprints for body proteins or the switches turning processes on and off, doing the useful work they are supposed to do, unless some extraneous factor sets off a fatal trigger and transforms them into genuine oncogenes, the inducers of cancer. The trigger can be a virus, or radiation, or a carcinogenic chemical, or a mutant gene that is inherited, or even a failure of the body's autoreductive mechanism. One of the commonest kinds of proto-oncogene used to cause lung cancer in people who smoked tobacco. Folks who had the PO and smoked got the disease. Folks who didn't have the PO might smoke like chimneys for years and eventually die of something else. There were other ways of getting lung cancer, other chemical or psychological triggers, even different kinds of tobacco cancer POs. But you get the idea. Now, cancer is not a simple thing, any more than a living human body is simple. A cancer is not an alien invader, as a germ is, but rather an uncontrolled growth that begins in a single cell that once was normal. We are marvelously made, so marvelous that if you study molecular biology and get an inkling of just how many millions of little chemical and electrical and psycho-creative reactions have to take place and coordinate perfectly from moment to moment in order for the body to function, you might wonder how we manage to live at all. But we do, because the genes present in our body cells give out instructional messages to keep things ticking. Most of the time we tick properly. But when an oncogene is activated, the wrong messages are sent to the affected cell, and it becomes transformed into a cancer cell. Cancer cells multiply like mad and don't know when to stop. They have extraordinary vitality, a characteristic that has led some researchers to call them immortal. They invade adjacent tissues, destroying normal cells as they go. They hog the blood supply. They seed themselves and spread throughout the body via the bloodstream or the lymphatic ducts, a process called metastasis. Cancers come in many different varieties, some slow-acting and some fast. The worst of them wreak havoc on normal tissues, interfere with vital body functions, and kill the victim, unless they are stopped. Another name for cancer is neoplasm, which means new tissue. It's an appropriate name because the DNA in cancer cells is different from the stuff in normal body cells, in that the harmless proto-oncogenes have been transformed into new malignant oncogenes. Now, none of baby Jack's original collection of lethal equivalent genes had been oncogenes, but some of his chromosomes did have the fragility factor that characterizes proto-oncogenes. When Colette Roy and her colleagues prepared his genetic map, they discovered not only the 34 potentially lethal DNA combinations, but also a number of peculiar DNA novelties that occupied the redundant chromosomal regions, those that have no known effect upon normal bodily function.
Colette went ahead with therapy to repair Jack's documented genetic defects, the ones that were guaranteed to be harmful, knowing that there was an off chance that the proto-oncogenes might be triggered. When the child passed his first birthday, still showing no sign of genetic disease, she and her colleagues thought they had lucked out. Until the first cancer appeared. The thing on Tijon's toe was a relatively sluggish little epidermoid carcinoma of the type that ordinarily is easily cured. After the scientists analyzed the cancer's DNA, they whipped up a correction and inserted it into the baby. Within a few weeks, all of the neoplasmic cells vanished, and Teresa and Paul and Mark and the rest of us breathed a sigh of relief. Colette was not nearly so sanguine, although she did not then share her fears with the family. She thought at first that one or more of the viral vectors used to infect Jack with good genes might have set the POs off. But there was another, more ominous possibility, that the cancer had been triggered by messages sent from the mysterious redundant genes. If this was true, then Jack carried the blueprints for his own destruction in every single cell nucleus of his body. Less than a month later, in early May, another, completely different variety of cancer was detected during one of the weekly comprehensive body scans that Jack endured at Hitchcock Hospital. It was a much more malignant and fast-growing melanoma, and there were 2 of them, sighted in Jack's testicles. When I got the news, I felt my own balls flinch in sympathy. I am sterile as the result of a painful complication of the mumps that I suffered in early adolescence, but aside from having no viable sperm, I function very well, thank you. Even though it eventually became possible to restore my ruined seminiferous tubules in the regen tank, I have declined to be treated, for various reasons of my own. Jack's case was far worse than mine, of course. His cancer would not only destroy his testicles, it would kill him very quickly unless drastic treatment put a stop to it. Once again, corrective genes were transplanted, but this time the cancer proved to be highly resistant. Even though the 2 lesions were still microscopic in size, they showed alarming signs of getting ready to metastasize, to seed replicas of themselves throughout the body. According to the medical state of the art in 2053, in the rare case when an adult or an older child suffered from metastatic cancer, the treatment of choice involved putting the patient into a regen tank, where the seeds could be obliterated by a rigorous treatment. But Jack was too young for the tank, which was contraindicated in individuals below the age of puberty. In order to prevent metastasis in Jack, they had to act very quickly and remove his testicles surgically. The family was devastated, even though they knew that it would be possible to restore him when he was older. Jack suffered considerable pain following the operation, for he declined to take any analgesics, and Teresa fell into a mood of profound depression. She cornered Colette Roy and demanded to know what was setting off the oncogenes. Colette had to say that they didn't know for certain. Some unknown factor was insulting the baby's DNA, causing the proto-oncogenes to mutate. If the viral vectors used in the original gene transplants were responsible, then the doctors would continue making repairs until the situation stabilized. It was also possible, she admitted, that Jack's anomalous genome itself contained the cancer triggers with a built-in time-lapse function. A third and less likely possibility was that his autoredactive metafunction had gone awry, perhaps as a result of its working so hard in suppressing the expression of the lethals while the genetic transplant therapy was taking. If this latter was the case, then voluntary redaction on Jack's part might restore his health, provided he was able to learn the appropriate metapsychic programs. Teresa's apprehensions were far from calmed, even though Colette tried to put a good face on things by reminding her how Jack's older brother Luke had been restored. Luke's genetic anomalies had been completely different from Jack's, Teresa pointed out, and he had never had cancer. That formerly deadly condition had become readily treatable among humans at the midpoint of the 21st century, but the ancient fear of it lingered on. What would happen to Jack if more of the rapidly metastasizing cancers appeared? Colette calmly replied that they would be treated in whatever way was appropriate. She said nothing to Teresa of what the treatment might entail. Just after Jack's operation, which Colette pronounced to be completely successful, Teresa gave a disastrous concert in Moscow, during which her voice broke several times. She immediately cancelled the rest of her singing engagements for the year, and moved into a room next to Jack's in the hospital, where he was still recovering and undergoing tests. She declared that she would not sing again until Jack was completely cured. Following this, Paul left the house on South Street and returned to his apartment down in Concord. There was no overt evidence of a fresh breach in the marriage, but neither Mark nor I needed a neon sign to indicate what was probably happening. In mid-June, little Jack was pronounced fit again, and he and Teresa returned to the family home, where he was pampered and carefully monitored. Henceforth, the baby would be taken to the hospital every other day for scanning, so that any incipient problems could be nipped in the bud. When the summer term at Dartmouth began, and Mark started the last intensive push toward his goal of a bachelor's degree, he made a decision not to take Jack on long outings any more until Colette was satisfied that the baby's health had stabilized. Feisty Tijon deeply resented being confined to the house most of the time, and Mark did his best to be with him as often as possible and take him out for short trips. Jack's other 3 siblings, free from school for the summer, also seemed anxious to help the baby in his continuing thirst for intellectual input. His second sister, Maddie, who was now 13 and ready to begin her final year at the Granite Hill School in Vermont, was especially solicitous. She and Jack spent many long hours together studying cerebro-energetics, of all things. They made Mark show them the schematics of his homemade CE helmet and pestered him until he took the thing apart for them and explained it to the last detail. Everything went well until early August, when the first act of the drama of Jack the Bodiless began to approach its climax. The scanner revealed several dozen ultramicroscopic cancerous lesions scattered in the child's long bones, pelvis, ribs, and scapulae. These were diagnosed as Ewing's sarcoma, a rare type of childhood-onset cancer with a propensity for rapid metastasis. Ordinarily, the Ewing oncogenes responded well to genetic engineering. In Jack's case, the attempt to insert replacement DNA failed. His variety of Ewing's was somehow different from the type already well known, having a different pleiotropic mechanism that undoubtedly accounted for its striking in so many places at once. Ferreting out that mechanism might take months. Given the multiple sites of the tiny cancers and their impending metastasis, amputation of the limbs and aggressive laser cautery and chemotherapy of the other diseased bones was the only course open to Colette and her colleagues. When Teresa learned what would have to be done to Jack to save his life, no bright talk of future restoration in a regen tank was able to distract her from the present catastrophe. She reacted so wildly that she had to be put under sedation. To his credit, Paul returned to her and attempted to use his own powerful redactive faculty to help her regain her mental equilibrium. He also spent long hours with Jack during the 5 weeks following the operations, transmitting to the precocious child every redactive healing program known to the human race at that time, plus numbers of them derived from the near-humanoid Poltroians. In addition, he obtained from Dennis and various other sources the most advanced meta-coercive and creative programs, and force-fed the child the design principles for more complex multi-faculty programs. Jack assimilated these recondite data gratefully, telling his father that he would make what use of it he could. Now came those autumnal days, so crucial in the later lives of both Mark and Jack, when the older boy would come sneaking into the hospital, cloaked with invisibility, to steal his baby brother away. The original crude papoose-board backpack carrier that I had fashioned for Jack had gradually been transmogrified by Mark and his buddies into a high-tech wizard's cradle. Following Jack's quadruple amputations and entry into chemotherapy, the backpack became a virtual portable intensive care unit, with only the baby's pale, bald little head visible within the transparent hooded top. The nurses at Hitchcock, who were supposed to guard Jack, were coerced, and then convinced by post-hypnotic suggestion that he never left his room. Mark craftily timed his excursions so that Colette Roy and the other operant doctors would be unlikely to discover what he and Jack were up to. Most of the time, Mark carried his little brother away from the old hospital and walked north on Rope Ferry Road, along a path through the golf course and into a ravine carved ages ago by Girlbrook, where they entered a region of ancient pine trees and other evergreens called Pine Park. Until the Metapsychic Rebellion, the place was also one of my favorite walks, an undisturbed fragment of New England forest growing along the bank of the great Connecticut River. The place is full of ferns, and in its tiny glades there are wild flowers in season, and bird song echoes beneath the 30-meter-tall pines as if in a hushed cathedral. What did they talk about during those stolen hours? That they discussed the meaning of life goes without saying, for it seemed increasingly certain to Mark that little Jack was going to die. They discussed the science of death, and the philosophy of it, and the personal beliefs each one had on the subject, and how these contrasted with the tenets of the religion of their ancestors. Jack was often in considerable pain, although he never let it daunt him, and he steadfastly maintained that pain, like the paradoxical proto-oncogenes, would not have evolved in us and remained a part of the higher animal condition for so long, unless it had more than a fleeting avoidance factor-signal factor value. Jack recapitulated Teresa's naive wisdom relating to the subject, which Mark tended to pooh-pooh. Jack also queried Mark's views on the notion, held by a fair number of thinkers, that pain was an educative tool, and the ordeal a potential pathway to higher levels of consciousness. At first Mark thought this was more sentimental poppycock, but later he came to share his brother's opinion. Besides philosophizing, they argued, among other things, about sex. At this point in his adolescence, the sexually repressed Mark was fighting what seemed to be a never-ending battle with his body's carnal urges. The usual avenues of relief open to a boy of his age seemed to him to be a craven cop-out, a surrender of the mind to the most primitive instincts of the body. He would learn to control himself in a dignified manner, in an operant manner, or no other reason why. Human sex, Mark argued, was a detriment to the metapsychic advancement. The exotic races of the milieu were a case in point. The most advanced were the ineffable Lyelmic, who had no sex at all. Then came the Krondaku, with whom sex was so stately and well deliberated that it might be a formal dance ending in an exchange of gifts. The Symbiari, in spite of their racial immaturity and all the jokes cracked over their unaesthetic physiology, ranked next on the ladder of metapsychic advancement. Their sex involved no intercourse or frenzied courtship ritual, the eggs being fertilized in their watery nest by sperm packets, neatly supplied through a special orifice beneath the male's vestigial tail. The jolly but none too competent Poltroyans, as lusty a lot as ever copulated for the mere fun of it, were always letting sex make sentimental fools of them. And the Ghee. They seemed to live for little else, and were so scientifically backward that it was a wonder they had ever been accepted into the milieu at all. Humanity, in Mark's opinion, fell somewhere between the Poltroyans and the Ghee. They argued about many other things as well, about the validity of the Judeo-Christian tradition and the existence of God, and especially about the notion that a thinking, responsible person with well-defined goals was still somehow obligated to trust God, about whether continuing membership in the galactic milieu was apt to be a good or a bad thing for humanity in the long view, about eugenics, the deliberate attempts to improve the human organism, which had been forbidden under the proctorship, but was now coming to the fore again, about the desirability of mass-producing humans artificially, to facilitate populating new planets with non-borns, about the underdog position of humans in the Galactic Concilium, and about the potential danger that unity might pose to human individualism. They also argued about Fury and Hydra, even though neither entity had manifested itself for over a year. Mark had had many troubling dreams of fury, but his conscious mind by now had almost managed to convince itself that Jack had imagined the fearsome events attending Addie's death. Jack stubbornly maintained that there was a real fury and a real Hydra, and that Mark should make a stronger effort to bar fury from his dreams, or one of these days, when everyone least expected it, the monsters would be back. The brother minds were very different. They were natural antagonists by nature, and one can see that the rivalry that eventually led to the metapsychic rebellion had its inception during these intimate, clandestine walks in the pine forest, when the warmth of Indian summer filled the air with a scent of resin, and the two of them, weary at last of their colloquy, would simply stand watching the great river flow by, Jack fashioning tiny boats out of forest debris with his creativity, and Mark influencing the wind and river currents with his, to make the little things dance on the water. In November, just as the last leaves had fallen and the frost began to settle in to stay, the scanner detected in Jack incipient adenocarcinoma of the pancreas, formerly one of the fastest-acting and most intractable cancers. Gene therapy was tried, and once again it failed. The child's pancreas had already been removed before the genetic procedures were attempted, and Colette hoped that no metastasis had taken place. Unfortunately, it had. New deadly cancer seeds were detected soon afterward in vital organs adjacent to the pancreas, in the liver, the spleen, the stomach, the large and small intestines, the kidneys, and in the great blood vessels of the heart. Pinpoint chemotherapy and laser microsurgery were brought to bear, but no sooner had one crop of seeds been destroyed than another wave appeared to take its place. The baby was put on full cerebro-isolate life support, while Colette, her colleagues and consultants brought in from all over the world, tried to find a way to get Jack into a regen tank, wipe his genetic slate clean, and put him back together again. None of the cancers or the therapies affected Jack's brain or his central nervous system. He remained alert, fully operant in all his metafaculties, except apparently self-redaction, and in considerable pain. He refused to accept any anodyne, chemical or electronic, saying that it would dull his mind and inhibit the work he was engaged in. What this work was he could not explain, and the mental images he projected were incomprehensible to Paul, Mark, and the professional attendants. Because of Jack's extraordinary precocity, both his father and the doctors acceded to his request, hoping that the work was some grand, all-encompassing mental program that would eventually initiate a spontaneous cure. Paul still had a small hope that Jack would survive. Teresa was another matter. When the new and devastating pancreatic cancer was diagnosed, she insisted at first on visiting him daily, even though the sight of the awesome paraphernalia now enveloping him frightened her almost to the point of hysteria. When Jack truthfully admitted to her that the pain was intense, she begged him day after day to let the doctors install a blocking device. His continuing calm refusal and rapid physical deterioration, as organ after organ shut down, culminated in her having a nervous breakdown in Colette's hospital office, blaming herself for the baby's ordeal in an orgy of self-recrimination, saying Jack should never have been born, and demanding that he be removed from the machines and allowed to die in peace. Stress and guilt brought about Teresa's total collapse. Once it was determined that there was nothing wrong with her physically, she was given medication and put to bed in a house on South Street, with a full-time private-duty nurse to keep an eye on her. Marie and Maddie were away in boarding school until the Christmas holidays, and Luke, who was tutored by the nanny, was shipped off with her to stay with Sherry and Adrian in their winter home in Loudon, just outside Concord. After several futile attempts to aid Teresa through his redaction, she shut him out, accusing him of damning their baby to a travesty of life. Paul left her once again. For some weeks Teresa languished, eating very little, and sunk in profound depression. She no longer had any desire to see Jack, and when I visited her from time to time, bringing from the bookshop rare musical tomes that I thought might interest her, she was sweetly apathetic.
And then, just before Christmas, she suddenly began to speak of her youngest child in the past tense, and her condition greatly improved. Imagining Jack dead, Mark told me without emotion, was apparently the only way his mother could retain her sanity. In Mark's opinion, she had made an eminently sensible adaptation, for unless the family was willing to keep the baby on total brain-isolate life support for over a decade, he was certainly doomed to die. The bone cancers had returned, and they were attacking Jack's spine and skull, in spite of everything the doctors could do. Chapter 37. Hanover, New Hampshire, Perth, 24-25 December, 2053. Uncle Roger was the one who organized the mob of cousins into carolers. With both Teresa and Jack unable to attend the family Christmas party at Dennis and Lucille's, the old bookseller thought of this way to cheer the invalids a little, and the children of the dynasty, both young adults and kids, agreed enthusiastically to participate. 2 hours before they were all scheduled to attend midnight mass at the quaint Fieldstone Catholic Church on Sanborn Road, Roger had all of the Remillard offspring assemble in his bookshop. He gave them song-book plaques and then led them down South Street en masse to sing Christmas carols under Teresa's bedroom window. It was snowing gently, with a crisp, shallow layer already on the ground and sticking to the bare bushes and trees. Hanover looked impossibly lovely in the gleam of street lights and house windows that framed illuminated Christmas trees. There were 34 children in the choir. The only ones missing were 2 toddlers belonging to Philip and Aurelie, who were too young to participate, Sherry and Adrian's little Corey, who had a cold, and Jack. They sang Adeste and Il est né le divin enfant, and The Holly and the Ivy, and Jesu Bambino, and Silent Night, and Bring a Torch, Jeanette Isabella, in both French and English. They sang the haunting Coventry Carol in its entirety, and some of the young voices broke when they reached the more unfamiliar verses on the book plaques, and realized that the carol was about the slaughter of the innocents by Herod, sung by the mothers of the dead babies. Herod the king in his raging, charged he hath this day his men of might in his own sight all young children to slay. Then woe is me, poor child, for thee, and every morn and day for thy parting, nay, say nor sing. Bye-bye, lully-lully. The sombre mood was lifted when they swung into Joy to the World, and then finished with the Remillard family's favorite carol, Cantique de Noël. The nurse, forewarned by Roger, had helped Teresa to a chair by her window. She waved to the crowd when the concert ended, and immediately the front door opened, and Jackie Delarue, the matronly housekeeper, came out with paper cups of steaming cocoa. Roger surreptitiously added to his a slug of rum from his pocket flask. Then, voila! The carolers heard a sound of bells jingling and horses puffing and clomping, and 2 large wagons filled with hay, driven by Severin and Adrian, came out of the little lane beyond the library and up to the front of the house. With happy shrieks the younger children greeted Dobbin and Napoleon, who normally lived in Dennis's neighbour's pasture as pensioners, and were called upon only during Christmas and the Dartmouth Winter Carnival. "Everybody into the wagons!" Roger roared. "We'll roll over to the hospital now to carol for Jack. And as we go, everybody sing." So they wended their way through town to the strains of Frosty the Snowman, and Rudolph, in English and in bastard French, and chestnuts roasting, and Santa Claus is coming to town, and Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas, and Jingle Bell Rock. As the wagons rolled past the snow-covered expanse of the college green, Mark and several of the other older Remillards, who were students, sang Dartmouth's Winter Song. Then the bulk of the old hospital loomed up, its outline blurred by the snow, and the children fell silent. The happy holiday vibes that had engulfed the hayriders vanished as they all, except for the single uncomprehending 5-year-old, withdrew behind their mental screens. Jack. Poor little ravaged Jack. They were finally going to see him. Roger had carefully consulted with each family before having Mark ask Jack if he felt up to having a horde of visitors. The parents had tried to prepare their offspring by presenting a realistic mental image of Jack as he now was. His aspect was saddening, but not ghastly, for the child's head was still normal in appearance, and his baldness would be hidden under a Santa cap, and the support unit that held him could be sheeted over to hide what was inside. The parents told their youngest children not to look under the sheet, knowing that the admonition was futile even as they said it. They also reminded the children that Jack's mind was strong and well, and there was still hope that his body could be restored. The night supervisor of nursing met them at the front door and led them to where Jack waited. There was no need to tell the operant youngsters to keep quiet. When they reached Jack's room, they filed in one by one to greet him and say a few words if they wished. Jack was tilted upright in the frame of his life-support apparatus. On one side of him was a bank of monitors and the controls of the machinery that kept him alive. On the other side was a top-of-the-line mini-main computer with a brainboard box, no keypads or microphone, and a jumbo display monitor on a flex arm, a toy for the invalid child. Jack smiled a lot and spoke to his guests telepathically. There was no overt evidence that he was in pain. Then came 5-year-old Cousin Norman, one of Philip's large brood, who was the youngest caroller of the group. He asked Jack, "Why do you have to mind-speak us? Can't you talk?" "No," Jack said. "I still have my voice box, but it's no good without lungs." There were scattered, sharp intakes of breath and gasps of dismay, but Norman plunged on. "Then you can't sing along with us. But that's okay. Your ears work, don't they?" "Yes, and my eyes are still fine, too." "How about your heart?" "It's still there, but it doesn't beat. It's shut down." "Oh," said Norman. He was squinting, and everyone knew he was using his deep sight to look under the sheet. His older sisters braced themselves to grab him and hustle him out of the room if he became frightened and made a scene. But all Norman said was, "You're really a mess in there, aren't you?" "Yes," said Jack. He was still smiling. "Now it's time for the Christmas carols," the head nurse said briskly to the visitors, and then Jack must rest. Mark had already primed them on his little brother's favourites. They sang "Good King Wenceslas," and "Angels We Have Heard on High," and "Jolly Old St. Nicholas," and finally, "Lo, how a rose ere blooming." When the last sweet harmony faded, Jack said, "Thank you for a wonderful Christmas present. And now I have a little present for each of you. Mark, open the top drawer of that computer stand for me. Sometimes it sticks." Mystified, Mark complied, and discovered that the drawer was filled with miniature white roses. Murmurs of interest came from the carolers, and these turned to exclamations and even squeals when the little flowers began flying out and affixing themselves to the children's coats like boutonnieres. Jack said, "Lo, how a rose ere blooming. Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas, Jack," they replied, the oldest of them with suspicious moisture in their eyes, and then they shuffled out. The head nurse was looking into the now empty drawer and shaking her head, her lips pursed with disapproval. She glowered at Mark, who had lingered after the others left. "I suppose you were responsible for that, young man? Don't you know that live plants can carry viruses that might interfere with your little brother's genetic therapy?" "I didn't bring the roses," Mark said. "If you want to know where those flowers came from, you'd better ask him. He did it with his creativity. It's one of the things he's good at, transforming one thing into another." He fingered the rose in the lapel of his mackinaw, inspecting it with a critical eye. "You goofed, Jacko. Forgot the sepals. Smells nice, though. Good job on the essential oils." The nurse was incredulous. "Do you mean to tell me he made those roses? Out of nothing?" Jack grinned. Mark headed out the door. "No, he used an organic raw material. But if I were you, nurse, I wouldn't ask what." Even before the long midnight mass was completely over, Roger slipped outside and trudged toward his apartment above the bookshop. He was dead beat after shepherding the kids, and the sip of consecrated wine he'd taken at communion had reminded him, sacrilegiously, that his flask had been emptied long before. When he passed the house, he saw that the light in Teresa's bedroom was still on,
as were many of the downstairs lights. Impulsively he rang the doorbell. When Jackie answered, he asked if Teresa was still up. Jackie said that she had looked in about 20 minutes previously and found Teresa reading. The nurse was at midnight mass. "I'll just go up and find out how Teresa liked the caroling," Roger said, shedding his down jacket and stamping most of the snow off his boots. "Don't bother coming along to play chaperone. Teresa and I know all there is to know about each other." Jackie laughed dutifully at his old-fashioned notions of prudery and went off. Roger climbed to the second floor and knocked on the door of the big master bedroom. There was no reply, and he hesitated. It never occurred to him to use his meta-faculties. "Well," he thought, "if she's gone off to sleep, I'll just tuck her in and turn out the lights." He opened the door and nearly jumped out of his skin. For the merest instant he imagined that he saw a tall man in evening clothes bending over Teresa as she lay sleeping, giving her a tender kiss on the forehead. "Paul?" But there was nobody there after all. Trembling, Roger came into the room, thinking that the night's excitement really had been too much for him, and he'd have to think seriously about going on the wagon during the New Year. Damned imagination! Next thing he'd be seeing snakes or pink elephants instead of Paul. But it hadn't been Paul. The phantom had been beardless and of a more muscular build than Teresa's husband. But for all that, there had been a distinctly familiar air about him. "Espèce d'idiot," Roger called himself. He drew up the coverlet a bit, turned off the bedside lamp, and gave Teresa a gentle farewell pat on one hand. The hand was cold. Roger stood stock-still. But Teresa was even more motionless, and when the truth finally penetrated and he frantically switched the lamp back on and snatched up the bedside phone, he saw the empty pill bottle. Chapter 38. From the Memoirs of Rogatien, Remillard. Not even Jack knew what Teresa had planned to do, so skilled was she in guarding her most secret thoughts. When she took the pills, her youngest son was asleep, exhausted from his visitors and from the psycho-creative gifts he had fashioned for them. As his mother began to slip into death, Jack woke, for in her deranged state she sought to force him to accompany her. And the final transmutation of her vital energies lent her a terrible, gentle strength that the child could barely countermand. When Teresa passed on at last, Jack was comatose for 10 hours, and his medical attendants and his distraught father were certain that he would surely die too. He did not, but his condition worsened, and a new crop of rapidly infiltrating malignancies appeared. Teresa's suicide provoked a wave of prurient public interest in the Remillard family, its tragedies and its personal affairs that reminded me uncomfortably of the media madness attending the family of the assassinated U.S. President John F. Kennedy. The actual condition of young Jack had been carefully hidden from reporters, who knew only that the first magnate's youngest son was being treated for cancer. But with the vultures circling around more and more closely, it seemed only a matter of time before the child's bizarre condition would become known, and then there would be a fresh spate of adverse publicity. In January 2054, Paul took a month-long leave of absence from his official duties and went into seclusion on the planet Denali, with Laura Tremblay accompanying him. The inhabitants of the frigid little world were so grateful for Paul's help in getting their colony established that they kept his place of refuge secret, frustrating any journalists who might have pursued him. There had been a star-studded public memorial service for Teresa in Concord between Christmas and New Year's, overflowing the Catholic cathedral in the capital of Earth, and covered by all the news services. Her interment was to be private, and since she had been cremated, the media and the general public assumed that her ashes would be scattered. However, in a hand-written codicil to her last will and testament, Teresa had requested that I return her ashes to Kauai, the island of her birth. Mark wanted to accompany me, but I held off until he assured me that he had successfully completed the work for his Bachelor of Science degree and was well along on his master's thesis. Then, on 5 February, the day after Mark's 16th birthday, When he was finally able to pilot a rowcraft legally, he borrowed Paul's silver Maserati and flew us to Poipu. The two of us carried Teresa's remains in an elegantly carved little pine box. We picked up Teresa's father at the beach house and flew almost immediately to a historic little old church out in the wild cane fields, St. Raphael's. The 93-year-old astrophysicist Bernard Carne Kendall looked sallow and middle-aged when he greeted us, although he had undergone rejuvenation less than a decade earlier. His mind was in a perennial state of abstraction, wrapped in cosmological mysteries. And although he mourned the loss of Teresa, Mark and I could see that he was anxious to get back to the great complex of observatories on the Big Island, where he lived and worked during most of the year. Teresa's mother was not in attendance. Anarita Donovan Latimer, the only child of my one-time fiancée, Elaine Donovan, was 78 years old at the time of her daughter's death and living as a recluse in New York City after a long and successful career as an actress. She had been separated from Kendall for over 20 years and was adamantly opposed to rejuvenation. Anarita would succumb quietly to heart failure in 2056, the year that the new Teresa Kendall Opera House had its inaugural season on the cosmopolitan planet Avalon, thanks to the beneficence of the Remillard Foundation. St. Raphael's Church was packed with islanders who had known and loved Teresa in her youth, many of them native Hawaiians. When the service was concluded, the people filed up to the altar, where the little box of ashes rested on a kind of wide wooden stand with handles at the corners, and draped it with gorgeous leis of island flowers. 4 Hawaiian men, wearing brightly patterned traditional shirts and horseshoe leis woven of ferns, then took up the litter, and I thought there would be a procession to the local cemetery. To my surprise, the pall-bearers and the file of mourners moved directly to our silver Maserati, where the priest said a last blessing and sprinkled the box of ashes with holy water. Then the people began to sing Aloha Oe, and a plump brown hand fell upon my shoulder. I looked around to discover Malama Johnson, the woman who had taken care of Teresa and Jack and me when we spent the last months of our exile at the Kendall Beach House down in Poipu. "No, you and I and Mark will take dear Kaolana's dust to Keaku," she whispered. "We will fly in your egg." The box and most of the flowers fit in the back seat, and the 3 of us climbed into the front. Keaku, it seemed, was in the direction of cloud-cloaked Mount Waialaeale, in the center of the island north of us. Our inertialess aircraft lofted us 1,700 meters into the air in a few seconds under Mark's pilotage, and we flew noiselessly through thick clouds almost as featureless as the gray limbo of hyperspace. The heights of Kauai are the wettest place on Earth, with an annual rainfall of over 12 meters. I knew only a little about the country up there. It is called the Alakai Swamp, and is a wind-swept ancient volcanic plateau of almost perpetual rain and mist, where the bogs shelter rare plants and hundreds of waterfalls plunge over precipitate, fern-clad cliffs into the fertile lowlands. Of all the Hawaiian islands, Kauai is the greenest and, to me, the most inviting. It was also the island that had been the last refuge of the legendary Menehune, the dwarfish, magical people whom the conquering Polynesians found and enslaved when they first migrated north from Tahiti. The place Malama had indicated on the rowcraft's large-scale local navigation display was a lava cave on the southern edge of the swamp, near the head of Olokele Canyon. Mark had the egg on autopilot, and the terrain indicator warned us that we were about to touch down while the ship was still totally enveloped in cloud. I stepped out into a cool drizzle that immediately soaked the white tropical suit I had chosen for the obsequies. All I could discern with my regular sight was swirling mist, gnarled little trees, and a lush growth of ferns and other rainforest vegetation. There was a delicate fragrance like anise in the air. Malama carried the box of ashes in her arms and started off among the bog pools. Mark and I followed, loaded with flower garlands, casting about with far sight and deep sight lest we sink into the muck. Almost immediately we came upon the cave, which was of a fair size, girt about with rampant, dripping greenery. "You stay here," Malama told me sternly, "and keep your farsight under control." And then to Mark, "Boy, bring 1 lei strung with green berries and leaves. the Mokihana and Maile that belong to our island, and bring one other that you think your mother would have liked." His face frozen, Mark took the modest green garland and another of white dendrobium orchids. The other flowers were left at the cave mouth. He followed the Hawaiian woman into the darkness, and dutifully I did not spy. This remote spot, wrapped in chill, sweet-smelling mist, was not one I would have chosen as a last resting place, and somehow I found myself doubting that Teresa would approve of it either. But neither Mark nor I had thought for a moment of going against the kahuna's command. After less than 10 minutes, the pair of them reappeared. We returned to the egg in silence, and were back in sunny Poipu in short order. Dr. Kendall was already gone from the beach-house, leaving only a curt note, and Malama disappeared almost as soon as we landed. Her husband, Ola, an uncommunicative, stocky fellow with grizzled, curly hair, showed us where we could dry out our clothes, and then gave us a hearty lunch, which was actually supper for us New Englanders, of roast chicken, taro biscuits, a salad of corn, tomatoes, and watercress and spicy mayonnaise, and pineapple with sweet coconut sauce for dessert. Mark said nothing during the meal. As we started back for the egg, he looked up with a grimace at the sky to the south, which was rapidly filling with black storm clouds. "It's going to be pouring cats and dogs pretty soon," I said. "Yeah." He talked to air traffic control and got us a Super Express V all the way to Boston. "You want to tell me what happened in the cave?" I asked. But Mark had a question of his own. "Did Mamma's will specify that Jack was to be cremated and interred with her?" I had said nothing about that part of the will to Mark, and he'd shown no curiosity about the document up until now. But Teresa had left that instruction, as though she believed that the baby would soon join her in death, and I admitted it to Mark. It was getting very dark outside, and a sudden blast of wind made the egg totter on its splayed landing pads. The environmental unit of the rowcraft was still working to counter the island heat and humidity that had filled its interior. Mark's face wore a sheen of perspiration and was illuminated eerily by the glow of the control panel displays. "Malama, in the cave, she said Mamma tried to take Jack with her. As she died, she said Mamma had used the anana, the kahuna death prayer." "Me kuia," I scoffed. "That's complete bullshit." "Malama said she was very disappointed in Teresa for doing that. She called Mamma selfish and said she had committed a sin against Huna that her middle self was now sorry for. She said—" He paused, gritting his teeth, then continued relentlessly. "She said Mamma's soul was in purgatory, atoning for the sin, and her low self was still charged with mana and dangerous, and that's why her ashes would have to stay in Kayaku Cave for the time being. So Jack wouldn't die now when he was especially vulnerable. Malama said Jack wasn't going to die. Do you think she could possibly be right, Uncle Roger?" I felt ice-cold ants creeping up my spine. We were getting into areas of metapsychology that science knew nothing about, the possible survival after death of malignant aspects of the personality, the evil spirits of legend, and maybe even things like Fury and Hydra. The egg rocked with another gust. Palm trees were flailing, and out to sea I could see a pitch-black wall getting closer and closer. I said, "What with your studies and the family hassles, you've been so busy during the past month that you haven't seen much of Tijon. But I have, and I can tell you that Colette has just about lost hope for conquering his cancer through genetic engineering. On the other hand, the kid acts like he wants to live. He's always talking about integrating his 3 cells, and he still refuses painkillers because he says they would interfere with some special work he's doing. Would any of that matter worth a damn if he knew he was going to die in a few weeks? Don't you think a mentality like Jack's would know if he was failing?" "I think he'd know," Mark conceded, "and he would have surely said something during our daily far-speech skeds. I'm sorry I've been neglecting to visit him, but those media ghouls camped out around the hospital. I'm sure he understands." The rain came roaring up the rocky beach, obliterating everything behind it. In seconds we were in an imitation of the grey limbo again, only this time it wasn't hushed and mystical, as it had been up above Mount Waialeale. A tumultuous din filled the egg's interior as the tropical downpour crashed down on us, hiding everything outside the egg from view. Malama knows about Fury, too, Mark said. I'm supposed to be careful. And if Jack's ever in any serious trouble, we can call on her.
Serious trouble? I was incredulous. How the hell much more trouble does the poor kid have to have? Trouble? Jesus. Did she say anything about Hydra?
No. Malama is operant, of course, but in a funny way. Up in the cave, she seemed to think I'd been there before. Isn't that the stupidest damn thing?
No, said I abruptly. The stupidest thing is us sitting here getting battered into the sand when we could be sailing home through the nice dry ionosphere. You want to get us out of here, or should I drive?
He sighed and lit the row field, and for us, the rain stopped. The very day after Mark and I returned from the islands, the media catastrophe that the family had long feared finally occurred. Jack's privacy was breached when an unfortunate nurse with financial problems sold the sensational details of his case, complete with videotapes taken while he was still comatose, to the highest bidder among the scandal-mongering yellow networks of the Tri-D. There was a predictable furor among bleeding hearts and squeamish souls that even extended to the exotic races. The consensus of popular wisdom was that Teresa had been driven to take her life by the appalling and inhumane medical treatment that had prolonged the life of her doomed baby beyond any reasonable expectation of recovery. Paul, of course, was blamed. His political enemies could not use the scandal to attack him openly, but during the days immediately following the revelations, his authority was so seriously undermined that he actually offered to resign as first magnate. This was vetoed by the Lalmik, who further astounded the milieu by flatly prohibiting the university hospital authorities from discontinuing Jack's treatment, or removing him from life support, unless he himself requested it. The Sob sisters having been stymied and hospital security restored, the miscreant nurse was swiftly convicted of violating medical ethics and sentenced to a 10-year work tour on Valhalla, the least attractive of the 4 Cosmop planets. Paul took steps to refute charges that he had sentenced his helpless little son to cruel and unusual punishment. Cadet Roy called in genetic specialists from the Krondaku, Poltroyan, and Symbiare races, and had them study Jack's genome and compare their findings to those of the panel of human scientists who had already been consulted. The findings of both groups can be summarized as follows. Jack suffered from certain unique genetic mutations. Among other things, these had triggered cancers that had largely destroyed his bones and many other vital body organs. His brain was untouched, however, thus far showing an ability to reject the cancer metastases. This could be attributed only to some redactive, that is, mentally induced, activity on the part of the patient. In spite of the devouring cancers, the child's life could be sustained by using heroic medical techniques that might distress laypersons. Physicians and genetic specialists in charge of the case continued in their attempts to repair the faulty DNA triggering the malignancies. If this could be managed before the child's mental abilities were impaired, then he could look forward to having his body fully restored to health following the critical period when his brain's pituitary gland signaled the natural production of the important adult body growth and sex hormone testosterone, that is, at puberty. At that time, Jack could safely endure the rigors of regeneration tank technology. The child himself, who had a personality with quasi-adult attributes, wanted to have the treatment continue in spite of its considerable discomforts. With the release of these findings on 12 February 2054, media interest in Jack's case simmered down, and the family was left in peace for the time being. It was not revealed to the public that Jack's physical condition had by then deteriorated to the point where he was reduced to little more than an artificially sustained brain. The new cancers had invaded his skull, the musculature and skin of his head, and the other remnants of his body, causing hideous deformity. The most hopelessly deteriorated organs were removed. He was blind and deaf now, and deprived of all other sensations except pain. Nevertheless, he communicated regularly with his visitors and operant attendants via telepathy, and continued to insist that he was not yet ready to die. Chapter 39. Hanover, New Hampshire, Earth, 13 February 2054. Mark had been afraid to visit Jack. He admitted it to himself as he hesitated outside the door of his little brother's hospital room. He had faithfully forspoken the child every day since Jack had recovered from his coma, but he had carefully refrained from exerting foresight and had used the press of his studies and then the media Donnybrook over Jack's condition as an excuse to stay away from Hitchcock. But now Jack had asked him to come. It was early Friday evening, and the Dartmouth Winter Carnival was in full swing. Mark was not planning to attend most of the festivities, but now that he was 16 and legally an adult, he was finally eligible to enter the junior open division of the ice cycle races that would be held on the frozen Connecticut River the following night. He had a new bike, a Honda TXZ 1700, that was a real chewer, and he intended to get in some practice after visiting Jack. He was already dressed in specially armored racing leathers, stitched up in a striking black and white pattern. He carried his CE helmet under his arm as he stood vacillating outside Jack's door. "Marco, stop hanging around out there and come in." Mark flinched. He opened the door and found a nurse on his way out. The man smiled wryly. "Your little brother just gave me the boot. He wants to talk to you in private. I'll be monitoring his vitals from my station." There was more equipment in the room than there had been at the time of Mark's last visit, and the putrid smell of cancerous degeneration was stronger in spite of the deodorizers. Standing just inside the door, Mark didn't see the little patient at all. A craven sense of relief flooded through him as he wondered whether the child might now be completely enclosed in the life support unit. If so, it wouldn't be necessary to look at him. But when Mark approached, he found that Jack's head was still visible, if it could be called a head. At the sight of it, Mark began to weep for the first time in his life, overcome with pity and silent rage, his mind cursing God and his dead mother for having allowed such a thing to happen. "Stop being an asshole. Jack, God and Mama aren't responsible for the way I look. I am." Mark dropped his helmet on the floor and fumbled with the velc fasteners of his gloves. He finally succeeded in tearing them off and pulled paper tissues from a pocket above his knee and swabbed his face. "You don't know what the hell you are talking about." "Of course I do. My body is doing what it was programmed to do, by the mutations. It would have done it even quicker if Colette hadn't tried to plug in new genes, and if she and the others hadn't tried to fight the cancers. If I'd been left alone, my body would probably have dissolved a lot more tidily. Unfortunately, I didn't understand this until just recently." "You're talking crazy." Now Mark could not take his eyes from the monstrous thing that was his baby brother. The head was enclosed in a transparent container of liquid. A Medusa tangle of tubes and wires sprouted from raw, formless flesh, studded with ugly, dark lesions. There were no eyes, no other features, nothing human remaining at all. Jack said, "I'm sane. I've spent quite a lot of time making sure of that. It was not always easy to ascertain. Please, Mark, get a chair and sit beside me. If you like, I'll try to redact away your revulsion and sense of irrational guilt." "Leave me the hell alone," Mark muttered. But he obediently drew up a stool and perched on it, despising himself for having broken down and for blaming the poor dying baby for his own imbecility. Jack said, "I am doing my best not to die. There's a critical period coming up now. I must learn—" indecipherable image. "If I am to survive much longer, and I'm finding it very difficult. Things distract me. It was a terrible distraction when Mama died. I loved her very much. She should not have blamed herself for my special predicament. I tried to make that clear to her, but she refused to listen. In her own way, Mama was very strong, and this was both a good and a bad thing. I forgive her for what she tried to do to me, but it did make things much harder." "You know about what Malama Johnson did with the ashes?" "Yes. Malama often comes to me in excorporeal excursion. Her actions and her words at Kayaku Cave, you must understand, were symbolic and not to be taken literally. Her culture approaches metapsychology from a different point of view than ours and makes use of its own techniques. But her beliefs derive from an underlying truth.
I am in considerable danger from malevolent entities that dwell in moral darkness, and so are you and Uncle Roger."
"Mamma's ghost?" Mark exclaimed, starting up from the stool with clenched fists. That's the most incredible shit!"
"Mark, be calm. You must help me, and I'll try to help you as much as I can. But please don't ignore what I'm about to tell you. Don't disassociate, or all of us may be lost, and then Fury will win."
"Fury?"
"You've heard him in your dreams, haven't you?"
Yes. Mark dropped his head into his hands. His voice was muffled. "And sometimes what he says makes a hell of a lot of sense. We don't belong in the goddamn milieu, and—"
"Marco, for God's sake, shut up. Hydra's been doing it again. Killing."
Mark looked up, his face rigid with shock. "You're sure?"
"Yes. I've been watching for it, expecting it. Yesterday there were 5 suspicious disappearances of operants, all in different parts of New Hampshire and Vermont, all of them apparently taking place about the same time, early in the evening. 2 of the events were reported by PNN on the 2300 News, and I pulled the other 3 out of the computer from police reports when I realized what might be happening."
"This is all the evidence you've got? 5 disappearances?"
"It's sufficient. It can't be coincidental. The odds are too great. Now listen to me. The fact that the 5 deaths were more or less simultaneous, but separated in space, confirms something I suspected about Hydra. Malama agrees with me for what it's worth."
"What?"
"Hydra has undergone a metamorphosis. That must have been why it was lying low for so many months. Before, it had to act in meta-concert to do its killing, because the 5 individual units were too weak to manage the draining of human life force on their own. But now, if I've analyzed the situation correctly, they've matured. Each one of the 5 heads, the 5 individuals, can now kill an ordinary operant all by itself. Working in meta-concert, they can probably subdue someone who's master class, or possibly even a grandmaster. This may be why Hydra has just killed. It might have fed to strengthen itself before attempting something more difficult."
Mark's eyes were unfocused. He was shaking his head slowly, as if unable to assimilate what Jack was saying.
Jack said, "I've combed the entire region with my seeker sense, trying to search out anomalous auras, but I've found nothing. Papa and the other 6 members of the Remillard dynasty were all in Concord last night at the time I made my search. There's no easy way to prove their guilt or innocence. I think we can safely assume that long-distance draining of operant life force is impossible. The Chakra killer must be in close proximity to the victim, probably even in physical contact, as Victor was. I've discovered that around the time the disappearances must have taken place, the 7 Remillard magnates were all in their eggs or ground cars, en route somewhere or other. With the speeds those vehicles are capable of, it's possible that any one of the siblings could be responsible for any or all of the disappearances. Of course, now Hydra will be careful to hide its victims' bodies. The truth behind these 5 new deaths may never come out."
"And you think it'll come after us? Hydra?"
"If it knows we're on to it."
"If Fury's really been romping through my dreams, and I haven't just been imagining things, then he knows."
"If Fury knows, so must Hydra."
Mark swore briefly. He seemed to have recovered his normal mental equilibrium. "I can take care of myself, but what about you?"
"I'll be all right. I'm well guarded here, and I'll have the security increased. From now on, I'll forbid Papa and the others to visit me. They'll be glad to be spared the distressing experience, unless they're Hydra. But I'm still worried very much about you and Uncle Roger."
"Shit, I forgot about him. Before I go out to practice with a bike, I'll go to the bookshop and warn him not to be alone with any of the dynasty. There isn't much else to be done. Damn it, if only there was a way we could guard our minds when we're asleep."
"It's ironic, Marco. You and Uncle Roger are most vulnerable when you sleep, while I am weakest when I am awake. I have learned to withdraw into an impervious psycho-creative shell when my lower and middle selves disjoin and I am unconscious. Unfortunately, the program is not yet accessible to an operant of your stature. When you are somewhat more mature, I'll try to transmit it to you."
Mark only shook his head.
Jack said, "No doubt some day an invincible mechanical mind shield will be perfected, but this is no help to us now. You must sleep only in a securely locked room, and so must Uncle Roger."
"Okay. Any other things you want me to do for you?"
"Stop by the office of the nursing supervisor. Tell her there have been crank threats to kill me, to stop my so-called hopeless agony. Have the security of this room enhanced immediately. Tell her that the Remillard family will pay for special equipment and an operant guard, and then arrange for it."
"Gotcha." Mark bent down to pick up his discarded gloves and helmet. His grey eyes, beneath their dark winged brows, now regarded the grotesque thing that was John Remillard with calm equanimity. All traces of his tears had vanished. "You watch me win the junior division in the ice cycle races tomorrow. Hear me?"
"I will, Marco. Good luck."
Mark stopped at Wally Van Zant's station to top off the Honda with J-Fuel, then drove across the street and parked in front of the Eloquent Page bookshop. Uncle Roger was just getting ready to close. He had cut back on evening hours since his relationship with Perdita Mannion had come to an end, and she'd quit, and he looked up with a glum expression as the bell on the front door tinkled and Mark came in. "I thought the races were tomorrow," he remarked, assessing the boy's striking black and white apparel. "They are. I just need to practice with a new bike. You remember I gave the old one to Gordo McAllister? I've got to make sure the CE hat and this new Honda's onboard computer are communicating." "I hate that damned helmet thing of yours. It's unnatural, plugging yourself into a machine, becoming part of a machine." The old man got up from his chair behind the register desk, stretched his lanky frame, and continued grumpily, "When I was young, driving a car or a motorcycle was supposed to give a guy a thrill of accomplishment. You were in control of the thing and all its horsepower, but it took a whole lot of skill and experience to be a really good driver." "It's still true, with a machine under cerebro-energetic control," Mark insisted. Roger only humphed. "Thinking like a bike? All that takes is a mechanical mindset. How the hell can you get your adrenaline up when you just operate?"
"Trust me, it's possible."
"And how is it fair for you to race against drivers using manual control?"
"Well, for starters, I can't use my meta-faculties or I'll be disqualified. So would other operant racers. We're being monitored. For seconds, a driver using CE isn't necessarily more competent than one controlling a machine in the usual way. That's why I can enter my bike in the Junior Open. Against a really experienced MX racer, I'm a babe in arms, and there'll be 20-year-olds up against me who could eat me in the Honda for breakfast on a motocross track. But ice racing isn't dirt racing, so I figure I've got a good chance. You going to come out tomorrow and watch?" "Damn tootin'. But God help you if you break your neck right before my eyes. I've had enough grief this week already, what with getting outbid on a Robinson Mint March 1952 Planet Stories, with Poul Anderson's Captive of the Centaurianists on the cover, and finding out that Perdita's going to marry some young twit in the college's sociology department." "But you and Perdita were finished," Mark pointed out reasonably.
"Wouldn't expect you to understand," growled Roger.
He headed for the private door opening into the building's main interior stairway, which led to his third-floor apartment. The Maine Coon cat, Marcel Laplume, anticipating supper, emerged from some lurking spot among the bookshelves and trotted ahead of his master, nearly tripping Roger up as the door opened. "See you tomorrow," the bookseller said to Mark. "Set the lock on your way out." "Uncle Roger, wait."
The old man turned around tiredly. "Well?"
"I was just visiting Jack, and he said he thinks that Hydra's on the loose again." Roger uttered a Franco expletive, and when Mark explained the circumstances behind Jack's suspicions, Roger's response was even more ingeniously obscene.
"Go tell the magistratum. Tell that superior prick Davy McGregor, but don't tell me. I don't want to know."
Mark's voice was quiet. "Jack wants us to be careful, not to be alone with Papa or any of the other members of the dynasty, just in case. And to be especially careful when we're asleep. You should change the lock on your apartment door."
"What good would that do? Your papa and your uncles and aunts are all PK wizards. They can pick any lock ever made. And if they're really part of Hydra, which I don't believe for a minute, they can zap me no matter what precautions I take. So I'm not going to do anything. I'm so sick of the whole business that I don't give a good goddamn if Hydra and Fury both fly down the chimney and zorch me to Kundalini charcoal. I think poor Tijon's imagining things, and if you had a whit of sense, you'd think so too."
Mark stood glaring at the old man. "All right," he said at last. "Be a silly old coot. But will you at least stay sober until I can do some checking myself on these new operant disappearances? If Hydra really was responsible, Jack may need our help." Roger's martyred expression changed to one of apprehension.
"Jack? You really think so?"
Completely exasperated, Mark headed for the outer door.
Just lay off the sauce for a few days, okay?" Marcel meowed impatiently from the middle distance, and Roger yelled, "Will you shut up? Is the whole goddamn world out to bug me?" "Take care, Uncle Roger," Mark said, and went out to his waiting turbocycle. The 2-kilometre section of the river between the Wheelock Street Bridge and Girl Brook, where the race would be held, was flagged off limits so that the surface wouldn't be too badly chopped up ahead of time, but the section just to the north was open to spike bikers. It wasn't illuminated by portable lights as the racecourse was, and most of the other riders had put in their practice time during daylight. Day and night were immaterial to far-seeing operants, though, and Mark found nearly a dozen other heads making the chips fly in the fairly straight part of the river between Girl Brook and the Rivercrest Bend. None of the other students in Junior Division steered with CE, but there were a few in Senior who used the technique. One of them, a graduate student who taught one of Mark's CE engineering courses, was working out when the boy arrived and spoke a brief greeting. An improvised slalom course had been marked with tall saplings hung with trail ribbon, and most of the riders were practicing on that, since jamming the in-and-outers would be the trickiest phase of the race. Mark gave the poles a few whirls, then worked on his fast turnarounds and jumps. The jumps weren't high, just a couple of meters. This amateur race had only 1 triple, but there were 4 doubles and 10 bun bouncers. Landing a spikester after taking to the air without nailing your bike to the ice or floundering in some other guy's slush crater took finesse, revving up both wheels just the right amount at the touch to prevent the big punch, then easing off so you wouldn't dig too deep a trench and go out of control. Mark knew that his jumps were his weakest maneuver, so he worked on them for more than an hour, catching air above the iced-over heaps of snow bulldozed onto the ice until his shaken kidneys hollered for mercy. Time for a single good long run flat out, and then he'd pack it in. He rolled out of the practice area and cast upriver with his farsight, making sure he had a clean reach. There was only one other biker out there, and he was inbound at a moderate turn of speed. Mark tuned to the aura, and be damned if it wasn't his 14-year-old cousin Gordo McAllister, joyriding on the old BMW that Mark had made him a present of. He was in his final preppy semester at Brebeuf, down in Old Concord, and would be entering Dartmouth next fall. He must have come to Hanover for the Winter Carnival weekend. Most of the cousins tried not to miss it. "Hey, Gordo!" "Yo, Mark!" "Been chewing up the river, kiddo? How's the old beamer handling?" "Sweet and lovely, but I sure as hell wish I had a CE brain bucket like yours to goose her with." "Build your own, my lad." "I'm trying. You want a race?" "No way. I'm saving it for the real thing tomorrow, just going out for a long run to make sure I didn't shake anything loose practicing hops." Disappointment. "Bet this good old beamer could take your Honda in the straightaway." "Probably. It's a road warrior. But this new bike of mine has the edge in agility, and that's what wins ice cycle races." "Give me time, Marco. I'll be out there smoking you." "Ha-ha. Come out and watch tomorrow and find out how much you've got to learn, baby cakes. And now, watch it. I'm coming right at you." "Eek! Be still my heart." Mark flicked the Honda's headlight to high beam. No sense straining his farsight when he wanted to check out the bike's performance through the cerebro-energetic interface, which meant not only controlling the machine mentally, but also simultaneously scrutinizing a mental projection of its system readouts. Full concentration was required. He spooled up the turbos and then let the Honda charge into the white, shimmering night. In seconds he met Gordo and passed him in a cloud of flying ice crystals, and then he was completely alone on the frozen river. He flashed past 2 small islands, skirted the bigger one at the county line, tore around a bend, and roared beneath the 2 Thetford bridges. The Honda wound up to 195 kph on the unimpeded stretches and handled like a dream. The innards were go all the way, and the machine was as responsive as one of his own limbs, a perfect extension of his body. Mark let himself relax. He cut the analysis and just let the bike howl. Above Orford there were almost no houses near the shore, and the surface of the ice was smooth. The moon came up, and he turned off his lights and sped up the broad white thoroughfare like a dark meteor trailing a silver, glittering plume, throttling back just a tad when the great river began to meander in wide bends. He was the bike, and the bike was him, and the only thing that mattered was running in the moonlight, on and on and on. He was dreaming. No longer on the river, no longer on the machine. Elsewhere. In darkness shot with 1,000,000,000 stars above him, and a black pit below. Paralyzing terror flooded his mind, and he tried to regain control of himself, to cancel the dreaming. Tried, only to fail. Helpless. He was helpless. But it was only a dream, and soon he'd wake in his room in the fraternity house, and it would be morning. Mark, listen to me. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus. It was him, only this time it was not a dream. Mark. God, it was real. What do you want? Who are you? Let go. I want you, Mark. You know perfectly well who I am. I'm Fury, the hope of the human race and the Remillard family, the only one who can save us all from eventual ruin, abandonment, enforced stagnation, eternal imprisonment, by the perfidious exotics who envy us and fear us because they know our potential is so much greater than theirs. Haven't you been listening when I spoke to you? Don't you agree that what I say makes sense? No. Yes. I don't know. Go away. Let me alone. I'm going to free us from exotic constraints that hold humanity back. Free us from the threat of so-called unity. Do you know what unity is, Mark? It's a mind-homogenizing process that destroys individuality among operants and makes them nothing more than cells in a single gigantic overmind dominated by the Lyalmic. Is that what you want for your race? For your family? For yourself? No. Then help me destroy the galactic milieu and replace it with a confederation of worlds that is truly free. Work with me, Mark. Open to me, and let me show you. Let you take control of me yourself, you fucker. No! I know who you are. You're Victor. Go to hell. Go back to hell. I am not Victor. Then who are you? Hesitation. I am Fury. I am born. Inevitably. Who are you really? Are you my father? Are you part of a sick, split personality? Tell me the truth if you really want me on your side. I am Fury. I draw minds to me, and enlighten and guide and reward the ones who are mine, and the ones who oppose me perish in the most agonizing manner known in the present reality. If you oppose me, you will die this way. Bullshit! You can't get at me unless I open to you, and I never will. I know what kind of mind I have, and so do you. I'm the best ever born. Jack is greater. But Jack is going to die. I don't want Jack, I want you. Join me freely, Mark. Trust me. Let me show you how to obtain everything your heart could possibly desire. Limitless power, pleasure, prestige. I love you. I can give it to you. Come with me. Come. Fury. I almost think I do know you. I burn for you. I've loved you so long, needed you, waited until the time you would be receptive. You are so different from the others, so free from venality, from silly selfishness, so noble in spirit, so proud, so clean, so strong, and still not yet mature. Oh, Mark, what you could be, what I could help you to become. Image. God, you really are insane. No, this, Image, can be you. You've dreamed of it. I've showed it to you. It's you, Mark, more than human, an angelic being, more powerful than the Lyalmic, unfettered by the tawdry limitations of flesh and blood. Image, a being whose very essence is mind, a mental man. No, get away from me. You're a liar, a fucking conniving liar, trying to trick me. You don't even know who you really are, and you think you can tell me who I can be? No, damn it, no. If you will not join me, I have only one choice. I will send my Hydra to kill you, to suck your vital energies from one bodily font after another, to drain you while inflicting the most excruciating torture as your body blackens and swells and bursts in their psycho-creative flames. No! Mark cried out loud. No! He seemed to see the dream image again. The luminous superhuman being that he himself had named Mental Man, the star angel who shone immortal and transcendent over all humanity, paling the lesser stars, who would have one day lifted the human race to his own glorious level, making it perfect. Except the angel was falling, plunging into the black pit, his glow dimming until unending abyssal darkness engulfed him. And off among the little stars a black, nebulous mass was glowing with birth-fire. In its heart 5 strangely colored lights coalescing, growing, becoming brighter, more powerful, sentient, sapient, imminent. Mark awoke. He was aboard the turbocycle, speeding through the night along a wide, white frozen river. The velocity readout said he was traveling at 186.26 kph. The terrain display, blinking scarlet alarm in his mind, showed he was heading directly for one of the massive mid-river concrete piers of the Route 302 bridge. His own eyes and his far sight confirmed it. He screamed to the CE control to change vector. The bike roared straight ahead. The pier was less than 100 meters away, and the Honda refused to respond to mental guidance. It was the same executive circuit glitch he'd had earlier with the helmet. The malfunction he thought had been fixed. Or was it? God! Had Alex been right after all about the helmet being tampered with? He tried to cut off the CE input to the bike's onboard computer, tried to revert to manual control. The Honda wouldn't respond. The 6-lane bridge loomed against the starry sky, golden strings of street lamps along the roadway, ruby lights below marking the supporting legs. He was going to hit the right-hand pier in a few seconds unless... As his mind kept trying in vain to override the CE system, he clawed at the quick-release helmet strap with both hands and tugged upward. He felt the needle electrodes tearing loose from his scalp, saw a blinding white flash, and knew the interface between his brain and the machine was finally broken. He grabbed hold of the handlebars again and used all his willpower and physical strength to wrench the bike to the left. The helmet flew away, a black missile bounding over snow-covered ice. The turbocycle was in a flat skid, heading for the abutment on the western bank, the spiked wheels spewing chipped ice sky-high. He cut the throttle, Englished the bike upright with the psychokinesis, got it straightened out, began nudging the brakes, slowed, and finally stopped. He dismounted and immediately fell to his knees and vomited. Redacting his guts into submission, he forced his body to stop shuddering, slowed his hammering hot and wheezing lungs. The cold air he'd gulped during his panic burned like fire for a few moments, and then he was all right. Apparently no one had seen the near disaster. His bike lights were still out. Traffic on Route 302 was minimal, and the river towns flanking the bridge were sunk in late-evening winter torpor. He got the Honda going again and drove slowly over toward the Vermont shore to retrieve his helmet. The wind froze his sweat-soaked scalp, and he hastened to envelop his head in a psycho-creative bubble of warmth. No way was he going to put that frigging hard hat back on. He stowed it in the Honda's boot and followed his own track back to the bridge to see how close he'd come. The life-saving skid began less than 20 centimeters from the rough concrete face of the pier. Mark smiled his one-sided smile. He wouldn't be using the CE helmet again until he replaced the whole brainboard. Fury and Hydra would have to find a new way to get at him. But they weren't going to spoil his fun tomorrow. He'd drive the goddamn race in manual, and he'd still win. He revved the bike in neutral, settled into the saddle, and sped off down the river toward Hanover and the frat house. Chapter 40. Hanover, New Hampshire, Earth, 14 February, 2054. We can do it. I have a plan, all worked out. Image. Hey, not bad. It stinks. You know, Fury was only trying to frighten Mark. He never intended to let us kill him. Probably not. Worse luck. Fuck Mark, Fury's pet. He'd use Mark to supplant us faster than the speed of light if Mark ever turned. Fat chance of that. The White Knight. Mr. Clean, will you listen to me? We can put Mark down in spite of what Fury thinks he wants. If we kill Mark against Fury's orders, he'll kill us. You are totally full of crap. Fury needs us. Without us, he's helpless. That's why we don't have to be afraid to carry out this plan of mine. Image. I like. You know, it really looks pretty good. Damn straight. It would give us away, you stupid shitheads. Not if I fuzz my identity psycho-creatively. Stay invisible until I'm on the course. That way the witnesses would think I was just one of the contestants in the big jam. How about staying invisible while you nail Mark? Yeah, that way. No go. I couldn't hack it. I need all my watts to do the job right under stress. Invisibility is too stressful. Look, I T-bone Mark. Perforate him with the spikes as the field swings around the big loop at the bottom of the course. Not too many spectators down there. A few referees, maybe, some media cameras. Mark's bound to be one of the leaders even without the CE hat, so I just cut short across the U and pow! The beamer outweighs his Honda by 50 kilos. I staple him to the ice. So you burgerize his flesh a little. They'll just put him in the regen tank for a refit. Not if his J-fuel burns and melts the ice, and he goes into the hole and dies down there underwater before the medics can reach him. No regen for debtors, sweetheart. You are totally batshit.
It's our best chance to nail him. What do the rest of you think? Looks good. I'm for it. The rest of us could even help, be on hand to make sure the ice melts fast. Psycho-creative blowtorching? Hey, all right. How do you plan to get away? See, I knew she'd come around. Ha, ha, ha. Well, how, damn you? Fuzzing again? The ice surface down beyond the course is all torn up from the practice runs. They'll never think to follow my trail during the blow-up, but if the thought occurs to anybody later, so what? Tracks all over the place. I go invisible after I take Mark out. Get some other bikes in a tangle and start the marshmallow roast. I coast away on PK and then come ashore at the old road by the gravel pit. Home free. I suppose it would work, if Fury wasn't eyeballing. He'll be back near the finish line with the rest of the big crowd if he's at the race at all, just far-seeing the lower end of the track like all the top-heads.
You think. You hope.
Picky, picky, picky. I'm only thinking of us. If Fury stops me, he stops me. I eat a shit sandwich. Maybe the rest of you do too. So what? He'll have to kiss and make up sooner or later. Fury needs us, I tell you. But a chance to nail Mark in a perfectly natural manner like this comes along once in a blue moon, and we're fools not to take it. No, we can't do it. Oh, yes, we can. Yeah, you're outvoted. If you don't want to play, then belt up and stay out of the flak zone, Toodles. Hold it. We all participate, or I'm not putting my ass on the line. I suppose... All right. Truly. Excellent decision. I'll be ready at 1400 hours in the woods down by Girlbrook. See that the rest of you are there, too.
The amplified music of the Dartmouth Marching Band was playing a jump rock arrangement of the Troika from Lieutenant Kijé. The crowd cheered as 52 ice cycles rolled slowly around the 200-meter-long oval that formed the beginning and the finish of the race. The bikes were dangerous-looking things, with their glittering 8-centimeter wheel spikes fully deployed, and their colorfully attired young drivers sitting as stiff in their saddles as knights promenading before a tournament joust. Up in the bleachers, 2 young-old spectators settled into their seats. Roger grumbled to Dennis that in the old days of the winter carnival, an outre so-called sporting event like this one would never have been allowed. And the only reason he was here today, Roger added self-righteously, was to pray that that damn fool kid Mark wouldn't kill himself. Dennis only laughed. The spike bikes aren't quite as horrendous as they look, Uncle Roger. The drivers have to be specially certified before they're allowed to race, and they're wearing what amounts to a suit of flexible armor. Ice cycle racing has been going on in northern Europe for over 70 years. It's just taken a little longer to catch on over here, and it certainly has become one of the carnival's most popular events. The temporary stands that had been erected along the eastern bank of the frozen Connecticut River were jammed with at least 10,000 people, and there were almost as many on the opposite side of the racecourse, camped out in informal mobs behind the bales of straw and the safety fence, wrapped in blankets and sleeping bags and electric comforters. The sky was a cloudless robin's egg blue. The snowy landscape sparkled, the air was still, and the temperature was a brisk -16 centigrade. Vendors of hot food and drink were doing a roaring trade. "A guy can still get torn to pieces if one of those damned machines rolls over him the wrong way," the old bookseller growled. "The last thing Mark needs is to float, switch off in a tank of goo for the next 8 months, growing a new arm and leg just for the sake of a few cheap thrills and a 2-bit trophy." The gargantuan view-screen just south of the finish line, which would depict the remote action on the backstretch downriver, was flashing the names of the contestants and their racing accomplishments in alphabetical order. Raucous cheers and occasional catcalls greeted the stalwarts of the senior division, who occasionally responded with far-spoken yells or epithets of their own. Most of the juniors were given more decorous applause, but Roger leapt to his feet and gave out an ear-splitting whistle when the screen announced 3J, Mark Remillard, rookie. He was rewarded with a wave from a black-and-white-clad figure near the procession's end. Dropping back into his seat, Roger was scowling. "Damn shame Paul couldn't find time to come. I don't notice the orders of any of the rest of the high and mighty dynasty either." "There's a big vote coming up Monday in the Assembly," Dennis said mildly. Some of the magnates have pushed for the establishment of 20 new ethnic planets for the peoples of Africa and Asia, just as soon as their probation period ends in the fall. The bill they want to put before the full Concilium would set aside the milieu's usual requirement for 20% operants among the founding population of human colonies. There's a lot of heat being generated and a lot of lobbying going on among the assembly magnates, since each of them now carries 100-vote equivalency over the elected IAs. "I say let the Chinks and the black folks have their planets," Rogie declared stoutly. "Anybody crazy enough to want to leave good old Earth and pioneer some god-forsaken corner of the galaxy deserves all the help they can get." "That's just the problem, Uncle Rogie. Supporting colonies until they become self-sufficient and eventual economic assets to the Galactic Confederation costs a lot of money. The milieu's exotic races pay most of the tab, and they have a vested interest in promoting the increase of operant citizenry because of the way Unity works. Non-operants aren't particularly desirable as planet colonists because they're less likely to be highly motivated to follow milieu statutes and accept its operant-oriented policies. You might recall what a happy shock it was to us back in the early days of the proctorship that the human polity was permitted to have any non-operant colonists. Since I never considered shipping out, I never really paid much attention to it. Hey, the juniors are heading for the starting line. And look at there. Mark's got a position right in the front row. Hot damn!" Dennis's face wore a sly, boyish grin. "I thought you only came here to pray, tu vieux schnock."
"Ferme ton clapet, dis-moi-deux."
Roger surged up as the starting pistol fired in the brass section of the band brayed a discordant U.S. cavalry charge call. "They're off!" The 18 riders of the junior division, whose post positions had already been determined by time trials held that morning, took off in a scream of turbines and a great smoky cloud of chipped ice. The portion of the outbound course in front of the bleachers featured a short slalom, a single jump, and then a longer slalom. All of the front-runners negotiated these obstacles successfully as the fans yelled and cheered. The rear guard was less lucky. On the second in and out, 2 of the riders collided and slid out of control into the straw bales. Unhurt, they remounted and continued on behind the others. Once the bikes reached the part of the course beyond the bleachers, called the long stretch, the attention of most of the spectators shifted to the big screen and the announcer commenting on the distant action over the PA system. The operant fans, having the ability to Farsi, were able to follow the racers with their mind's eye, but they tended to zero in on their favorites and ignore most of the rest of the field. Roger stayed with Mark. The boy was in a solid third-place position behind non-operant Rusty Ragusa, an 18-year-old who was last season's junior winner, and front-running Miko Kitei, a young female head who was also a rookie and had given the largely male junior division a nasty shock when she ranked first in the time trials. The 3 of them stayed neatly strung out as they took the next pair of single jumps and the first double. Then Mark began to overtake Rusty, and the 2 of them sailed side by side over the next pile. The 4th-place rider, Augie Schomburg, then began to come up fast. The next jump was a tricky double humper made of a rather soft snow-ice mixture that Miko had already deeply scored with her spikes. Mark, Rusty, and Augie launched into it almost hip-to-hip, but Mark, on the outside right, had the misfortune of hitting Miko's trench. He slewed out, his skid throwing a tall rooster tail of white, and when he regained control and started into the second slalom series, he was a distant 4th, with the rest of the pack howling on his tail. "Batege," moaned Roger. "What a rotten piece of luck." "It's only the beginning of the race," Dennis pointed out. He sipped his container of hot tea and watched the monitor screen, which was now focused on the very difficult triple jump marking the midway point of the long stretch. The triple was a frighteningly short distance from the last pole of the slalom, and Miko showed all her skill as she recovered swiftly from the final turn, gunned her bike until it shrieked, and took all 3 hills in a single, soaring vault. The approving yells of the crowd changed to groans of dismay as she landed much too heavily, and it seemed that her fish-tailing machine would throw her as it veered wildly from side to side. The following drivers altered course to avoid colliding with her, and she managed to recover, but not before Rusty overtook her and seized the lead. Mark had to swerve far out of the way to avoid striking Augie, and this allowed another backrunner, Voli Kotiwayo, to shoot past and join the leaders. Over the next sequence of single-single, double-single-single, Mark ran 5th, with Voli, Augie, Miko, and Rusty ahead of him. 2 other upcomers were nipping at his heels, and if Mark faltered again, he was likely to slip even farther behind. In the last outbound slalom, Augie hit a pole. It was an automatic penalty, costing him his position, and he was forced to throttle back until both Volley and Mark passed him. Trapped in a cage of hard chargers behind Mark, he was no longer a threat. Allons-y, Roger yelled. Go, Mark! Now only a double humper and 2 singles remained before the sharp turnaround loop at the bottom end of the course. Mark passed Volley on the double and overtook Miko coming off the second bouncer. Rusty, Mark, Miko, and Volley were tightly bunched as they began their controlled skids around the tight curve. Augie and 5 other racers rode in a close group less than 4 meters behind Volley. The entire gaggle of 10 riders was sliding through different portions of the loop all at once, their spikes flinging up clouds of sparkling ice and their bike engines howling. The small crowd of spectators gathered around the loop was whooping and whistling and getting in the way of the squad of referees and the camera ops who were attempting to record the action for the big screen. Roger's imperfect farsight had lost track of Mark's snow-plastered form in the melee. He switched his attention to the monitor screen just in time to see that Mark had gained the lead at last, coming out of the big skid a full length ahead of Rusty. Roger was jumping up and down, cheering when the disaster happened. An unidentifiable bike moved out of the pack and traveled at tremendous speed across the loop, apparently out of control, heading directly toward the pair of front-runners. The announcer shouted a futile warning. The spectators in the bleachers began to wail and scream. The bikers at the back of the pack, who were just finishing the final jump and about to enter the loop, either heard what was happening on their helmet intercoms or saw it with their ultra-sensors and hastened to steer for the sidelines even as the referees began to wave the red torches. The wild bike struck the front wheel of Mark's Honda, and both machines began to tumble. Rusty and Miko cut sharply left and snow-plowed to a stop in the middle of the loop. There was a spurt of flame from the 2 machines in collision, and the shouting of the fans increased to a bedlam that even drowned out the amplified roaring of the engines. Other turbocycles were crashing, skidding, throwing their riders onto the ice. Referees with red torches darted about in a haze of smoke and icy powder. Roger was on his feet, his eyes blind, his far sight fixed on the vision of what was taking place 2 kilometers up the river. A tremendous blossom of orange and black blotted out the place where Mark and the other rider finally slid to a halt, entangled with their bikes. An instant later, the sound of the detonation reached the ears of the spectators in the stands. There was a beat of silent horror. And then the 3 aid cars and 2 fire engines that had been parked on the sidelines just beyond the bleachers went into action, tearing down the open shore corridor of the frozen river, with their emergency lights flashing and sirens making a banshee din. "No," Dennis whispered, his far senses disabled by emotion. "Oh, God, not that!" "I see him!" Roger screamed, and he transmitted the vision to his stricken nephew, the wonderful, reassuring sight of a single tall young figure in scorched leather, staggering and slipping away over half-melted ice from a flame-girt mass of twisted metal and plass and burning flesh and bone. "Mark!" Roger shouted, wept. "Mark, are you all right?" "Yes." With tears streaming down his weathered face, Roger caught up Dennis in a crushing embrace of relief. "He's all right! Dieu merci, Mark's all right!" A black column of smoke rose above the dark evergreens and leafless maples of Pine Park. People were running along the ice toward the accident scene. Dennis stood motionless, his face white and his eyes gone hollow and lusterless. "We'd better get down there and see what we can do," he said. "But first let me far-speak Lucille and the others so they won't worry. They may have been watching. The race was scheduled to be broadcast on ESN." "And I'll tell Jack," Roger added. But when he far-spoke the child in the hospital, Jack said that he already knew, and that he had warned Mark to put on the brakes just in time to avoid being struck squarely in the body by the steel-spiked front wheel of the other turbocycle. Roger asked, "Who was that other poor devil, anyhow? There hasn't been any announcement." Jack said, "It was Gordon McAllister. Hydra." Fury cursed. Fury howled like a demented thing. The imbeciles! The stupid fools! Because of their half-baked jealousy, one of their number was dead, and the other 4 in mortal danger. Oh, Hydra! You were 5-fold and singular. You were approaching maturity. You were ready to begin the really important work, the elimination of opposing magnates of the Concilium, perhaps even ready to bring down Davy McGregor, the dirigent himself. And now the great scheme lies in ruins. There are only 4 of you, and those are shocked and diminished and moaning in fear behind mined dikes of cowardice. Useless. Worse than that, liabilities. Liable to be found out, to be used as conduits. Conduits to fury. Gordon McAllister's death would be adjudged a mysterious accident, a piece of adolescent insanity, perhaps envy-fueled. If he had simply attacked Mark and died, the danger would be remote. But Gordo had not died as himself. In the instant before he expired in fiery agony, he had shown his Hydra face, and one of the persons watching in horror had recognized him and would surely deduce the identity of the other 4 heads of the now whimpering, vitiated monster, knowing that Gordo had been the 5th. This person, not Davy McGregor, was now the great enemy. He would have to be killed as soon as possible, and the killing would not be easy. The new enemy was not Mark, who had been too stunned to know who had hit him. It was Jack, the great enemy, the one Fury would have to kill himself. Chapter 41. Hanover, New Hampshire, Earth, 15 February, 2054. Mark slept, woke, and slept again. He knew he was not too seriously injured, knew that he was in the trauma unit of the big Dartmouth Medical Center at the southern edge of town, knew there was an urgent reason for him to stop sleeping, wake up, and take care of some important matter. He fell asleep again anyway, and had the nightmare of the race again. His dream bike was a fantastic, futuristic machine with wheels as tall as his body and spikes a full 30 centimeters long. The other contestants were all adult humans or exotics, and the things they rode weren't icycles at all, but different kinds of clumsy armored vehicles bristling with weapons. At the starting gun of the race, Mark was off and away like a thunderbolt, leaving the freaks sucking smoked slush and blasting away at him futilely with their zappers while he laughed at them. In the dream, Mark left the outdistanced hostile pack far behind. His 2-wheeled juggernaut hissed and roared alone down a deserted moonlit course with jumps as high as hills. Chomping up the ice as he approached each obstacle, he would rev the bike to the max and shoot into the dark sky at the crest like a rocket, trailing diamond crystals. When he landed, he touched down feather-light and charging. The monster bike was under perfect mental control, for he wore his CE helmet. After taking an awesome triple humper that was as high as Mount Washington, he reared back and pulled a triumphant wheelie and saw the whirling spikes flash above his head in the light of the moon, clean and sharp and deadly and ready for any opponent rash enough to threaten him for the lead. The dream replayed itself each time he drifted back into sleep, and the frustrating climax of the race was always the same. An old black BMW T99 RT coming out of nowhere behind him, looking small and ridiculous, but still gaining on him steadily. The voice in the CE helmet circuitry warning him that the upcoming rider would beat him, would win the race if he didn't. At that point in the dream, Mark's tall, invincible bike vanished. He was aboard his Honda again. The other rider, crouched low over the handlebars of the Beamer, drew closer, closer, until the Fury voice was frantic, and the spectators in the stands were going wild, and the finish line was just ahead. The other bike came up beside him, its rider unarmored, wearing ordinary riding apparel, but enveloped in an impervious thought screen. And now, in the last seconds, the rival was beginning to pull forward, beginning to win, would win unless... Fury shouted, and Mark obeyed, wrenching his own bike viciously toward the enemy, smashing into him, riding over him, leaving him spinning, bleeding, torn hideously by the spikes, his face behind the helmet visor contorted in pain, incredulous, unable to believe what Mark had done. The face. Somebody unfamiliar and familiar. Somebody Mark ought to know. Someone he couldn't recognize, had to recognize, before he woke up and then slept again and the dream replayed forever. "Mark, can you hear me? Mark?" He heard the voice, felt the gently coercive mental touch, opened his eyes, saw the bronzed, high-cheekboned face of Tukwila Barnes, the long-time family friend who was now the director of the Department of Metapsychology at the Ferrand Mental Science Center. It was Tucker who was prodding him awake, closing off the too tempting sleep-way with its nightmare that still beckoned. Mark was aware of another operant, a woman in a white coat who was doing something redactive to support Barnes. Mark knew her, too. It was Dr. Cecilia Ashe, Maurice's wife, his aunt. Mark gave up fighting against the pair of them. The dream faded, forgotten, and he remembered the other urgent matter and tried to struggle upright in the bed. Tucker and Aunt Celie restrained him easily. "Whoa, stay down. Give yourself a minute or two, or 3. Tucker was smiling, projecting vibes of relief.
We've got a few tubes and dinguses hooked onto you. Don't disturb them yet. If you're really coming out of it, we'll get you free in a little while."
Mark finally relaxed. Cecilia tossed an indecipherable telepathic query at Barnes and then hurried out of the room.
"Tucker?" Mark's voice was an anxious whisper. "What day is it?"
"The day after," said Barnes. "Sunday evening, 1840 hours, the 15th of February, Earth reckoning."
"Is Jack all right?"
The metapsychologist was thrown for a momentary loss by the question.
"Jack? His condition is unchanged. Don't you care about yourself?"
Mark managed a small smile.
"Okay, what kind of shape am I in?"
"You've got a few third-degree burns, a sprained left wrist, and a small subdural hematoma. A little blood clot on the brain caused by landing smack on the top of your head when you were thrown from your bike. Your heart had absorbed most of the shock, and the clot will go away by itself. None of your injuries will keep you down for more than a week or so. You were in shock. Now you're out of it. You've got a tube up your nose giving you a little extra oxygen, and a couple of needles in your bad arm giving you sugar and water and stuff and monitoring your blood, and a catheter, where you'd rather not have it, collecting precious bodily fluids, and a batch of electrode bugs clinging to various other parts of your anatomy. Apart from that, you're in good condition." Mark was levering himself upright again, and this time Barnes's coercion was impotent to stop him.
"Tucker, I've got to get out of here. Got to go see Jack."
The door to the hospital room opened. Paul came in, with Lucille and Dennis and Cecilia Ash. The woman doctor reacted swiftly to Mark's attempt to get out of bed. Her redaction did something unexpected to the motor area of his brain, and he dropped back onto his pillow as limp as a rag doll.
"Unless you want me to administer a sedative, young man, lie still."
Mark glared at her. Then he quit fighting.
"That's better," Cecilia said. "Tucker and I will leave you to talk to your father and your grandparents for a few minutes if you promise to behave yourself."
Mark nodded.
Lucille opened her very large handbag and took out something that gleamed with a metallic luster, a trophy. "You won, Mark. The racing was halted for the day after the accident happened. Yours was the only trophy awarded."
She set the thing on the convenience unit beside the bed.
Mark uttered a raspy little laugh and turned his head away.
"How are you feeling, son?" Paul asked. He and Dennis and Lucille drew up chairs to the bedside.
"No pain I can't psych away,"
the boy said. The door closed behind Tucker and Cecilia. Mark's husky whisper fell nearly to the point of inaudibility.
"He died, didn't he? Whoever he was?"
"Yes." Paul's face was expressionless. "It was your cousin Gordon McAllister."
"Gordo!"
Mark's mental screen thickened palpably.
"Of course. I thought it was someone I knew. But it all happened so fast. God! Gordo, he must have been crazy. Poor Aunt Cat."
"Catherine's devastated," Paul said. "She said Gordon had been acting in a perfectly normal manner when she agreed to let him come up from Brébeuf for the winter carnival. He was staying at Phil and Auberly's house with some of the other cousins, happy as a clam with your old bike, talking about entering the ice cycle races himself some day. None of us can make any sense out of what happened. What Gordo thought he was doing, whether it was some kind of idiotic prank or whether—"
"He meant to kill me," Mark said. Lucille gave a small cry.
"Are you certain?" Dennis asked gravely.
"His intent was clear as glass, Grandpère. I didn't even know who he was when he came at me out of nowhere, but I sure as hell knew what he intended to do. Jack gave me a nanosecond's warning. I hit the brakes, and the beamer's spikes rode over my front wheel instead of over me. The fire. I can't understand the fire. The fuel tanks of the bikes are safety-lined. They almost never burn in a crash. Poor old Gordo."
Bespeaking Dennis on his intimate mode, the boy added, "Was it quick?"
Dennis said, "No. But Uncle Roger and I lied to your grandmother and Aunt Catherine about that, and you keep quiet."
"Okay." Lucille rose from her chair. "We mustn't excite you any more, dear. Is there anything we can do for you now?" "No, Grandmère. Thanks."
Paul said, "Now that I'm certain you're going to be all right, I'll have to get back to Concord. There's an important vote on Monday."
Mark lay quiet, his eyes fixed on the ceiling.
"It's okay, Papa. I understand."
"I'll far-speak you from time to time,"
Paul continued. He touched Mark's unbandaged right hand.
"Especially if there's any fresh news about the accident. The police will want to question you about it tomorrow when you're feeling better."
"But
What shall I say? Tell the truth, Dennis said. Paul nodded his agreement. The truth, but no speculation. Your Uncle Sevy is coercively redacting all the cousins who had any contact with Gordon over the past few days. If he finds out anything concrete about Gordon's motives, you'll pass it on to the authorities. It would be better if you stuck to the facts. All right. Lucille bent down and kissed Mark on the forehead. She had on her favourite perfume, which Mark recalled had the incongruous name of Poison. "Pray for poor Gordo, dear," she said softly, "and for Aunt Cat and the other McAllister children." Mark only blinked. Dennis lifted one hand in farewell, his compelling blue eyes downcast and his feelings veiled. Then the three of them were gone. Cecilia came back with a nurse. They removed the intravenous equipment and the oxygen tube and the catheter, but left the bugs. Then the nurse left, and Cecilia said that he would be served a small supper. After that he could either listen to calming music or watch something fairly quiet in the private room's tri-D for a little while. "But rest is what you really need now," she concluded. "Your self-redaction will probably heal the blood clot first, and then the burns and the sprain and the bruises last. It works most efficiently when you're asleep. A nurse will be in to give you a sedative around 20:30. "No," Mark protested. "I don't want to be knocked out." "If you fall asleep normally, I'll forego the downer," Cecilia conceded. "But it's important that you relax and don't get excited. You did suffer from severe shock in addition to your injuries. You'll find that your metafaculties are weakened and uncoordinated. Don't be concerned about that. Things will sort themselves out in a couple of days." At last she left. Mark continued to stare at the ceiling for a while, thinking furiously. Then there was a soft chime from the bedside convenience unit, and a tray with hot food slid out on a jointed arm. It smelled like some kind of bland invalid's slop, but he decided he was starving to death. He maneuvered the bed up into a semi-sitting position and began investigating the cupboard dishes. Broth with a few bits of pasta, some kind of custard, buttered toast, a small glass of milk. Ugh. As he ate it, he far-spoke Uncle Roger. "You listening?" "Tonnerre, you're back among the living, are you?" "So they say. They also say it was Gordo." "Yes. Incredible. Totally, completely, horribly, incroyable. But true. It was Gordo rotten Gordo. Never liked the little creep." "Uncle Roger, damn you, are you plastered?" "No, only a nice glow on." "Shit. That's not nice. Not a nice thing to say. Especially when we were worried sick about you, Tigas." "I'm all right. And I figured something out about Hydra." "Gordo was Hydra. Jack said so. Damned Gordo. Never liked him." "It fits that Hydra should be one of the cousins. Gordo was in the right place at the right time to do the different killings, and he was also out on the river the night before last when I very nearly got creamed myself." "You what?" "Fury got to me through the CE helmet. The cerebro-energetic interface is a perfect bypass of operant mind screening. It never occurred to me that it could be dangerous. Fury, or possibly Hydra, tried to force me to crash the bike into the Woodsville Bridge while I was practicing for the race." "Jesus. And when that didn't work, he came after you during the race?" "Uncle Roger, that's not the worst of it. Hydra isn't one mind. Jack tried to tell us that when Addie died, and he tried to tell me again later on. But I didn't want to believe it. Now I think I finally got the straights of it. Hydra is 5 minds. 5 minds that were somehow touched by Victor when they were very vulnerable, when they were unborn. 5 women were pregnant at Victor's deathbed in 2040. Cecilia, Severin's ex, Maeve O'Neill, Kat, Sherry, and Mama. The children that were born later that year are Celine, Quint, Gordo, Parney, and my sister Maddie." "No, ça, ce n'est pas possible.
5 innocent little children? Le bon Dieu, he doesn't allow such things to happen.
Uncle Roger, Gordo wasn't innocent.
Who's Fury, then?
I have no idea. If he really did invade my dreams, bespeak me there on the river before trying to have me killed, then I think he must be an adult. The mind tone in my dream was mature, very cold, very goal-oriented. Fury could be one of the Remillard dynasty, someone who hates the Galactic milieu, who's conceived some mad scheme to destroy it by killing off key human operants and subverting others to his cause. Fury wanted to recruit me, and, damn it, I was tempted.
No. It's obscene. Diabolical.
What can we do?
Who can we trust? Oh, God, oh, God!
McGregor is the only one who'd believe us without wasting a lot of time. Where are you?
I'm at the bookstore, inventorying.
Drinking yourself blind, you mean? You're going to have to sober up and go down to Concord and see the dirigent in person, and do it right now.
Can't. Christ's sake, it's supposed to storm like hell tonight, and I'm tight as a tick.
Damn it, I warned you. Never mind. Forget it. I'm not thinking too good myself. It's better if I far-speak McGregor and persuade him to have the 4 kids picked up, and you go and stay with Jack. You're not too far gone to make it up to Hitchcock, are you? Or do I have to break out of this hospital myself, and—
No. I can do that. Mad Allah, I can drive to Hitchcock in my sleep.
No, you don't. You stay awake. Make sure the security around Jack's room isn't relaxed for a minute. I've got a feeling he's in danger. Find a way to keep Papa and the rest of the dynasty away from him until the Hydras are in custody and they tell us who Fury is.
Toussaint, ce pauvre petit. He knew Hydra was Gordo. Told me so. But Jack's safe. I went to the hospital this morning. They wouldn't let me in to see him. Armed operant security guard outside his door, and a Sigma field and alarm doohickeys all over the place.
Go to him anyhow. Make certain he's all right tonight. Stay there with a guard. Please, Uncle Roger.
All right. Just make sure you do your thing. Get McGregor to sick the magistratum on those 4 damned kids.
Yes, I'm going to do it right now. Cecilia Ash opened the door of Mark's room and entered, followed by the nurse. The doctor's face was stiff with disapproval. Mark, didn't I emphasize how important it was for you to be quiet? Your body bugs just set off nearly every alarm in the nurse's station outside. She was at his bedside in 4 rapid strides. Pushing aside the robotic food tray, she took hold of Mark's good arm, whipped out a transdermal infuser she had held concealed behind her back, and applied it to Mark's neck. There was a hiss of compressed gas. A micro-stream of powerful sedative entered Mark's left carotid artery. The nurse helped to hold him down as he writhed.
"No," Mark cried. "I've got to talk to Davy McGregor. Please, Aunt Celie. It's vital that I far speak."
He sagged back, unconscious. Dr. Ash sighed. Adolescence. And to think I believed this one was sensible. I might have known that any boy who raced those infernal ice machines was just a mite flakoid. The nurse was sponging off Mark's brow and settling him in. None of the body monitors was displaced, Doctor. Would you want the IVs and the catheter replaced? I don't think so. We'll just let him sleep. He's a healthy young specimen, and he's pretty well out of the woods. Let me know at once if there's any change, but unless I miss my guess, he'll probably sleep like a babe for 10 hours. A second nurse stuck her head in through the open door. "Dr. Ash, your daughter Celine is on the teleview." "Tell her I'll be right there," Cecilia said. She surveyed Mark one final time, shook her head, and said, "Pleasant dreams." The 2 women left the room and closed the door. Mark groaned. With infinite slowness his eyelids opened. The widely dilated pupils contracted even more slowly, and the eyes remained glazed and unblinking. Mark's breathing was slow and regular, and his heartbeat maintained a steady rhythm. After an interval, the boy's uninjured arm crept out from beneath the covers and moved toward his head. He touched a flattened, lozenge-shaped thing clinging to his right temple. Awareness flickered in the grey eyes. His tongue stole out and moistened first his upper lip, then the lower. The questing hand moved with increasing confidence over his body, touching and counting the lozenges. There were 7, all told, and their data-gathering mechanism was susceptible to looping. Slowly, one after another, Mark exerted his creative metafunction on the bugs so that they would continue to transmit repeated segments of unchanging data to the vital signs monitor at the nursing station down the corridor. The nurses might notice the unnatural patterns if they paid close attention, but he was banking on their having set the machine's alarms to go off only at some gross abnormality. When he was satisfied that he had executed the bug modifications correctly, Mark hauled himself into a sitting position, peeled off the small devices, and put them on his pillow. The drug was being rapidly metabolized by his redaction, but it still depressed his motor functions. He swung his legs to the floor with great effort, wincing a little from the pain of the burns on his left thigh. Gordo's spikes must have nailed him there after all, puncturing his armor. He sat still for some time, cradling his sprained left wrist and burned hand, concentrating on husbanding his depleted mental energies. Then he exerted his far speech, aiming the weakened thought-beam with as much precision as he could summon, attempting to bespeak Davy McGregor in Earth's capital. Concord was only 86 kilometers away. Nevertheless, there was no answering thought from the dirigent. Mark leaned across the bed to the convenience unit. A wave of nausea swept through his guts, and a sharp pain stabbed at the top of his head. He cursed silently and waited motionless until he was sure that he would not faint. Then he picked up the simple telephone handset, got the number of the dirigent's office from information, and called it up. The functionary who answered the 24-hour landline told him that McGregor was en route to Concilium Orb. He could be reached by subspace communicator if the message was extremely urgent. "How long would that take?" Mark asked. "You'll have to give me your message in its entirety. Then its relative importance and your own status will be evaluated by this office, and if a sufficiently high priority is confirmed, the message will be delivered within the hour. The dirigent makes every effort to be accessible to all citizens, but you do understand that certain protocols must be observed." "Yes." Mark's head was spinning. If he gave his name, would they check back with Paul? No. He was legally an adult now. But this evaluation garbage. God, if he could only think straight. "Citizen, are you there? Do you wish to give me your name and message?" I'll get back to you," Mark said, and hung up the phone. "Jack," he called. "Jacko, can you hear me?" There was no response. Was his far speech functioning at all? Again he paused, trying to muster up metapsychic strength. Redact the head pain, the nausea, the damned drug poisoning his nerves, the sweat breaking out on his forehead and chest. Bolster the motor function. Muscles. Move! He stood up, exerted deep sight and farsight, breathed a brief prayer of thanks that they seemed to work. There was a closet, and in it a robe and slippers. Outside in the corridor 2 nurses were conversing at the station. Both were normals. There was no sign of Cecilia Ash or Tukwila Barnes or any other operant. Mark wondered if his coercion would function well enough to get him past the nurses and downstairs. If he would be able to overpower some poor devil and coerce his clothes and car away from him. If he would be able to drive back into Hanover to the old hospital where Jack was, and make certain for himself that his little brother was safe. Uncle Roger, that sozzled old fool. couldn't be trusted. "I have to do it," Mark told himself. "I have to." Very carefully, he began putting on the robe. Roger had started out working on inventory, it being Sunday night and the bookshop closed. He'd come down from his apartment in his moccasins after supper, leaving Marcel behind so he'd get a little peace. Then he had an attack of the horrors, seeing that damned ball of flame in his mind's eye again. There was a fresh bottle of wild turkey in the filing cabinet, and one thing had led to another. Now, more groggy than panicked after Mark's mental communique, he had to go back upstairs to put on his boots and outdoor clothes before driving over to the hospital to Jack. He cursed Mark as he tied the bootlaces with shaking fingers. Batege! Jack was safe as houses with the new security in place. Max Sec didn't have any master-class heads on its payroll, but the operant rent-a-cop outside Jack's door would be able to hear if the child called for help telepathically. The hospital room was fenced with force fields, as well as mechanical and electronic alarms that would alert the Hancock police if anything should happen to the guard. What the hell good would it do for him to hang around the hospital all night? But he'd promised Mark that he would go, and so he would. Roger made sure his heavy gloves were in the pocket of his parka. He saw through the bedroom window that it was beginning to snow again, and threw a bitter thought at Marcel, who was sound asleep in a warm nest in the middle of the down comforter on Roger's king-sized bed. Checking to be sure he had his keys, the bookseller stumbled out the door and down the 2 flights of stairs. "Jack," he forspoke, "I'm coming to be with you, boy. Mark thinks there's danger. Tell the guard at the door not to let anyone at all in, not even nurses or doctors, until I get there. Do you hear me, Tijon?" Nothing. The poor little guy was probably asleep. His breath coming in harsh gasps, the old man emerged from the main street entrance to the old Gates building. The garage was around the corner, attached to a little annex that housed an insurance agency. There were a few cars creeping along Main Street, but no pedestrians. Wally Van Zant's energy station was closed, and so was everything else in sight. The snow sifted down more thickly with every passing moment. The forecast had predicted an additional 15 cents by morning. Roger fumbled with the old-fashioned brass key to open the side door of the garage. He had a zapper in the ground car to operate the overhead, but he'd balked at installing a modern electronic lock on the other door. The old Schlager was perfectly good for another century or two. Besides, crime was almost non-existent in Hanover. He got the door open at last and cast about gingerly within the dark garage with his farsight. The inside light had been broken for months. He was trembling a little and cursed himself for a cowardly old fool afraid of boogeymen. But in his semi-splifflicated and confused mental state, Roger half remembered looking into another dark space and seeing there the hideous sight of Shannon O'Connor Tremblay in the arms of Victor, the pair of them shimmering in a violet-blue aura as the monster drained her life from her, and Vic grinning as he raised his face from the last fount of vital energy at the base of her spine. Victor had discarded Shannon's pitiable husk and taken control of him, controlled him like a marionette until sheer chance had allowed him to escape, and then caught him again, down beneath the chalet with the storm winds shrieking and the mountain quaking. Slowly he shuffled into the dark garage and then gave a terrified squawk as he tripped over Marcel's old cat-carrier, which he'd been meaning to clean out some day and donate to the next church rummage sale. Connard! Forgot the scan below his knees. If the monsters had been waiting, they could have cut him off at the ankles. But enough of this foolishness. Into the car.
"Uncle Roger, are you in there?"
He gasped and gave a great start and spun around, and then almost gibbered in relief as he saw that it was only a girl silhouetted against the lamp-lit snowfall outside the garage. She had on a red ski suit.
"Uncle Roger, it's Madeline. I'm so glad I found you."
Her voice was tremulous.
can you come down the street to the house? Something seems to have happened to Jackie, and Hurt is still at the movies with Marie."
He stood with one hand on the ground car's door latch, his mouth hanging open stupidly. Something happened to the housekeeper? Madeline and young Luke home alone? If only he could think straight.
"Uncle Roger, come on, please."
"Yes, of course, I'm coming."
"Hurry."
She was off, running ahead, and he groaned as he slogged along in her wake. It was a block and a half to Paul's house, across Courier Place, past the darkened library. Madeline was almost there. Roger was surprised to see an egg parked in the side driveway. Not Paul's silver Maserati, though. Who had a red Rowcraft this year? Wasn't it Anne? And hadn't Mattie said she and Luke were home alone? She was on the porch, and the front door was opening, and another teenage girl was there. Which cousin was it? Leon? Michelle? The half-screened auras of the adolescents made them scan all alike.
"Come quick, Uncle Roger,"
the second girl exclaimed. Muttering under his breath, feeling very nearly sober again, he stumped up the snowy steps. Madeline held the door open. He saw other youngsters inside, their minds emanating anxiety and fear. Saw a stocky adult form clad in slacks and a red sweater lying on the floor of the hallway behind the children. Saw that the 4 young people waiting for him inside were Maddie, Celine, Quint, and Parney. Remembered. Roger stopped, eyes bulging, mouth open, but incapable of utterance. He took hold of one of the porch trellis posts to steady himself.
"Quick," one of the children said. "Jackie doesn't seem to be breathing. Come in."
Roger slowly shook his head.
"If you don't," Madeline said, "we'll have to bring you in."
Her coercion reached for him, and so did that of the 3 others. But the Hydra metaconcert was a shaky one, for they were frightened, too. He slammed down his mental barrier, and they lost their grip. Closing his eyes against the horror of them, his mind screaming first for Mark, then for Jack, then finally for the family ghost, Roger tore off one glove with his teeth and dug his bare hand beneath his parka into his pants pocket. The Hydra metaconcert was reorganizing itself, trying to make 4 as efficient as 5 had been. "No, you don't, damn you!" he cried aloud. He pulled a jingling little bundle free of the pocket fabric. With his eyes still tightly shut, he held high the key-ring with the fob that looked like a red glass marble in a silvery cage, the fob that the kids had always jokingly referred to as the Great Carbuncle, the fob that the family ghost had given him, that had miraculously flashed and called down the intervention. Even behind his eyelids, Roger saw the sudden blaze of light, heard the young voices and minds scream, and then suddenly cut off. He stood beside his ground car, in the garage. East-South Street was quiet in the heavily falling snow. Sacre nom de nom! Am I dreaming? There were keys in his hand. One glove was missing. He clawed open the car door, fell into the seat, started the vehicle, backed out onto the snow-covered pavement. For some reason, the melting grids had not yet been turned on. Probably the damned sensors were on the fritz again. It was always happening on the side streets. There was a sound like a clap of thunder. Stunned, he stared in the direction of Paul's house. Not thunder, not an explosion, a sonic boom. A Rowcraft taking off at illegal velocity, vanishing into the swirling whiteness in a split second. "Mark! Jack! They're getting away!" There was no far-spoken reply. Roger called telepathically again, then gave it up with a curse of despair. Were both of them asleep? What should he do? There was no phone in the old Volvo, and his far senses were too befuddled to follow the soaring egg more than a few 100 meters into the air. He couldn't make out the registration. To hell with the little bastards. It was Jack who needed him. He gunned the car foolishly, making the wheels spin, nearly hitting a small tree. Then he regained control of the vehicle and himself, and set off down Main Street as fast as he could go. He mind-called Jack's name every few minutes, growing more and more agitated when there was no reply, even though he knew very well that the child was locked in an impregnable mental refuge when he slept. Rogie skirted the green, went north on College Street, past the Old Row and Rollins Chapel, past Steele Hall. He was almost there now. Just turn on to Maynard and into the old hospital parking lot. The streets were heated here, and the pavement steaming. The snow and the steam intermingled, and the street lights gleamed fuzzy yellow, and Rogie's car headlights made two white cones, and the scattered lighted windows of the hospital were bluish-green and pale gold, except for the one window that shone as red-orange as a setting sun. Rogie stood beside his car, staring at that window, dumbfounded. Another car swung around the corner onto Maynard, screeched up to him. The window hissed down, and he was amazed to hear Mark's voice shouting at him. "Get in! No time to walk! We'll go to the emergency entrance!" Then Rogie heard the approaching fire engines. Chapter 42. From the Memoirs of Rogatien, Remillard. The security guard had looked up from his book plaque alertly as the elevator door opened, but then he relaxed, for he recognized the distinguished person who emerged and came up to him with an anxious expression, exuding vibes of authority and irresistible coercion. "Dr. Colette Roy is on her way up. There's an abnormal readout showing on Jack's EEG monitor. He could be in serious trouble. Quickly, man, open the door." It never occurred to the guard to refuse, even though he readily admitted afterward that he had been given specific orders to admit no one except the private duty nurse and the night supervisor, most specifically no member of the Remillard family. The person must have coerced him, he declared. Even when he was rigorously interrogated later by forensic redactors, the guard could not recall who that person was. His memories had been wiped blank. He did not even remember what happened after he deactivated the alarms and opened the door. Mark and I and the firefighters found him lying unconscious beside his chair in the hall, two bewildered nurses and a young physician attempting to revive him. Jack's door was once again locked, and the medical personnel were unable to override the security system. They insisted to us that the young patient was perfectly all right, since the monitors at the nearby station showed no problem. I grabbed the young doctor's hand and slammed it flat against the door. "Feel that, you blithering idiot!" The man yelped. "Damn, that's hot!" "Break the door down!" Mark cried. "The room's on fire, and the oxygen line is feeding it. My little brother's in there." The fire chief was examining the guard's elaborate control box, a thing the size of a small file cabinet. "According to this, there's a sigma field laced through the walls and floor and ceiling and door. We'll have to cut it off before we can get in, and the door lock's time set for 2 hours from now. Shit, it's probably cerametal, too. You guys bring in the heavy-duty laser blade and the rest of the gear. I'll get on the horn to MaxSec for the Sigma override code." Mark and I stared at each other in numb despair as the chief began speaking urgently into the tiny boom mic of his helmet communicator. A room full of smoke and flame, and Jack's life being sustained by the most delicate kind of apparatus. He had probably perished almost as soon as the fire started. The chief began prodding the keypads of the control box, following the instructions being relayed from the security company headquarters. Something lit up green, and he said, "Field's off. Hit the lock." Clumsy in their protective garb, the firefighters shouldered us and the doctor and nurses aside, and began trying to cut into the door with a dazzling yellow photon beam. I heard the hospital fire alarm go off belatedly, and the doctor and one nurse dashed off to do whatever they were supposed to do. The other nurse led the stupefied security man away. "You called the fire department?" I asked Mark. He nodded grimly. "I was finally able to scan Jack's room with my farsight when I was 3 blocks away, and I saw the flames. There was a phone in the car I stole." Mark and I were forced to withdraw a short distance down the hall as the firefighters brought up still another piece of apparatus to attack the lock. The security company had done a very good job making Jack's hospital room unassailable. At that moment, the ceiling sprinklers in the hall turned on, and I was vaguely aware of patients being efficiently evacuated. I remembered there were not too many housed in this wing, which was devoted to experimental forms of care. Somebody tried to force us to retreat, but Mark stonewalled him with his coercion, and we huddled miserably together as the water sprayed down onto our heads and little gouts of molten metal popped here and there from the cutting torch like miniature meteors. Progress was evidently being made. A technician wielding some kind of gargantuan drill had taken the place of the laser operator, attacking not the lock but the door frame adjacent to it. 5 firefighters hovered behind him, readying a hose and various kinds of non-toxic extinguishing chemicals. As the drill shrieked, the lights in the corridor suddenly went out. The firefighters switched on portable lanterns. The racket around us was numbing. I had no idea what was going on behind that all but impervious door. I didn't want to know. My own farsight was worthless. Tears were pouring down my face along with the deluge from the sprinklers, and I blubbered incoherently. Mark was silent at my side, his face pale as chalk and his eyes dark-circled. He had on a worn-down coat and a pair of work boots without socks. He seemed to be wearing nothing but a bathrobe underneath. The fire chief gave a triumphant shout, and the man with the drill stepped back. The chief put something into the hole in the door frame, stepped back, and punched a small hand-held keypad. There was a dull whoomp, followed by a little puff of smoke. The door now opened when the chief kicked it with one booted foot. A spurt of flame and a great cloud of dark smoke rolled out. The firefighters pressed forward, plying their hoses and chemical canisters. There were shouts. More firefighters hauled a smoke evacuator up, thrust its intake nozzle into the room, and switched it on. Mark and I crouched on the floor under the meagre shelter of my sodden parka, coughing. So this is the way it ends, I thought. The greatest mind the human race has ever known, kept alive against all odds by the best modern medical technology, perishing ignominiously in a fire, one of the most ancient of disasters. Had the 4 hydras done it? At the time I thought so, but later, of course, the culprit was proved to be Fury. Unknown Fury, who had psycho-creatively fuzzed his image so that even the room cameras had transmitted no identifiable picture to the security company, although the tapes showed how the fire had been started. Fury had used the simplest kind of incendiary device, a glass bottle filled with flammable J-fuel, fitted with a wick. The oxygen line leading into Jack's life support unit had been torn out, the blazing bottle smashed on the floor, and the door quickly slammed as the culprit fled. Meanwhile, the brilliant brain, wrapped in rotting flesh, had slept on oblivious, knowing himself to be safe from mental attack behind his own powerful mind barriers, safe from physical attack inside an array of expensive security equipment. Without the added oxygen, the fire might have burned itself out harmlessly in a few minutes. With oxygen to feed it, it had roared into an inferno, searing and melting the delicate and ingenious mechanisms that supported the last remnants of living tissue in which Jack's mind resided. The chief yelled something. The ceiling sprinklers shut off, and so did the hoses held by the firefighters. No more smoke came from within the ruined sick-room. The chief shone his lantern into the darkness. Suddenly Mark's lethargy fell away. He was on his feet, shoving the astonished man aside, stumbling into the sodden, charred mess. I was behind him. The window was broken, and snow blew in. Water dripped from the ceiling and pooled on the littered floor. Cooling metal ticked, and the wind moaned softly. The lantern light behind Mark and me dimly illuminated a scene of steaming chaos, twisted and blackened remnants of furniture, collapsed equipment cabinets, the ruined hulk of the life support unit that had occupied the center of the room. There was a charcoal smell and a sharp chemical stench of melted plaster. For the merest instant, as a fresh gust of icy wind blew in, I imagined that I smelled something else, something incongruously sweet, almost like Pernod or licorice or anise. I was weeping like a baby and could barely see, but memory told me that I had known that fragrance last on a misty plateau high above a tropical island. And in my dazed misery I had fleet recollections of Teresa, alive and embracing her newborn son in a snowbound cabin. lying still and cold in her bed, smiling at me from amid garlands of ferns and flowers. Mark now stood just inside the door, with me and the firefighters pressing behind him. He grabbed one of the lanterns and swept the light about the large room. We saw lingering wisps of steam, laced with snowflakes, contorted pieces of burned equipment like incinerated bones, some fragments of pale, fragile, ashy substance that reminded me for a second of the little white roses Jack had fashioned at Christmas with his creative metafaculty. Psycho-creativity. He was so very good at that. The lantern beam moved far to one side, to the dark corner at the left of the door. Both Mark and I saw him, and both of us cried out. A man, crouched almost in a fetal position, with his arms curled protectively about his head, his body as perfect as that of Michelangelo's David, completely naked and clean except for his feet, ankle-deep in the filthy water. His arms moved. He raised his head to look at us, a bewildered expression on his face. He was, perhaps, in his 20s, dark-haired, quite good-looking, with a distinctive aquiline nose of the Remillards. He smiled hesitantly at Mark and me, and we goggled at him, bereft of speech and nearly frightened out of our wits. The fire chief was doing his best to push past us, cursing good-naturedly, trying to see what held us enthralled. I've completed the first part of the work.
Jean? I whispered. But it can't be you.
The young man's face lost its bemused look. His perfect form seemed to dim and go translucent before my astounded eyes, becoming as insubstantial as the tendrils of steam that the storm wind plucked and tore. Instead of a beautiful, mature male body, I saw all at once a naked brain. Not a raw or repugnant denuded organ, but a thing supremely elegant and correct, suspended in air. It was attached to nothing, and sustained by nothing except the atmosphere, photons of light, and its own conquering psycho-creative mind-power. And then the brain vanished in turn, and a little boy stood there in the corner, shivering slightly, but still smiling. He seemed to be about 3 or 4 years old. "This body is more appropriate for now," he said. "Don't you think so? At least until people get a little more used to me?" Mark handed me the lantern. I followed him as he walked into the room, and the fire chief and a couple of his cohorts pushed in behind me. They uttered awed exclamations. Mark knelt in the muck, holding one of the little boy's hands in his own uninjured one. Jack was not a phantom, or any other sort of illusion. Mark's hand was very dirty, and he soiled the child's clean flesh as they touched each other. "Just like the Christmas roses?" Mark asked Jack. "Not quite, but almost. I'm actually bodiless, except for my brain, but clothed in a quasi-solid molecular envelope of optional form." The fire chief said, "Merciful God, he's alive!" Mark turned to me. "I can't pick him up with this sprained wrist of mine, Uncle Rogie." I bent down and took the small boy into my arms. Jack was warm, and the snowflakes melted as they struck him. "Can we all go to Uncle Rogie's place?" Jack said. "I think that would be the best for now. And it's been so long since I've seen Marcel." Both Mark and I burst out laughing. Mark got to his feet. The firefighters drew aside, murmuring as I came out into the hall carrying Jack the Bodiless. Then we all trooped into the undamaged part of the hospital and began to look around for something dry to wrap the little boy up in. Chapter 43. Islay, Inner Hebrides, Scotland. Earth, 16 February 2054. The gale winds of the North Atlantic lashed the great blunt headland of Tonvor, and the tall seas leapt and creamed about its foot and marched roaring into the bay of Sanigmore around its eastern flank. In the grey first light, with the storm slowly abating, that northwest shore of the island seemed a grim place, broken cliffs and rocky reefs facing the sea, and only a few patches of twisted conifers and winter-sere peat bogs and moorlands stretching between the small inland lochs. Unmetalled tracks and narrow roads led from the scattered small farms and homesteadings, many of them deserted and in ruins, toward the main highway that skirted the deep south coast indentation of Loch Indal. Along the gentler lee shores, lighted villages were dotted along the sands and tide flats like sparkling beads widely placed on a string. The bustling little distilleries of the south and west were lit like Christmas trees, for they operated day and night to fill the demand for those fine single-malt whiskies that were Islay's gift to the galaxy. On the rest of the island there were sheep and berry farms, and some of Earth's most beautiful golf links, and holiday hotels that catered to bird-watchers and walkers and antiquarians. But not in the northwest. There most of the old crofts and farms were long abandoned, as lifeless as the prehistoric standing stones and the tumble-down chapels and ornate crosses raised by the Celtic monks, and the castle the MacDonalds held when they were lords of the Isles in the Middle Ages. The people who had once struggled to earn a hard living on Islay were almost all gone away now to the lovely Scottish planet of Caledonia. Islay's smaller modern population was prosperous, and thanks to the ubiquitous rowcraft, no longer isolated from the mainland. But there were parts of the island where locals and visitors seldom went, and one of them was isolated Sanigmore Farm, once owned by relatives of the late metapsychic giant Jamie McGregor. The red egg landed there at dawn. Following Fury's instructions, the 4 surviving Hydra heads trundled the egg into the barn. It would have to stay there until the hue and cry died down, and it could be relicensed by fiddling the aircraft registration computer in Edinburgh. The children found the house key where Fury said it would be, and entered the dark farmhouse kitchen. It was clean and secure from the elements, and aside from a spider or two and a smell of mildew about the sink, reasonably inviting, especially when one considered the alternatives. Quint got the miniature fusion plant going to warm the place up and provide power for lights and cooking. Celine primed the well and flushed the antifreeze out of the plumbing. Parney checked out the food, found a more than adequate supply, as Fury had also said there would be, and solicited orders for breakfast. Matty hunted out bed linen and ran it through the clothes dryer to freshen it. The pillows and mattresses were synthetic and not too musty. There were clothes and footgear in the closets. Later, when they all sat around the kitchen table after eating, Celine dared to ask the burning question. "How long do you think we're going to be stuck here?" "Till the flap cools down," Parney said gloomily, "and you can bet it'll be one hell of a flap." Matty left the table and went to look out the kitchen window at the hills and bogs in the rain-soft dawn. "Why in the world do you suppose Fury sent us here?" "He must have had a reason," Quint said, "and he said he'd come and explain as soon as it was safe." "That could be a long time," Matty sighed. "Damn that Gordo! It was all his fault, egging us on to go after Mark." Celine huddled more deeply inside the big old sweater she'd found. "We're lucky Fury didn't just feed us to the wolves. Parney, turn up the thermostat. I'm still freezing." "Fury needs us," Parney said. "At least old Gordo was right about that. Whatever the great scheme is, Fury can't do it by himself." After adjusting the environmental control on the kitchen wall, he went to the counter and got another mug of coffee from the brew machine. "I wonder who Fury really is." The other three Hydras shrugged. "What are we going to do here?" Celine asked fretfully. Quint leered. "At least now there's no odd man out." "Oh, really?" Celine was arch. "On beyond Nerve Bomb? Is that your idea of few and simple pleasures on this tight little island? And is it going to be Ladies' Choice or Love Pile? Or were you thinking about stable monogamous relationships until we're all bored stiff?" At the window, Maddie gave a low cry. She turned slowly to the others, a beatific smile spreading across her face. "We won't be bored here. It's a wonderful island. Fury knew what he was doing when he picked this place." "How so?" Parney asked, still dubious. "Natural sub-operants," Maddie whispered. "Islay is chock full of them. The best kind, untrained in the aggressive metafaculties and brimming over with life force. I've been scanning with my seeker sense, and the whole south coast of the island is alive with delicious bright auras." Parney snapped his fingers delightedly. "Sure, Celtic genes. I forgot that this part of the world was one of the prime eruptive metapsychic foci." "Fury didn't." Quint was grinning. "This time," Maddie said firmly, "we're going to be extremely careful. No more flying off half-cocked and giving the game away." "No," the others agreed solemnly. "Who knows how long we'll have to stay holed up here," she added. "It might even be as long as a year. And we wouldn't want to deplete the natural resources." Chapter 44. From the Memoirs of Rogatien, Remillard. Mark and I took Jack to my apartment, as he had requested. The hospital personnel were aghast when we tried to carry the child out of there, and told us that Jack had to be kept for observation, at least until Colette Roy got there and pronounced him fit to be discharged. But Jack said very reasonably that he knew he was perfectly all right, and reminded everyone that the Lyle-Mick had given him the right to pull the plug on himself if he chose. And he had chosen. So we left, with the fire chief trailing after, declaring that it had been a goddamn miracle the kid had survived, and this was a night he'd tell his grandchildren about. Like almost all of the general public, the chief was familiar with Jack's case from the earlier media hoorah. But the bootleg tapes that the nurse had sold were made when Jack's head still had a normal appearance, and his nearly decomposed lower body was hidden by the machines, and so the chief had no notion of the real nature of the miracle that he and his fellow firefighters had witnessed. As far as the official reports of the fire went, Jack had saved himself by retiring inside a psycho-creative bubble. It was a self-defensive ploy not unknown among powerful adult operants, and Jack was acknowledged to be an extraordinary child. When the three of us got to my place, we put through the subspace call to Davy McGregor. An all-points bulletin went out for the 4 children suspected of participation in the Hydra meta-concert. It was quickly determined that Anne Remillard's red rowcraft was missing. But she, like all the other members of the dynasty, had been at Dennis and Lucille's farmhouse, having supper and commiserating with Paul and Catherine all throughout that evening. Anne's egg had apparently been stolen from its parking space in the farm's backyard. Colette Roy, Professor Tukwila Barnes, and Lucille's housekeeper, who were also at the supper, vouched for the fact that none of the 7 Remillard magnates had been out of the house at the time arson experts determined that the fire had been set. There was no record of the stolen egg having entered any V-route on the planet Earth. Wherever it had gone, it had traveled X-vector and beneath the ubiquitous radar net of air traffic control, almost certainly skimming along the surface of the Atlantic and coming ashore God knew where. 3 satellites with equipment that might have recorded the path of the errant egg beneath widespread cloud cover suffered mysterious malfunctions that night. Fury had done a better job of covering the tracks of his protégés than Mark had done for Teresa and me. The red egg was never traced or recovered. The magistratum's investigation and the search for Madeline, Celine, Quentin, and Parnell were kept strictly confidential, under orders from the dirigent. The media and the public learned nothing about the existence of the vampiric little clique haunting the first family of metapsychology. The Remillards cooperated fully in the inquiry, most especially those parents whose children were under suspicion, and later the entire Fury-Hydra affair was discussed in a special week-long closed-door special session of the human magnates of the Concilium held in Concord. Mark's hypothesis of the origin of Hydra was debated and reluctantly given credence. Once again the dynasty was mind-reamed with a Cambridge machine and proved not to be Fury. No trace of the fugitive children was found. Paul himself travelled to Orb and presented the findings of the special session to the full Concilium of exotic magnates. Among his recommendations were that all the Remillards should resign their Concilium seats and be permanently incarcerated in a place of the Concilium's choice, and that the probation period postponing full acceptance of humanity into the Galactic milieu be extended for an indefinite period, until Fury and Hydra were captured, or identified and proved dead. The Symbiari, Poltroyan, Guy, and Crondoc magnates voted to accept those 2 draconian proposals. The 5 members of the Lyelmic supervisory body exercised their special privilege and summarily vetoed the decision. The case was left open, and a special task force of human and exotic investigators assigned to it. Their efforts to find the Hydra monsters were to prove fruitless, as were the efforts of Jack himself. The 4 remained at large, doing what they were told to do until nearly 23 Earth years had passed, and the dirigent Dorothea MacDonald, who came to be known as Diamond Mask, finally neutralized their threat, with a little help from a bumbling friend. That story will be told in the 2nd book of this trilogy, Diamond Mask. Fury was another matter entirely. His fate, like that of Mark and Jack the Bodiless, and so many more of the characters who people these memoirs, is inextricably entangled in a metapsychic rebellion. The principal rebels themselves, led by Adrian Remillard, Anna Goris Sakvadze, and Owen Blanchard, pursued their cause with discretion and determination until the culminating year of 2083. They drew more and more influential operants into their conspiracy as the wider implications of mental unity and membership in the Galactic Confederation were freely debated by the human polity. In time, Mark would join them, just as Adrian had predicted, and assume their leadership. He would broaden the rebel agenda with radical ideas of his own that went far beyond the original ideal of human autonomy, and eventually threaten the life of the galactic milieu itself. In these memoirs I will reveal, as the family ghost permits, aspects of the metapsychic rebellion that milieu historians haven't the least notion of, which I witnessed personally, and on more than one occasion even took an active part in. My own view of the cosmic conflict will be related in the 3rd volume of the trilogy, entitled Magnificat. I do not know whether the ghost, in its infinite wisdom, intends to release my chronicle to the galaxy at large, or whether it intends simply to hide it away in some ineffable Lyelmic archive. It refuses to reveal its plans, just as it refuses to tell me whether I will long survive the telling of the tale. Eh bien, qu'est-ce que ça peut bien foutre? But it would be fun to watch the uproar. Paul was back on Earth in time for Mark's college commencement on 14 June 2054, when the boy received both his B.S. and an M.S. in metapsychology.
His thesis dealt with the cerebro-energetic interface as a potential bypass of Grand Master class mental shielding. He had used himself as the guinea pig in his experiments. Sitting between their father and me in the audience at the outdoor ceremony were Mark's sister Marie and his two younger brothers, Luke and Jack. Family friends congratulated Paul on Jack's wonderful recovery from cancer. Paul gave all the credit to Colette Roy and her medical colleagues. Unfortunately, Mark's second sister, Madeline, missed the commencement. She was, Paul said, beginning her own higher education on the remote Poltroyan planet Thoropon-Sumakon under a special student exchange program. The family did not expect to see too much of her for the next few years, but she was not expected to be too lonely. 3 of her Remillard cousins were taking the same course of study. On 3 October 2054, the probationary period of 1 galactic year, 1,000 Earth days, was declared complete. The human polity took its place beside the other races of the milieu, for better or worse, a full member of the Confederation at last, with all the privileges and duties attending thereto. A compromise was reached on the matter of the additional ethnic planets for humans of color. 12 new worlds were set aside that had no operant quota in their founding population. The colonies were rather remote from the home world, but they were attractive and richly endowed, and the people who settled them increased and multiplied and, in time, took a political position that would, ironically, place them in the forefront of the metapsychic rebellion, fomented in the name of mental man. Shortly after the Earth-wide festivities accompanying the human enfranchisement, Malama Johnson far-spoke Mark with a special message. He and I and Jack egged to Kauai, removed Teresa's ashes from the kahuna's cave, and scattered them over the green island on a day when the sky was filled with sparkling showers and myriad rainbows. Paul had been invited to come with us, but he declined. He was busier than ever now that the probation had ended, and lived most of the time in Concord or Concilium Orb. Laura Tremblay and a number of other attractive operant women were linked romantically with him from time to time. Young Jack the Bodiless looked and behaved, almost always, like a normal preschool child, seeming to be a little in advance of his age physically, and decidedly precocious in his social development. He resumed his day trips about the Dartmouth campus, sometimes in the company of Mark and his graduate student associates, sometimes alone by special dispensation of the college president, Tom Spotted Owl, who became one of the child's dearest friends. Jack's extraordinary mind powers were widely known in academic circles, but given no publicity. The child's own Grand Masterly coercivity ensured that he was never harassed by the media or by other busybodies, and the rest of his childhood seemed to pass peacefully without attracting the attention of the world outside Hanover, New Hampshire. He wore his childish form when he lived at home, or when he stayed with various friends or relatives in his extended family. There were also times when he chose to wear other bodies, both human and exotic, but he always did this with the utmost circumspection during his youth. Until he was nominated to the Concilium himself at the age of 16, only a handful of family members were aware of his true physical condition. He visited me regularly in my bookshop and sought my opinion on some of the damnedest things, and it was easy for me to forget what Jack really was. Only on the coldest winter nights, when I sat by myself in the back of the shop, drinking and feeling lonely and sorry for myself, remembering Sonny and Elaine and Umi and even Teresa, women I had loved and lost, did I tell myself that there was one in the world even less lucky than I? At least I had known love's warmth. 3 women had found me desirable, and 1 had loved me like a father. And in Dennis and Jack, and even in Mark, the strange one, I had had foster sons. But what woman would ever love poor Jack the Bodiless? And what kind of terrible, inhuman children could that laughing, brilliant little boy-brain ever hope to sire?
It was beyond imagining. Jack was happy now, growing in wisdom and grace, with his physical shells mimicking the human life processes in a manner that was nearly flawless. But his bodies were not the real thing, nor could they ever be. The fantastic biological complexity that houses the souls of each one of us is beyond the constructive abilities of even the most ingenious Grand Master of psycho-creativity. Nor could Jack ever be reclothed in flesh through the technological miracle of the regeneration tank. His genes had programmed him to be as he was, a naked, self-sufficient brain. He was, if you like, a being midway on the ladder of evolution between Homo sapiens and the ethereal Lyelmic. He was unique. He was truly alone. Sunk in my maudlin melancholy, I would drink a toast to poor Jack the Bodiless, who would never know human love, as the north wind moaned around the shop windows, and the great white cold of the New Hampshire winter stalked abroad, and high in the sky the far-away star that was the sun of the planet Caledonia sparkled like the tiniest of diamonds. How the family ghost must have laughed. The End of Jack the Bodiless, Volume 1 of the Galactic Milieu Trilogy. Remillard Family Tree. Reader's Note. Denis Remillard, 1967 to 2082, and Lucille Cartier, 1968, were married in 1995. They had 7 children: Philip, 1997, Maurice, 1999, Severin, 2003 to 2083, Anne, 2005, Catherine, 2009 to 2083, Adrian, 2011 to 2083, and Paul, 2014 to 2083. Philip married Aurélie d'Alembert, 2008 and 2030, and they had 13 children: Joseph, 2031, Adele, 2033, Louis, 2034, Gabrielle, 2036, Michelle, 2036, Charlene, 2038, Richard, 2041, Emile, 2044, Denise, 2044, Samuel, 2046, Norman, 2048, Lauren, 2049, and Marianne, 2050. Maurice married Jean d'Alembert, 2010 to 2037, in 2033. They had 3 children: Robert, 2034, Caroline, 2036, and Leanne, 2037. In 2040, Maurice married Cecilia Ashe, and they also had 3 children: Céline, 2040, Roger, 2042, and Roland, 2044. Severin was married to Geneviève Boutin, 2004 to 2045, from 2027 until their divorce in 2029. They had a son, Gregory, 2028. Severin's second marriage was to Galia Miaskovska, 2006, and lasted from 2030 until their divorce in 2033. They had 2 daughters, Yvette, 2031, and Natalia, 2032. Severin's third marriage, to Maeve O'Neill, 2013, lasted from 2035 until their divorce in 2046, and they had 2 children, Suzanne, 2036, and Quentin, 2040. Anne Remillard, 2005, never married and had no children. Catherine, 2009 to 2083, married Brett McAllister, 2012 to 2051, in 2035, and had 4 children: Douglas, 2036, Renee, 2038, Ronald, 2038, and Gordon, 2040 to 2054. Adrian, 2011 to 2083, married Sherry Lozier Drake, 2077, in 2035, and they had 6 children: Adrienne, 2038 to 2052, Parnell, 2040, Henry, 2043, George, 2045, Rosamond, 2047, and Corey, 2049. In 2037, Paul, 2014 to 2083, married Teresa Kaulana Kendall, 2017 to 2053. They had 6 children: Matthew, born and died in 2038, Mark, 2038 to 2113, Marie, 2039, Madeline, 2040, Luke 2041, and John 2052 to 2083. End of note. End of Jack the Bodiless, The Galactic Milieu Trilogy, Volume 1, by Julian May. Read by Roy Avers in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, March 1994. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher. A Borzoi book, Alfred A. Knupf, Incorporated, New York.
End of book.